happy sunny Monday morning to you. What a lovely weekend it was. I hope you all had fantastic weather over the weekend. To be honest, I'm not really good at the heat. I stayed inside. It was so lovely and cool and sewed all weekend. So I had a lovely weekend. Popped out every now and then, just, you know, and then realised it was too hot. But anyway, I was listening to the radio this morning on the way up, and it said the best advice is to stay in because it's too hot out there. So stay in, watch us. We've got a fantastic morning this morning. Loads and loads of all things sewing for you. Oh, and a little bit of yarn lane today. Great day. So stay in this morning, get out of the heat, and then sit in the shade this afternoon. It is the best time to do sewing actually when it's hot because you can stay inside with a good excuse. That's what I did. Anyway, should we start off with the early bird, which I'm quite good. I really like it when we have an early bird that's just a special deal on one of our normal products. So something that you use all the time or would like to use all the time, but we give you a little special deal on it. So the product today is the Bosal single-sided foam interfacing. So if you think, what is that? I've heard about it, I'm not sure what it is. Well, I'll show you, it's massive. It's a metre piece, it's 150 centimetres wide, it's so big, look, it's huge, by 100 centimetres long with a special offer. Now, foam interfacing is fantastic. So if you are making, for example, a bag or like a storage bucket or something that you want to be 3D and you want it to stand up like you would with a heavyweight interfacing, but you don't want the stiffness of an interfacing, it's brilliant. The good thing about this one is that it's fusible on one side. So if you want to attach it to some fabric, maybe you're making a bag and you want to have it real structure, like a market tote or something, you press it onto one side. All the pressing instructions come in the packaging to tell you how long you need to press it for. Basically, don't use steam and it's about 15 seconds. And then you just cut it out and it goes through the machine beautifully. So although it's quite thick, I mean, it's probably, I'd say about 3 or 4 mil thick, it goes through the machine absolutely lovely. You can also quilt through it. I made, what did I make? Oh, a storage cube a couple of weeks ago, and then with a design, and I quilted through it, and it gives it, you get a real lovely quilted definition with it. So, normal price for this is £23.98 for a whole 1 metre by 1.5 metre piece. £20.98. What a bargain. That's really good. That's amazing, isn't it? But it is really good stuff. Even if you're just doing, say, the base of a bag and you want to just sew that into the bottom bit to give it some structure, really good for that. Anything that's 3D, so if you're making maybe a storage basket and you just want it to be a little bit more solid. But the good thing about it is even once it's used and you can put fabric on both sides of it, it folds, it rolls, you can fold it all up and then it all pops open out again. It will open up. So for anything that you want, maybe you're making like a book cover, you know, when you're making these sort of fabric books that you want to keep things inside, it just gives it a little bit more structure, because the problem with when you use maybe a Decaville or a heavyweight interfacing, it does give a stiffness to the fabric, which is fine if that's what you want, but if you want it to have some structure and substance without that really crispy stiffness, this is brilliant. And because it's fusible on one side, it just makes it easier to use. So it's a fantastic thing to have in your stash. When you've got some fabric, you're making something that you want to have a bit more substance, this is brilliant. It's the one that I use all the time. I used to use a different one, but I like the Bosal because of the fusible on one side. So £20.98. That price, if we have any left, will go back up again at midnight. So if you want to get it, pop it in your basket. That's a £3 saving, and your P&P is £3.95. So that's almost your P&P gone, isn't it? Almost. Right. So put it in your basket. If you've got any questions about it, you want to know anything, message me studio@sewingstreet.com and I will answer you, because I use this all the time. So if you need to know anything about it, there's the email. Send it in. Ben will read it out to me and we will answer any of your questions about that today. Morning, Ben. So today I have with me in the studio, I have Ben. Say hi, Ben. Ben on production. I've got the lovely Charlie directing. Morning, Charlie. And I've got Becky behind the cameras who's helping out. There we go. It's the team of four. It's the dream team Fab Four today. Not really. We're just having fun. Having fun on a very hot day today. And well, we'll go across the menu, but we've got Jenny Jackson. She's with us, so we've got the famous five now. So coming up today on Sewing Street is at 8 o'clock now. It's all about bag making. We've got kits, we've got hardware, we've got interfacing, we've got foam, we've got all sorts. Everything that you will need for your bag making today. We've got at 9 o'clock, Jenny Jackson's back in. Now, if you've been loving her EPP cushions, this is number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, 4. 4. I think we're missing one then. Number 4, the Sloth EPP cushion. So if you've been collecting them, you'll love this. If you haven't, don't worry, because we actually do have kits for all of the others back in stock. They are fantastic. I will let Jenny explain how it all works, how you cut out your EP pieces and you join them all together to make this beautiful sloth. That's at 9 o'clock. She's also got a brand new design, wall hanging, that she has made and designed specifically for beginners to EPP. So if you've never done EPP before, you would like to make this beautiful wall hanging, which is amazing and is perfect for beginners. You'll love that. So tune in at 9 if you want to learn more about EPP, if you want to collect one of the cushions. Again, message in. She's an absolute EPP expert. She'll be able to help you with any of your questions. At 10 o'clock, it's all about needles and threads. I don't know what creating needles is, but you know, maybe that's a new word. It's all about creating needles. No, I think it's just, I think that might be a made-up word. It's needles and threads at 10 o'clock. So if you want to know all about the right needles to use for the job, we've got hand machine needles, hand sewing needles. We've got sewing machine needles and a plethora of threads. So very important to always use the right needle and thread for the job. Makes a big difference to your work. So I'll be going through all that at 10 o'clock. 11, Jenny will be back with us with FPP this time. She's got another brand new design, the Windmill Quilt. Again, if you've not tried FPP before, always wanted to have a go, then you are going to love this. So this is her beginners FPP. Again, if you've got any questions, if you want to know anything about FPP, please do message in. Jenny will be with us at 11 for that. And at 12 o'clock, it's Monday, so it's Yarn Lane, and we have got another guest in with us. Sarah Hatton from West Yorkshire Spinners with her brand new pattern book, showcasing some beautiful women's knitting designs. You're going to love that, and she is the lady who's designed all the patterns in the book, so I'm looking forward to that one. That's good fun. What a great day, perfect day to stay inside in the cool and watch Sewing Street and learn. So if you want to shop with us, let's just quickly run through that. If you're new to Sewing Street, welcome to the Sewing Street family. Lovely to have you with us today. We are a very friendly, helpful bunch of people. Please do join the Sewing Street Facebook fan page, because best place to ask any questions about anything, because honestly, we've got over thousands and thousands and thousands of members on that, and they know, between them, know the answer to everyone. And also, we love to see your make. So welcome if you're new to us. So let me just explain how it works with shopping. The easiest place to buy is on the website. You just need to go and log into www.sewingstreet.com. If you then, you can buy everything there, because you see things on the top of the menu, new in Sewing Machines fabric. You can click on there and use it like a normal website, like a normal shop. Everything is in there that we sell. But if you want to buy what I'm showing on air today, you need to click on Watch Live, which is at the top. Then you will see, if you scroll down a bit, there's the early bird. That's the Bosal. Now, there are two columns. This is the pre-order column, because these are all the items that I haven't shown yet, but that are going to be on sale. So for those of you who are watching now, but know you're popping out at 10:15, might miss out on the EPP quilt, it's all on there. So all you have to do is choose what you want. Remember, we do sell out. That's the point of TV shopping. We do sell out. So if you want to get ahead, click on Add to Basket, and then don't forget to check out. So look, this is all the haberdashery that's coming up at 8 o'clock for the bag making hour, and all the kits. Oh, we've got zips. We've got some of Becky Alexander Frost's bag kits back in. In fact, we've got 6 of those, all different sorts, and I'll be showing you all of those in a bit. Once you've clicked on Add to Basket, you need to check out, because if you don't check out, someone can come along and take it out of your basket. If stocks are getting very low, until you've checked out, it's not yours. But don't worry. There is only one P&P a day, so between now and midnight, It doesn't matter how many times you check out, whether it's just once or whether it's 20 times. Your basket will be closed at midnight, then your £3.95 P&P will be applied then. So don't wait to think, oh, I'll see how much I'm going to put in my basket. You can change it in between. You can pop things in and out all throughout the day. Look, there's the gorgeous EPP cushions. And we found the leopard. We misplaced. We didn't lose. We misplaced. So we are missing one. We are. Which one are we? Giraffe. Oh, I know why. Because Jenny's got the giraffe cushion. I knew this was number 5, what one we were missing. Yes, so we're missing the giraffe. That'll be back in a minute. Jenny's got it in a minute. So here's needles and threads. Everything you need to know about needles and threads, all in this hour. Special needles, speciality needles, really good threads. This is Ben's hour. Carefully selected by Ben himself. These are all of his favourite needles and threads. Well, he knows I'm a bit of a needle fanatic, so it was ideal. One sold out already. Already sold out. Oh, we're going back again. Just going reverse. The sharps, already. Well, they are the most popular needles, to be fair. That's why you've got to get in, because they do sell out, because we have actually got some of the hand sewing needle bundles in, which we're often out of stock on, so that's good. There's the FPPs, another one that's sold out. And Yarn Lane will be on there soon. We're just sorting out the stock for that. As soon as we've got it, I'll let you know that we've got, because we've got the brand new pattern book and some yarn packs. Once that's sorted out, I will let you know. So anyway, that's how to shop. Please message me in. I'd love to see pictures of your makes or any of your messages. Really nice to see. So let's start with bag making. Now, you can't beat a good bag, can you? We all need a bag, whether it's a small one, a big one with a zip, one without a zip, one that you fold up in your bag for the reusable, or whether it's a massive overnight bag or just a pretty clutch. We've got it all today. So let's start off with a few kits. I've got the Amber Makes bag kits in with me, so I'm going to start off with these two. So I brought them all in with me. So I've got 2 bags here. Let me show you them first. Oh, on the overhead, sorry. Now, this one is called the Framed Tote Set. So it comes in 2 colourways, rainbow and charcoal. So this is rainbow, and it's called the Framed Tote, so because the way it works is that you have the panel in the centre, and then it is framed, a bit like an attic window, all around the edges. And it features prints with, this one says, so much fabric, so little time. It's got sewing machines, it's got safety pins, and on this side, sewing is cheaper than therapy, which is true. It's got straps that feature tape measures. I'll show you the kit in a minute, but everything you need to make this bag is on the panel, and it comes with instructions. It's £19.99. It's fully lined. You can put a zip pocket in it or not. There's the pocket pieces. And you also get with it a little bag that says so on and so forth. That's for putting your glasses in, your sunglasses, your mobile phone. So this is the bag. It's a really nice, big, roomy bag. This is the rainbow one. Fully lined, and everything you need is on the panels. So let me just show you the panel for £19.99. This is a huge panel. Look at it. So you can see, oh, I'm going to hold it up really high. You can see there's the 2 panels, that's the bag front and back, and here's all the pieces. You've got facings, you've got linings. There at the bottom are the tape measure handles. You've got all the pieces. In fact, I've just remembered I keep forgetting which side we have the overhead camera on. I don't know why. So there's all the pieces you see. So you can see it features. There's even the little bits for the bag. You've got all the little sewing machine pieces there. This is the lining, and it's all printed. Give a quilt to an inch and she'll think she's a ruler. I love that one. Beautiful things come together one stitch at a time. So it all features sewing quotes in rainbow colours, and it really is. I mean, you can see it's a big bag. It's a very roomy bag. I have a bag I use this bag for when I come up to Sewing Street every week, and has all of my clothes and makeup and hairbrushes and everything in it, because it's such a really good bag. And you can put it's got a pocket in as well. Anyway, that's the rainbow version. Huge panel. That's the rainbow version. But if you prefer Oh, it also comes obviously with full instructions that tell you exactly, with photos and everything, exactly how to make them. If you prefer something a little bit more muted, there's the charcoal one. I think this would suit Ben. Happiness is handmade. So that's on one side, and again, exactly the same. It features that attic windows framed look. It's got safety pins on the on that side. My soul is fed with needle and thread on this side. It's got tape measure handles. It has like a mustardy coloured lining, and it has its own little bag. So on and so forth, and all of that comes in the kit. So that's the charcoal frame tote kit, £19.99. So if you fancy making a bag, it doesn't require any massively amazing skills. You can put a zip in the pocket if you want, but there's also instructions for putting the pocket without the zip if you don't fancy doing that. So that's those two bags. And then let's do the Totally Tote next. So I've got 4 of these. They're all the same bag, but we have it in 4 different prints. So should we start with the birds? So this is the bag. It's got beautiful prints all over it. Look, these are all, there's the garden feeder, the birds in the feeder. It's got straps that are printed with the bird print. It has a contrast base, and there's the other side, and it's fully lined with this lovely little print, and again it has the pocket which you can put in a zip in or not, and in the pocket it says, if I turn it round, printed in it, can you see, it says secret things. That's just hiding in the pocket, so you can put any of your secret things. That's where you put your sweets. And then it also comes on the panel is a little matching zip purse. So you've got, it's got the same coloured base, you've got exactly the print on there, and again it's fully lined in the same print as the bag. So it's a really lovely matching set. The panel, I'll just show you this one panel. This is, so you obviously get full instructions. Now with this bag you can, it's all fully lined. You could put wadding in it. H640 is quite good. If you wanted it structured, you could put the bosal in it that we had on the early bird, and it would be a very sort of more of a solid, like you know when you have like a basket bag you take shopping, if you put the bosal in it, it'd be brilliant for that. And that piece that's on the early bird, you would be more than enough. So here's the panel. You can see there's all the different pieces. But there's the, you can see the secret things pocket. All the different pieces for the front, the back, the lining. Everything you need is on there. So that's the garden birds. And obviously you get with it the full instructions that show you exactly how to make it. It's all in there. Yes, so that's one of them. That's the garden birds. The next one is Meadow Cottage. Now on this one I'm going to show you the, let's do it over in the overhead. So on the front of this you've got the thatched cottage in the lovely flower meadow with the bicycle. Now this is the thatched cottage in the daytime. Yeah, I'd like to think that's where I live, but I don't. Yeah, Charlie says he thinks of me in this. I'd like to, actually, my great-grandmother had a house exactly the same as this, but sadly I don't. And then if you go over to the other side, it is the thatched cottage at night time. Is fully lined. Can you explain the differences between Bosal and Styleville from Pauline? Well, they basically do the same thing. Their generic term is foam interfacing. So the difference is that Bosal will come with single-sided fusible, some of it is double-sided fusible, the Styleville isn't fusible. Although, saying that, it's not officially fusible, but I found that when you press fabric onto it, it sort of clings. But that really is the only difference. Styleville isn't as wide a piece. I think it's 90 centimetres, whereas Bosal I think is 150. But other than that, they are the same thing. They're just a different brand. but they're the same structure. They do pretty much the same thing. Hope that helps. Oh, only 3 of this one left. Only 3. And remember, they all come with a matching zip purse. So there we go. We've got Thatch Cottage in the day and in the night, all fully lined. And again, secret things in the pocket. So that is the Meadow Cottage bag. See, off to the market. That's Meadow Cottage. Bluebell wood. Now, I won't show you the panel, we'll be here forever, but they look exactly the same as the other. This is Bluebell wood. So it's beautiful wood. So now on this one, I did some quilting. So I quilted along the lines of the trees, which really gives it some depth. So it's a lovely wood with bluebells and now this is my dog Luna and this is Amy's dog Molly. So they managed to feature on our bag. And all full of little blue, but it looks nice if you quilt along it because you get that real sense of depth. And there's, and actually, not long after we did this, I took Luna for a walk in the bluebell wood. She actually loved it, absolutely loved it. It was like skipping through the bluebells. And then it features, the handles have got bluebells all over them. The lining is all bluebells. Now this one I put the zip in because you don't have to, but if you want to, you can have the zip. And again, that one says, if I turn it round, that says secret things. Secret things. And then that has the zip, but you don't have to put the zip in. And then this one again has the matching zip purse, exactly the same, and it's fully lined with the bluebell lining. So everything you need on there, £22.99, everything. You've got full instructions, you've got the fabric panel that contains the top, the base, the lining, the zip purse, and the pocket, and the handles as well. All you need is some wadding if you want to give it some extra strength, sort of stability, or even some bosal, or nothing at all. So the final one is Autumn Flowers. Now this one I haven't put any wadding in, so you can see the difference. So this one is like a still life of a vase of flowers. It's a bit kind of oil painting, isn't it? Now this one, £19.99. £19.99, what a bargain. £19.99. So again, you've got front, back, you've got the handles which feature part of the flowers, you've got the pocket that says secret things, and you've got the little zip purse, exactly the same. But this one I didn't put wadding in, just to show you that you don't have to, you can just do it. Because it's fully lined, it's still got good structure. Actually, it matches my dress really well. This is one I should take out with me, isn't it? There we go. So that's Autumn Flowers, £19.99. And again, full instructions, full panel, all printed with everything you need on it. Right, let's do some tools. Tools. Well, no, not tools. Haberdashery. I'm going to bring over my bag making haberdashery shop. So, all of these things you need which really add to your bag making. Magnetic snaps. These are fantastic, aren't they? So in the packet you get 2 of them. So you know when you want to hold your bag together at the top, you don't want to put a zip in. You just want to be able to snap the 2 pieces together. In here you get two of them. Oh, no you don't, you get 1, sorry, it's 2 halves. There's 1 in here. But obviously it's 2 halves, the male bit and the female bit, but there's just 1 in there. It does, if you go onto their website, we'll give you instructions about how to do it, but basically you need to put the snaps in before you construct the bag. You put 1 on one side, 1 on the other. They're really good for pockets, really good for just closing the top of the bag. So say you had a bag like this one and you wanted to hold the top closed, you would put a snap on this side and a snap on that side before you construct the whole bag. Then once you put it all together, you can just hold it closed. They're really easy to use, and they give, I think when you start using hardware on bags, it gives it more of a professional finish, because when you buy a bag, that's what you expect to see on it. So, you know, they're fairly, actually we haven't got the price up of that one. Do you need the code? EXZW60. It's not a sold out, is it? Oh, do you know what? It's not the bundle, is it? Because I've got 3 of them here. Is there a bundle of 3? Oh, that'll be why. Where is it? No, I saw it a minute ago. Becky, where's the strippity-doodah? There we go. Right, yes, that's where we got confused. So with this is the instructions for Stuart's strippity-doodah bag, and it comes with 3 magnetic snaps and also the bows in our form single-sided 1/2 metre of. £27.95. So you get the instructions, 3 magnetic snaps and the Bosal single-sided fusible. And you save £3, £27.95, all of that in there. And you get 3 of them. That's fantastic, isn't it? Because they are so useful. Use 1 in your bag and use 2 for other things. It does give it, it's that hardware that gives it the extra thing. I've got some other hardware here, I'll show you, but it does. I always find like when you put straps on, if you put these straps on with D-rings, it's a lot better. Oh, I think I've lost, oh, that's it. Sorry, my earpiece is falling out. I need to clip it on somewhere. So that's that one. Right, back to the hardware. Let's go to D-rings since I just talked about them. This one is WOZW74. This is 25mm D-rings in gold. You get 4 pieces in here. So if you've got an inch strap, this is perfect for it. It just looks a lot better because what you do is you get a little loop of fabric, you sew that into one side of the bag, you put your D-ring on and then you can loop your strap through the other. And it reduces the pressure on the actual strap itself because it's not all sewn into a seam, but it goes onto the D-ring. And I just think that little, particularly with the gold ones, little glint of gold on it. £1.49, really useful thing to have in your bag making stash. We've also got them in silver. Well, it's probably not called silver, it's called nickel, I should imagine. Yes, nickel. So that's exactly the same, 4 pieces, 25mm, so 1 inch. In nickel, oh, which look a bit more, they're called nickel, but they're silvery colour. £1.99 for 4. I've got some baby ones. Oh no, those are 20, I've got 20mm ones, 20mm in gold. I'm just moving everything to one side so I know what I've done. 20mm in gold. So if you need them just a little narrow, it just depends on the width of your strap as to what size you need. So just check. There we go. 20mm in gold. And then also really tiny ones. So this is more, these are 12mm in nickel. So these are more if you were doing maybe like a little clutch bag, something with a really lightweight handle. You know when you're just doing something very small and you just want 12mm, which is about 1/2 inch, and just a very narrow handle. And perfect for that. It just adds that little bit of extra, doesn't it? A little bit of glint. Let's do, I love these. These are gorgeous, aren't they? They're so nice, they're going to have to come out their bag. So in here, oh, it's just one, well you get, it's a key ring, so they're bag tassels. So they've got a lobster clasp on them, so you can attach them to your bag clips. Say if I put them on this bag handle. And then they've got a keyring section, so you can hang your keys on as well. So they're 2 tassels, they're PU, they've got like silvery coloured tops. Really good for, really nice for attaching to your bag, but also to your keys. I have things like this, you know, maybe you've got a key on a back door or a special key that you want to be able to use. They just look lovely hung on them, particularly if you keep the key in the door. But really nice little accessory, £4.99 to attach to the handle of your bag, like that. And you get 2 of them on there as well, with the extra piece for the key ring as well. So if you didn't want, you could easily, the keyring section will easily come off, but little touches like that when you add it to your bag, takes your bag making really upper level to the sort of professional standard. £4.99 as well. Oh, that's a fantastic price for that. Might even put them back in the bag. Fantastic price. Right, we've also got the swivel clips. These are really useful, the swivel clips. Good for lanyards. Perfect for lanyards. Have I got it in the right place? No. Oh, wrong way. Can never go the right way. There we go. Swivel clips, really good for lanyards, really good for bags where you want to, you know, you can attach a strap to that and then you can clip that onto something else. So sometimes what you do is you attach a strap to this and then you clip that onto another section of the bag. Depends what you're using, how your fastenings are working on your bag, but they're really good for that. £1.49. Actually, I think this one's got. Yeah, I'll show you actually how it would be used. We're going to do this. We're going to do Becky's kits in a minute, but I just wanted to show you on this bag how a swivel clip works. This is a different style, but it's the same thing. So if shall I do it can you see if I do it like that? So if you've got a strap where you want to be able to detach the strap, so maybe you want to use it as a shoulder bag, or sometimes you don't want a strap at all. You know, like when you've made a weekend bag or something and you've got handles on it or a strap, but you want to be able to detach it. You have a D-ring here and then you have the swivel clip here, and it means that you can simply detach it and then you don't have to have it on there. So that's the best use of them, that and lanyards. I mean, this is a different style one, but this swivel clip will do exactly the same thing. But it's really for detachable handles. I'll be coming on to that bag kit in a minute. Let's just finish off this. Right, bag straps. These are fab. Look at this. Isn't that gorgeous? Fully adjustable. So again, you've got the swivel clips. Oh, you get both in this pack. So you get the rainbow Aztec one and you get the zebra one. So they've got swivel clips on the ends, so they are detachable. They also have a slider, adjustable slider, so you can make them really short, or you can make them super long. And then if you just you move the slider, there we go. And then so in the pack you get the zebra one, and they are really beautiful quality, very, very strong, and they feature the swivel clips and the slider, so that's fantastic value. And you get this one, so you get it's called Aztec, but it's got a beautiful, I love the pink and like a deep mustard ochre on the other side, and again they have the swivel clips on either end, and then you've got the slider so that you can make them super long, so you can have them so they come, yeah, so these are now like right down below my waist, but if I want it really short, guitar straps, but if you want just a very short one, so it goes from that sort of length right down to sort of below my waist, like thigh length. So you get both of them in there. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Zips, let's do zips. Zips are really, really useful for bags, and it's really annoying when you run out of zips. Really good for the tops, but these zips, these are 6-inch zips. We'll start with the black ones. So the 6 in here, they are 6-inch. They're really good for bag pockets or for smaller bags. Very frustrating when you get there. So you get 5 in the pack, and they're 6 inches, which is about 15 centimetres. So there are 5 of them, £3.99, really good to have in your stash, so you've always got some black zips to hand. Good for the top of zip purses as well, or little cosmetic bags. We've also got them in rainbow colours, well, bright. So you get, well, all the colour you read. This one has got orange, pink, yellow, green and blue. You won't always get the same colours, but you will get 5 different ones, and they will be rainbow. 6-inch, 15 centimetres long. Again, cosmetic bags, zip pockets, small clutch bags, all sort of things. £3.99. Possibilities are endless. A bag strap. Bag handle, really. It depends. Well, you could use it for a small bag, but I would use it for a handle. Because I think, you know, so things like that sometimes, when you've made a bag, you can put a fabric handle, that's fine. But if you've got some swivel clips on here, you can attach this to your bag, and suddenly your bag goes really, it makes it very, very professional looking. So this is PU, it's 23 inches long, black, and it has the rings at the end, but you can open them. So if you want to attach, if you've put D-rings on your bag then you can use this instead of a swivel clip because they press open and it's detachable. So really, really useful if you want to really make your bag look super posh. £9.99. Obviously that's just for one, but you will need two. Well, depending on what you're using them for. But lovely for the sort of, particularly, you know, when you're making things like wash bags and things where you really want a really nice solid strap on it, or you know, a small overnight bag. Also, two other handles, and then we'll move on to the rest of our kit. We've got the brown faux leather handles. These are lovely because they are slightly spongy, padded inside. They have the pieces that you sew onto the bag, and then you sew these on top, and they've got holes in them, so you simply sew running stitch by hand through them. Full instructions are on here, tells you exactly how to do it, and that is a pair. So maybe you've got like a stripy beach bag, Charlie's suggestion, very good idea, or you know, like a basket type bag. Lovely. It's, instead of, when you put something like this on, it really does make a big difference. So brown faux leather handles, only £8.99, and that's for the pair. They're 51 centimetres long. We have exactly the same, but in black. Look lovely on a red corduroy bag, or a nice sort of leopard print or zebra print bag. But you can see the picture there. It's lovely for one of those kind of bowling type bags. £8.99 for the pair, and they're great because you hand sew them on. Make sure you sew around twice to keep them extra strong, but everything you need is on there, and they do have instructions on the back as well. And then the final piece of haberdashery is the tape, double-sided basting tape. This is fantastic, particularly for inserting zips. That's what I use it a lot for. So when you're putting a zip in and you want to stay absolutely straight, particularly if you're putting a zip between an outer and a lining fabric, rather than pinning it and tacking it, you just use this double-sided tape. It's fantastic, and it is made specifically for sewing. So you know that it won't gum up your needle. You know that you can sew through it. It is brilliant, and it sticks on. You can use it for fabric, paper, plastic or wood. It's great for so many little things, like maybe you're sewing on a button. That's what I use it lots for. And you've got your button all set up and it's all straight on the fabric. And then when you come to sew it on, it all starts moving, particularly if you've got 4 holes in it. Brilliant for little things like that. Maybe you're sewing with PU or vinyl where you can't use pins. It's great for that. Or if you're using, say, something like cork, and you've got cork at the bottom of the bag and fabric at the top, you can stick everything together with these. So any fabric that you can't pin, like a vinyl, a clear vinyl, a PU, some satins and velvets, things that you can't pin, it's worth its weight for that. But other things where it's tricky because it might slip and it might move, like zips, fastenings, buckles, it is brilliant. £5.99 for the reel. It's 1/2 inch wide and you've got 7 metres on the reel, so it will last you quite a while. Honestly, if you struggle with putting in zips because they keep moving, you end up doing them and they're not straight, get yourself a roll of this and it really does make a difference. £5.99 for the roll. Okay, let's go on to some kits. So we have got the Park Lane bag by Becky Alexander Frost, and we've got it. I've got all the different colourways here. Now this is the bag. It's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? We've got it in 3 colourways. I'll show you the panel in a minute, but let me show you around the bag. Features this gorgeous zip across the top. It's fully lined. It's got pockets. It's got a zip pocket inside. On the back, it has a little flat pocket. Love the front of it. This is all on the panel. I'll show you in a minute. It's really structured, and then it features this lovely handle. Again, it's got the, look at the fabric ends on it, the way that Becky's done that. That looks so professional, doesn't it? And with the swivel clips as well. That's a beautiful bag, isn't it? Look at that. I'll show you. Look, isn't that beautiful? It's structured, it's got bows inside, it's lovely. So we've got 3 different colourways. Right, so this is the mono, so this is the one that I've just shown you. Now let's just look at the size of this panel and what you get on it. So this is, all of this is in the kit, lots. So all the pieces that you need for the bag, all of it, the base gusset lining, the outer, the ring tab, the shoulder pad, cushion binding, you've got the rainbow, the patchwork strips. So those are the pieces that you would use to make the front. So you see that beautiful ombre tone, that's what you use these pieces for. Everything's to size as well, so you don't have to worry about templates. So the main body is already cut, you haven't got to worry about cutting those corners. You've got the slip pocket, the inside zip pocket, the shoulder pad pieces, zip gusset outer, zip lining. You've got the tabs that are used for the ends of the zips to keep it really neat. So everything, all the pieces of fabric that you need is in there, plus full instructions, and we've got hardware. So we've got the gorgeous zip that goes around the top. So this lovely double slider zip. See, look at the teeth, they look metal, and in fact they feel metal, but they're not. They're nylon, which means you can sew through them, but they look metal. They've got this metallic effect, and it's lovely because it's quite hard to find these double slider zips, the ones that meet in the middle, of this quality. They've got beautiful metal ends. Quite often they're sort of painted ones, but isn't it a gorgeous zip? That comes in there. You've got the zip that's for the inside pocket. You've also got all this hardware, so you've got the sliders, you've got the D-rings, and you've got the adjustable piece for the strap so that you can change the length of it. All of that's in there, and full instructions as well. £34.99. I think that's amazing value for all of that. Look at, isn't it gorgeous? For all of that. Right, we've also got it in another colourway. Right, there are 2. Okay, so let's do this. There's 2 options in the brown. The first one is with the hardware, £39.99. So exactly the same. But if you want it in the brown, the same pieces. You've got those lovely ombre shades. You've got the lovely. It looks like kind of a linen texture. I love the lining. It's really lovely, isn't it? Look. Shoulder pad, cushion sleeve, zip gusset outer, crossbar, everything. It's all labelled as well. Everything's on there. So that's the brown version. And then with the brown version, again, you get the instructions, you get the hardware. This time you get a black zip, you get an orange zip for the inside pocket, you get all of the metal hardware that you need. And that's all in there. £39.99. So you just got to choose between the grey option or the brown option. Right, then we've also got a different option for you. So now if you've already got the hardware and you don't want that in the kit, we've got the panel, same one as I just shown you, and the instructions, but it doesn't come with the hardware. So if you've already got the hardware and you think, well, I don't want the zip and I don't want the sliders and I don't want the adjusters, you can buy just the instructions and the panel, £24.99. Fab. Let's do straps next, because we've got loads of them. Bag straps, very important, because again, sometimes, you know, you can make a fabric strap, but buying webbing or PU makes quite a big difference to your bag. You know, like with this one of Becky's here that's got this lovely rainbow stripe, pastel rainbow. It makes quite a difference having that. Now, we've got one almost the same, but bright rainbow. There we go. Metre long. 40 mils, so 4 centimetres wide. Meters, only £2.99. Now this comes as cut 1 metre pieces. That's enough for one strap, isn't it? So this is the almost, this is the same as the one that Becky had used for her bag, only this is a pastel one, this is a bright one, but that's a lovely bag strap. So you'd need, there's a metre piece, so you probably, depending on the bag you're making, you will probably need 2 of these for a bag. Only £2.99, and these are the sort of, these webbings are really hard to get hold of, aren't they? Gorgeous one. It's only £2.99, multicoloured bright, 4 centimetres wide. We've got webbing as well in all these different tones. Now this is 1 inch wide. This comes in 2 different colourways. This one is stone. Again, 1 metre long. This is a cotton webbing. Beach bag. Yeah, lovely for a beach bag. Stone. It's really nice because it's all nicely finished at the edges. So it's a lovely one to use. Only £1.49. But again, sometimes if you're using a fabric strap and you want it to be a little bit stiff and put a bit of weight in it, you can actually insert this into the fabric tube, top stitch it down the centre or down the edges, and then you can use this to give your bag more structure, your handle more structure if you want a fabric one. But that's £1.49. Looks beautiful on its own for the stone. And then we have it in tan, which is this one. Exactly the same, just lighter. So that's the tan. And just so you can see, that's the stone. So that's tan, and that one's stone. Very similar, just depends which one you want. And then there's a polyester webbing, which again, this one's in a pale pink. This is brilliant to use on its own. This is more than, is that a metre? Feels like more than a metre. This is a pale pink, and again it's 25mm. Oh, it's 1.5 metres. I thought it was longer. Again, this is lovely to use on its own, but it also is really useful to add structure to an existing strap. So if you've got a 1 inch wide strap and you want to make it more structured, make the tube, thread this through it with a safety pin, top stitch it down the centre, and it's really good to use inside or use it on its own because it's beautifully finished down the edges. But I often use this for the inside of straps as well. £1.99 for a metre. That's 1.5 metres, that one. Then I have 3 PU straps. So let's start with navy. So this is 1 metre, £2.99. Faux leather. Faux leather. So this is lovely. If you look at it, it's top stitched down both edges, beautifully sealed all the way down. Comes in 1 metre pieces. Again, because it's PU, it will go through your sewing machine. You can sew it to your bags. You could, because it doesn't fray, you could fold it over round a D-ring. It's 25mm wide, so it will go with any of our 25mm D-rings. If you bought a packet of these, it will fold round those. And then if you want to just add something, you can use a small piece as a tab on one end, put a D-ring in, put a swivel clip on the other, or you can just attach it with a D-ring. But that's faux leather, metre long, and it's 25mm, 1 inch wide. So just measure what you need. You probably, depending on your bag, you might need 2 of these, depending on what you're doing. But it does look lovely, doesn't it? Then we have the same one, but in, what's this colour called? Is it burgundy or claret? Burgundy. I think it's more of a Merlot. Do you think it's a Merlot or maybe a Shiraz? Anyway, it's a wine colour. Exactly the same, top stitch down the edges. And then the final one is this one called tan? I'm going with tan. Camel. Camel. I think it's more like tan. This looks like your natural leather. I mean, it is faux leather, but this is more of your natural leather look. So depending on what you want. There we go. Again. See, that actually looks like I've got a bag on the end, doesn't it? Nice. In fact, I should have this because that looks nice in my dress. Right, what's this one? What's in here? Oh, shall I open it? Is that okay? It's a mystery. The code is KDL148. What's in it? Oh, tissue paper. Like a present. Oh, this is a living in loveliness. I know the tissue paper. Ooh. Inside here, little present, we have got the instruction for the Beatrice Boxy Makeup Bags Trio. So in here you get all the instructions to make the boxy makeup bags, which are, oh, I like those. 3 different sizes to make all these little ones. You know when you have the zip goes sort of up the side and across and then down the other side. You get 3 zips, obviously 1 for each. And you then get all the fabric you need, including the interfacing. This one has got Riley Blake fabric in it. Oh, it's got a lovely white floral, white on white print. $23.99 this one. It's just coming in. And then you get this lovely print Riley Blake, and you get the interfacing as well to make your set of 3 matching boxy makeup bags. What a lovely thing. I mean, that's like you can make 1 for you and then to give 2 as gifts, or have them as a matching set. Aren't they lovely? So everything's on here, everything you need to know. Full instructions, and Kerry's instructions are always very comprehensive. You've also got all the templates as well. And it all comes beautifully packaged in tissue paper for just $23.99. Have we got the code? It's coming. It's coming. There we go. So that's in the Ecru Blush Riley Blake floor. So you get 2.5 meters of fabric in there, and don't forget you get all the zips as well. So all you're going to need, and the interface, all you're going to need is your thread and maybe a sewing machine, quite possibly. How long have we got? We've got 5 minutes. We've got a pocket. I love that, look. It's just a pocket on its own. So if maybe you've made like a little slip, maybe you've got a little slip pocket that you've put on the outside of a bag, but you want to put a little flap on it. This has got holes, this is PU in a pale tan. It's got the holes pre-punched into it, so you can just hand stitch it. So if you've made a fabric bag and you want to just put the little flap on top, that's perfect, isn't it? $6.99, PU flap with metal button. Right, there are a few kits and things that I haven't been able to go through, but they were all on the website, so you'll be able to go on to pre-order and get them, because there's a couple of other, they're all on the today's deals section on the website, so you can see them all. Right, so we're going to go for a quick break. Move all of this off. Jenny's waiting in the wings. She's going to demonstrate in the next hour how to make, let's hope this doesn't fall down, look at him. He's EPP, you'd never believe it. He's made of lots, I'm just trying to see what the shapes of them are. They're all hexagons, because some of them have all different sorts of shapes. That's so clever. The kit's got the instructions, it's got the printed panel that you can make this. If you've been collecting them, get this one. If you haven't, don't worry, we've got kits for all of them. And then we've got this beautiful wall hanging that is been designed specifically for beginners. So if you want to know about EPP, you've never tried it before, or you want to make this absolutely gorgeous, it features all individual hexes. And when you get up close to it, it's just gorgeous. So she will be with us in 2 or 3 minutes' time. So we're just going for a quick break. Don't go anywhere, and I'll see you back here really soon.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery, and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. You know, start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So if you love EPP, this hour is all for you. You are going to love it. Morning, Jenny.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Nice to have you back.
It's nice to see you again.
I know.
It's
We
been
remember
a few
last
months.
time we were together and we launched. We had that great idea.
We did.
For that Facebook group, Scrappy Hexy Fun. It went mad. It's gone mad.
Yeah, 1.2k members
That's mad,
now.
isn't
It's
it?
insane. No, sorry, 2 point something
We
k.
were just having
yeah,
a chat
2.1.
going, we should have a Facebook group, shouldn't
Yeah,
we?
it has gone insane. Yeah, 2.1k.
That's
followers.
amazing. And it is brilliant. So I bought all of my pieces and I just couldn't do the scrappy thing, and I sewed them all together and they were all a bit orders, and then I unpicked them all because all the members. So if you love EPP, join our Facebook group. Well, it's Jenny's really, but we sort of chatted it. It's
Yeah,
our group,
it's
really.
good fun.
It's called Scrappy Hexy Fun, and we set it up, and then Jenny runs it, and it's great.
It's good
to
fun.
encourage people to just be scrappy.
Yeah, and now it's just like everyone's just posting all their mates, their EPP
So
mates. It's
I was
brilliant.
inspired. So I sewed mine together in sort of colour groups, and then I realised that was all wrong. So I unpicked them all.
Fair enough.
And
Why
I'm
not?
determined now that I'm going to do all of my. But I've got nice big hexies. So
Yes, you did. 1.5 inch, I think
big,
they were.
so,
yeah.
And I'm going to make them all before I sew it together, so it can be more random.
do it.
So that was fab, wasn't it? So
Yes,
I
oh my
can't
gosh.
believe how many people love scrappy
and
hexie.
it's all over the world now, the people that have joined.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
It's crazy.
I think it's
So
just really helped to encourage people to just go for it
Yeah,
and
yeah,
use
yeah.
up your fabric.
Yeah, and everyone's really friendly and everyone's given advice.
It's
It's just brilliant.
I know, it was just like, should we do it? Should we do it?
Let's do it.
And luckily Jenny runs it, thank goodness. But I love watching
With
it
the
all.
help of Bryony. She's
Yes.
a Sewing Street, she watches Sewing Street, but yeah, she's my right-hand woman on that now.
Oh,
She
it's
keeps an
fab,
eye on
isn't
it
it?
for
I just
me.
read it all and comment. It's lovely. But anyway,
Right.
we're on cushion number 5.
We are.
So if anyone has been collecting them, they know exactly what this is about. If they haven't, what's the theory behind this?
So they are all pattern matched cushions with an animal theme, but each cushion is using a different EPP shape repeated, and they're using a panel, and they're all pattern matched for you. So it's a really easy, fun project, perfect for holidays because you just don't need to think about it. It's all done for you. You've only got to base the shapes and sew them together. They'll match up and make a really cute animal.
So this is completely the other side of Scrappy Hexie.
Yes.
This is very
Yeah.
planned Hexie.
It is, but people have messaged in before saying, oh, it's pattern matching, do you waste lots of fabric? And no, because it's all done for you.
Well,
You don't
should we
waste
have a look
any.
at the panel
Yes,
so that we can see?
for this month.
So this is the Sloth this month. We will have a look at this because this is number 5. So this is the panel. So that's the cushion back. There we go. And then this is the cushion front. So look, can you see? These are all half hexies. So they're all printed there and they will all match beautifully. The seam allowances have been added on top. That's already there, you don't even need to think about it. And then when you then sew them together, they will make the whole sloth pattern. And
They
it's
look
all
so
there.
funny when they're like that because they've got like 4 eyes, but
Yeah.
some of that will disappear in the seam allowance, so they end up with just 2 eyes each. But he is so cute. She, because she's a mummy. And then you get some extra little prints on the end.
So
Next
ready,
to the
a quarter of the stock has already gone and we have on pre-order and we haven't put the graphics in yet. They're about to come in, but a quarter has already gone on pre-order. So get ready and press add to basket. Check out, quick, $24.99. So it does look a bit odd when you, like Jenny said, with all the eyes, but that's because all the seam allowances are added there. So this is the easy peasy way of pattern matching,
Oh, yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah, no
All
wasting
the hard
fabric.
work has been done for you. But on the panel, you get the 2 pieces for the cushion back, and you get 4 free sloths.
You do.
We've
Fill
got
up
a
the
message.
panel.
Morning, beautiful ladies. I've bought my cushion and the pattern for later. Looking forward to watching you from Nikki in Hampshire. Fab,
Oh,
because they are gorgeous.
Hi,
Should
Nikki.
we get him down? Or he's on here. So this is what he looks like when he's made. Now, if you get in really close, you can see the half hexie, so you can see he hasn't got all those eyes anymore. So it's the sloth and her baby.
Her baby.
Her baby.
So cute.
It's got, what's it called?
I haven't named this one actually.
It can't be called Ben, because it's a girl. It could be Ben and Charlie. It could be Becky.
It could be Becky.
Becky and Charlie. then you can be the giraffe. And then there's the back, so you can see that's how it all works when it's made. So it's a way of you being able to create a beautiful thing, but from EPP.
Yeah, and you get all the papers for it in there.
So in the kit, basically, you get the big panel that I've just shown you. You also get the instructions, very handy, tell you everything that you need to know, all in there. And you get the paper pieces. Now, I think for £24.99, the fact you get the instructions, the printed panel, and all the pieces, that's a really good price. Totally exclusive as well. Morning, Jenny. Loving the sloth cushion. Your nails are fab too.
Oh, thank you.
They are, aren't they? And isn't a dress fab? We've had to chat. I really want that dress.
I know.
It's a shame you can't feel it. It's so soft.
It's so
You need to, I give a little
comfy.
stroke. It's beautiful and it's like really 70s vibe. Absolutely love it. Hi. How easy is it to match up the pieces, e.g. the eyes?
So easy, because once you've popped your shape on, you have the 1/4 inch seam allowance around the shape, which you fold back over the card, and it will automatically pattern match.
It just works because the seam allowance has been added in.
It has. The pattern's been repeated kind of just to make it so that when it folds in, it matches the next
That's why
shape.
it looks a bit funny on the panel. But it's just genius. So you get all of that in there. You get the panel, the instructions, and the paper pieces of exactly the right size. So that's the sloth cushion. Now, she could be Sally the sloth.
She could.
She could. She could, yes.
Yeah. Sally the sloth with baby Sam.
I know Ben wants it to be called Ben. It can't be called Ben. Well, it could be a daddy and his baby. Yeah, okay. No, but it doesn't begin with S. So if you've, sorry, Jenny's going to demo this in a minute, but if you would like to buy them, if you haven't seen the others, which was number one?
So number one was the leopard.
The leopard.
Obviously.
I'm going to hold him up very carefully. Let's take him off. So this is the leopard. And obviously in the kit you get, this is, what are they?
Honeycombs.
Honeycombs. I was thinking, what is that shape? So this is honeycombs. Obviously in the kit you get the panel exactly the same as the sloth panel, and it's got all the pieces that are already printed out to shape. I won't open up the whole thing, but it's all printed out to shape. And you get the instructions and the special paper pieces that just for this one. Now, there are less than 20 of these left. So if you want the leopard, you need to get him checked out. So there's the leopard. Number two?
Was the zebra.
Zebra, let me get him down. This is the zebra in flowers. So what shape is this one?
I think that is the hexagon one.
That's the real hexie. So in the zebra, you get obviously the panel exactly the same as the others, where all the pieces are printed. You get the paper pieces and the instructions, all to make the zebra cushion. Wouldn't these look great together?
Yeah.
Got the most amazing wildlife sofa.
Definitely. Next up was
giraffe. Well, I've got
You're going to get that's going to
really,
fall.
no,
Really
no, it's not. It's not going to fall.
It's going to be all right.
The giraffe. Morning to you both. How about Susie the sloth? Good, liking that one.
Good one, good
From
one.
Susan. Susan the sloth. You can name it after yourself, that's fine. So what's this shape called?
I call it the crown. So it's 3 crowns rotated to, like attached to each other to make a hexagon. One. Yeah.
So there's the giraffe. I love the giraffe.
I think it's great.
Gorgeous. And again, obviously, in the kit, you get the printed panel, the paper shapes, the full instructions.
I thought it would be a really nice way to get people used to using other shapes and hexies.
Well,
but just one other shape, and so it's not loads of shapes putting together, it's just one shape.
Well, so when you do this, you're learning about, you know, EPP from the start. It helps you with pattern matching because you understand the principle of adding a 1/4 inch when you make other things, and you get to do new shapes. Love the giraffe. £24.99. And then the final one was the koala.
Yes.
Kevin the koala.
I'm going to move that. I feel like it's going to fall down.
This one, is this a rhombus? Or a jewel?
A jewel.
A jewel.
That one was a jewel. That was
Love
last
this
month.
one. So there's the koala in the jewel shapes. And again, remember, you get the panel with all the pieces printed on it. You get the paper pieces, that exactly the right shape, and you get the instructions, all for £24.99. Right, so before we get sewing, I'm not going to balance him back up there. I'm just worried everything's going to fall off. let's just quickly talk about your book.
Oh, there
So
it
Jenny
is.
wrote a book. Last time I was in with Jenny, it was coming out very, very soon, and
It's been that long ago, hasn't
hadn't
it?
actually
Yeah.
been launched. It was about to be.
Yes, the next show,
Like
I think
the next
it was,
show.
yeah.
This is just gorgeous. Because what I love about it is that it's really contemporary designs. You've taken traditional EPP that goes back to like the 1700s and brought it bang up to date.
Yeah, that was the aim.
I
Big
love
shapes.
it. Absolutely love it. So when we launched it, we sold 202 minutes. Boom, like that. It's a brilliant book. It's great. If you're a beginner and you think, I would like to do this, this assumes nothing.
Yes, you've got everything
takes you
in there.
through-
This project suitable for complete beginners and then beyond.
But it gives all of the basic stuff, you know, things like this, which are really important.
Yes.
A brilliant book. Well done, Jenny Jackson. Hope this is the first of many publications.
Oh, thank you.
So, you know, what I love, it's got the real basic, you know, how to cut and base. So this covers everything from the complete beginner, but then it gives you ideas. It doesn't just, because this is what a lot of the scrappy, hexy fun people said was, I've joined them, I don't know what to make.
Yes,
and that's often what
exactly.
people do.
Yes,
is they
yeah.
go, I don't know what to make. I don't know what to do. But look at the projects in this book.
Yeah, there's cushions, wall hanging,
See
table
it.
runners, a lampshade. That's one of my favourites.
Is that your favourite? I'm trying
one
to
of
think.
them. And then there's
I mean-
different size quilts. I've got a single quilt.
So all the templates are in the book. Everything you need is in there. And then we've got all of the projects, from little things like a mug rug to big quilts. I love the cube. I really like the big, I mean, where's this big? Look at this. Look at that. Hi Jenny and Rebecca, love the cushions, got all the so far. Can we have an elephant, please?
Sure thing.
Sure. Yes, let's do an elephant.
Why
Let me just show you before we go on the lampshade, which is Jenny's favourite. I mean, I think the cushion, you know, even the cushion, you know, we just think, oh, well, a cushion, yeah, but look how cool it is.
Yeah, so that one's EPP and appliqued onto a background.
That's cool.
Yes.
I love that one. Right, and then we've got to do the lampshade. It's going to be right at the beginning, isn't it? I love the lampshade. I think that's such a good idea. Because it just...
There it is.
Look at that. Because it's often... Look at that. Because often things like this you think, well, I don't know what to do with my EPP. Well, if you want to learn EPP, if you want to know how to do it the right way, the easy way, Jenny will take you by the hand throughout the whole thing and give you some ideas as well. I mean, it is a gorgeous book. And it's so lovely to see EPP, you know, brought right up to date. 18 projects for $13.99.
I've got all the paper pieces available pre-cut as
Yeah,
well on my
so
website.
all
So if
the
you're put
templates-
off about having to make your own templates, you don't have to. The
They're-
ones
they're
in the
all-
book are
they're all
100%.
in here, they're all the
yeah.
right ones, so you can just photocopy them. But Jenny does sell
Yeah.
on her website, she sells the pre-cut ones
Yeah.
for you.
In the book, they are to scale as well. That was one of the things I asked
Really
them for. I said,
important.
please do them to scale so people don't have to faff around with a...
So you can just photocopy them
yeah.
onto thin card or whatever.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
you can buy them from Jenny herself. Anyway, fantastic book. Have a look at the reviews on the website. You'll know everybody. We've had so much good feedback about this book. Right, so let's Sloth, because we've also got another project in this hour.
Have. So I'm
We
just
have the
going to
wall
do a
hanging.
bit of both. I was just going to show you how to cut them for anyone who's not seen.
Yeah,
and cut and baste, and I'm just going to sew two shapes together, but I thought it would be fun because I've had a lot of questions from people who have already bought the other ones. How do I quilt it? Like, what design do I quilt it
Right.
on? I've started doing free motion, but just free motion wiggles, because it's such a forgiving quilting technique.
Okay, that'd
like,
be
it doesn't
really
matter,
good to see.
like,
You don't have
what
to think.
you do, yeah,
Okay.
and it's not as scary as it seems. So as you can see, there's white gaps in between. That's the only waste you'll have, is the
Right.
white in between, because what you want to do is you want to actually cut. You can use a rotary cutter or scissors, but I tend to just sit on the sofa cutting these out.
Well, this is the good thing, because when you're pattern matching, otherwise normally you waste so much fabric.
Oh, don't. You have to get the fat quarters, and then you could only get three
You end up
three
like
pieces,
the
and they're
centre
all
round.
over the
Yeah.
fat quarter, and then you've got waste. Yeah, you can do stuff with it, but they're going to be very random shapes afterwards. Right, I'm just going to cut two shapes.
So when you do these, do you cut them and sew them in order?
Right, yeah, so no, so what I do is I tend to cut a line at a time and clip them together with a quilter's clip in order, and then I'll base them all and then just start sewing, but I'll have them all, and sometimes I'll put a little sticky note saying row 1 under the clip.
Right,
row
okay.
2. But I always say take a photo of the panel before you cut into it.
Yeah.
Just, or unless you like jigsaws, but it is very handy to take a photo of the panel first. Right, so
label them, or?
Yeah, label them and just keep them organised. You'll be able to get them back in the right way anyway, but it will be an EPP jigsaw. So these shapes, is this just the same shape rotated so they fit together? So just thought I'd do 2 shapes for you, because the next project's EPP as well, so I'm going to do more hand sewing for that one. See, I think that was the first one. I've got confused. Right, so you've got that completely sorted for you. These shapes you can use more than once as well. I've used these about 3 times.
And these are the shapes are all in the kit,
These are the ones that you get. So as you can see there, I've eyed my 3/4 inch seam allowance. It fits perfectly on there. So you are just going to use a little bit of glue. You can hand tack
We have got
well.
the glue pen in the graphics at the moment. So the glue pen is, it's not essential. You don't have to use glue.
No, you can hand based if you want.
Gluing is wonderful, and it's not Pritt stick. Do not use Pritt stick.
Don't use Pritt stick.
But this glue is fab. I think this one comes with 1 refill.
And this fabric, the panel fabric, oh my gosh, it comes off so nicely off these shapes.
Does it?
Yeah, so you're just going to go around once like that, and then I'm going to just base the other one. I did have a threaded needle here.
Oh.
No idea where that's
gone. Oh, I know. Hang on, don't move.
Oh, there it is. Oh, thank you. There we go. I was thinking, how's that disappeared then? I haven't even moved much yet. I could see it on the floor. God, it's so cold in here, isn't it? It's like last time I go run outside. It's chilly. I'm glad I've got a long-sleeved dress on, but I'm going to get changed before the drive home because I know the sun's going to be blaring all the way home.
Maybe just turn it off for like 5 minutes. It's really cold though. I feel like a bit silly wearing a summer dress. It's all right, Becky's turned it off, Ben, don't worry.
There we go. So I've just basted 2 shapes. As you can see, glue basting is super quick as well. So like I said, I'm going to show a lot more hand sewing in the next...
the wall hanging, but just so you can see how this works. So you cut out all your bits.
Cut out all my bits, and then as you can see here, these 2 are going to match perfectly. So it's just right sides together, like so. And I'm just going to clip the end so I don't strain my fingers pressing it. I've knotted the bottom of my cotton, and you're just going to go straight through the end here.
Oh, you need to just move over a little bit, just because you're crashing.
This way?
That's it, yeah. You're crashing with the titles.
Okay. And you're just going to go through, not through the card, just through a little bit of the fabric. You can feel the card with your needle anyway, so you're not going to go through it.
We've got loads of animal requests.
Oh, good.
Owl, red panda, gorilla, horse, wolf.
They could be endless, couldn't they? I could just keep going with these.
Could I do a dinosaur? Well, I don't think a dinosaur would fit with this. Is a kind of a jungle theme.
Well, I was thinking I'm going to carry on with the jungle theme, and then there's nothing to say. I can't go underwater or something.
Yeah, that's true.
And just do some other ones because they are great gifts as well.
Yes, yeah.
You know, they're so fun to make, but when you've got enough for yourself,
they are lovely gifts,
then they are
aren't
really, really nice gifts.
Well, like you say, they're a brilliant thing to take on holiday with
you.
Because
such
it's
good holiday sewing.
Well,
it's so mindful, and you literally just need your panel and your paper pieces and a little bit of kit.
So all my hexes that I am determined to sew them all together. I worked out how many I needed. That's why I ordered all my papers. I think I needed like 150, and I'm basting them all.
Yeah.
All, and it's just because you only need a glue stick, and the fabric is quite easy to transport.
Yeah, scissors, needle, thread,
lovely.
Boom.
And a fabric clip. That's
and
a great
clip. I do love my fabric clips, so my wrists don't get sore with the amount of hand sewing I do. I'm going on holiday.
So you always go front to back? and
yes,
you go left to right.
I do. I am left-handed though.
Ah, right. I was thinking I do it the other way. I'm really confused.
But I know a lot of people have said to me in the past that they sew towards them and their wrist was hurting. So I suggested they give this a try, and now their wrist is fine.
Oh, okay.
I can't imagine sewing towards me. It seems very unnatural for me to have my wrist bent like that. Like it's natural for me to sew forward.
I go towards me. I'm going to try that then. Yes. I go left to right, but I go towards me. How weird is that?
And then when you get to the end here, I just wrap my thread around my needle a couple of times, and that knots it off.
And that it? And then just and then
I
one
tend to do
extra
one
stitch.
little stitch back, just.
And that's all.
That's it. That is English paper piecing right there. So they're all pattern matched, and then you just carry on. Then you add the next row, the next row, the next row. It's so relaxing.
So it just matches.
Yeah, it just matches for you. I'll show you with the next project, but I thought it would be fun. Oh, also before I forget, as I've got these here, you know the extra bits,
the extra free sloths.
So no, but you get them on some of the other panels. So how cute!
Oh wow!
If I wanted to do it, but I just didn't have time with some sachet or some different colours. The only one that doesn't is the leopard. I think that was the first.
Right.
The first one we did. Oh no, the zebra doesn't either, because that's got some really fun. That's got some extra strips of some fun floral. But if you decide,
there's 3 koalas on the koala.
Right, if you decide to just do a plain back for the cushion, then you've got all the fabric from the cushion backs. You don't necessarily need to use that print. Can you imagine working out a really cute, fun patchwork quilt or a little baby quilt, and you can use the different sachets of those.
Well, next time, I'm looking forward to seeing that.
You could even use the leopard back, you just wouldn't have a leopard.
Yeah, but I'm thinking applique. My denim jacket would look nice with that giraffe on.
Yes. Oh, do you know what? Vix. I was on with Vix when I did one of these, and she said that she wanted a giraffe on the back of her denim jacket.
Yeah, I don't know why, it just sort of goes together, doesn't it?
But anyway, so these if you collected them,
quilts.
And you could use plain fabrics if you wanted the pretty backs on the cushions, but if not, save the back of the cushions. Oh, you can make so much.
That's a fantastic idea.
Just before I forgot to tell you. So ta-da, here's another.
Oh, is this one you made earlier?
This is one I made earlier. It is.
So can we get up close onto that one, Charlie? Just so then we can see how beautifully it matches.
And I did this really quickly as well.
Like the eyes, so you can see, look.
I did this so quickly. Did you? Yeah, because I was like, right, I've got to get this done.
Gorgeous. What colour thread did you use for it?
For this one, I think I used either cream or but I used a very light grey.
Oh, okay.
And it worked quite well.
So that's it when it's finished?
Yes. So I'm just going to baste it to the wadding. So people often ask me, how do I baste? So I do the same method as I would as a quilt. I call it spray and roll. Spray and roll? So I would bend this forward like this. I'm only going to spray a tiny bit on. And
so that's
then
the 505 quilting spray.
And then push that forward and go out. So if this was a massive quilt, I'd have it on the floor, but honestly, this is my easiest way. I can baste a quilt in 5 minutes doing this.
Wow.
And I've never had any lumps and bumps. I just have to do it on the floor. Then, like that.
Easy. That makes such a difference.
So imagine that's a big quilt, you would just have it rolled up. And I do exactly the same for the back as well. But I honestly, because a lot of people are, oh, I've made the front, no. That's so quick. Making the sandwich, 505 and quilt and roll spray. I'll try and do a video at some point of me on the floor. Yeah, you should. Doing a big old quilt next time I do a quilt. But yeah, so that is just the best way.
And then you do the same for the back?
Yes, on a quilt, yeah. On the backing, exactly the same. It doesn't matter if you do the front or the back first, I find, because I just do
it's really hard, particularly when you've pieced a back, to get it straight.
Yeah,
but when you're using
if you
spray,
do that, if you do spray and you do the roll, you have it flat to start with, roll from the top, just peel the front, spray, peel back as you spray.
Fantastic.
And it is
so that's that stuck in place.
Yes. So I thought I would show you. I'm hoping this is all going to be set up correct, because I turned it off. And
so how do you set up your machine for this?
So you just have to drop your feet. No, I haven't threaded the needle. I knew there was something I hadn't done.
So drop
your feet. I make sure that my foot is raised, so when I press down, it's not as close to the bottom as it would be. So I do 0.8 usually, and I just find that it flows the.
Oh, so the foot. So on some machines you can raise the foot.
Yes, yes. So it's different. Yeah.
I don't think you can do that on all. I don't think you can do that.
I have no idea, but because I find that when I don't do that, the fabric doesn't move as freely.
Oh, okay.
There we go. So I'm hoping I've set this all up. And so I did a little sewing for pleasure. I did an introduction to free motion quilting workshop and had people doing it just on a quilt sandwich, nothing on it, plain fabric. It was just to get used to it. And everyone was like, oh, it's not as scary, is it?
Hi ladies, Jenny, your nails are to die for. An orangutan will be fantastic from Claudia.
I'm
they are,
super
aren't
lucky
they? Yes.
that my best friend has trained to be a nail tech.
Can you machine sew the pieces, or is it better to hand sew them?
You need to hand sew them. With some of them, you would just end up doing so many Y seams.
Yeah, it would just,
It just wouldn't, it would be hard.
I don't think it wouldn't be as accurate either.
It wouldn't either, no. You would have to get like dead on
EPP is a hand sewing method.
It really is. Right, so with
So you've got, what sort of foot have you got on there?
I've got my free motion foot on.
Okay.
I set it down. I actually, for that one, I changed thread colours, I think. I think I used a creamy or a light grey for the green.
Yes.
And then I just did the free motion around the sloth, and then I changed it to a different thread.
Right.
You don't have to do that, but I like to experiment with these projects. Yeah, so I'm just gonna get my foot up. Free motion is literally about wiggling, and you really just don't need to stress about where your wiggles are going. So I always say, just get a little practice, make a little quilt sandwich and play. But I took years to be able to pluck up the courage to do this myself. And then I just thought, it is easier to sit down to free motion.
Okay.
And you do want your...
So you just sort of go round,
You're basically
not in
just
circles.
drawing, no, wiggles. But you don't want them to be all the same, so you can do all sorts. I call them splodges sometimes. So the quicker you go, the smaller your, usually the smaller your, these stitches are much bigger than when I do it at home, but they are actually really nice. It must be a setting I've got.
Oh yeah.
And I wouldn't even stress if all your stitches aren't the exact same length. When
so
you're
you just
free
try and
motion.
fill the spaces in?
Yeah, you do. You just wiggle away. And if you feel like, if you go over, and if you feel like you need a break, and with a cushion it's really easy, well, you can just stop.
Yeah.
But if you don't want to cut it off, I often wiggle off the edge.
Okay, and then you can go back.
Yeah, and when I'm doing a big quilt, I'll look at it before and I'll think, right, I'm going to quilt this section first. If I go this way here, then I'm going to wiggle off there. And
yes, and then you can go back. Okay.
And then I'm going to come in here.
Okay. So you don't feel like, oh my God, I've got to keep going.
Yeah.
We've got a question from Carol. I have your giraffe EPP. Do you have any tips on how to label each piece so they stay in order?
Yes. So when they come, where's me? I had a panel here. No, where did I put my panel?
Which one would you like? Well, let's actually have. Do you want the giraffe?
Yeah, I'm just wondering where my actual panel is.
Oh, I don't know. Well, here's the giraffe.
Oh, but there it is. It's ended up over here.
Oh, okay.
You've got one there. Here we go. Oh yeah, the giraffe, because you did. Oh, the giraffe is different, isn't it? Because it's not sewn in lines.
Have I got
I'm
your
trying to
sloth
remember.
or
It's been
my
a
sloth?
while. Oh yeah, here we go. I'm going to have it facing me so then I can see. Right, so with this one, I sew, what did I do? I sewed these three together, then these three together, these three together, these three together. So what I would have done is I would have cut these three out, probably basted them as well, and I would have put these three together with a clip. But I would have done it in the same order each time. So that one on the bottom, then this one, and then clipped that one. And also kept them the right way up. So I would have put the clip here and these ones just underneath that.
So I guess you could label
And
them
just
like
press one.
A1, 2, 3,
Yeah,
B1.
yeah.
So if you do them in...
this one was, I'm just thinking this one was sewn in vertical
Right.
lines like this. and then I added the edge pieces on last. So yeah, I would clip these 3 together and do 1A.
Yeah,
2A,
I like to say if you've
3A,
got a photo.
4A. Yeah, and always take the photo as well, because then you can see where they're meant to be. But yeah, quilters clips and little mini post-it notes. Pop the little numbers on, and then you know. But that's what I did for all of them, whether
I've
we're in
written
lines.
on the paper piece as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Just so that you could.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, just clip, pin, and little sticky notes on them, and then they'll keep. I know, they're so cute.
I think he's my favourite.
Do you?
Which is your favourite?
I don't know. I really do like the koala. His face is really cheeky.
Yeah, he is
like
gorgeous.
He just looks full of character, and I love a koala. I do, but then I do like.
Yeah,
I like
Ben's
them all
favourite is the
actually.
sloth.
I can't actually pick a favourite. I'm working on the next one already for next month.
So
right,
that's
I'm going to pop that there. Right, so yeah, so with free motion you just keep, oh no, that was yours, wasn't it?
Yeah, we'll get confused.
Yeah, you just keep on going.
So just keep wiggling.
Yeah, so that was just a little something that I wanted to show you today.
I think it's brilliant,
just to make it a bit different, because I knew the next half of the show is all hand sewing.
Because I haven't done that, so I think it's like
really easy. You just do it, but do it on a plain quilt sandwich first.
Yes.
Just some scrap of fabric that you don't need. And I often have a piece next to me before I'm going to quilt a quilt, because what I'll do is I'll bring that scrap in to get my vibe going, to get my speed going.
Right, I see what you mean.
And then I will go on to my quilt. And if I go
Yes.
for lunch, before I start back on my quilt, I'll grab my scrap
just to get
into the motion.
Yeah, okay.
The motion. The free motion
The free
of it all.
motion. Right, that's fab. Now we've got to now move on to the summer wall hanging.
Yes.
So this is the first in Jenny's new series of wall hangings that are aimed at beginners.
They are.
Yes. So it is hanging up behind Jenny. It's the beautiful butterfly.
And so this is the summer one.
Now they're all the same size.
They will be.
And there will be one. So what you can do is hang them all up together when you finish them, or hang them in a specific place, maybe on the back of a door. They're the right shape for the back of a door.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, if you've got a door that always stays open, or the front of the door, and you could change them with each season.
Yes. So this next one's going to be an autumn one. It's still going to be a nice scene like this. It's probably going to be leafy, more leafy and like treey. Oranges.
So what flower is the butterfly?
I don't know, because I'm not very good with flowers.
No, I'm rubbish, that's why I asked.
But yeah,
a really nice flower.
It's got hanging tabs on it that I want to show.
So let me show the panel. In fact, let's show it over here.
Oh yeah, you get loads of lovely. You get loads of lovely free bits.
This is massive.
It is.
So again, it's the same principle, but this is hexes. So and they're big hexes.
They are. They are.
These are your one.
On them.
Are they 1.5?
Yeah, I think they are. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are. Yeah.
Yes, I'm sure they are, because they look like the size of the ones I have.
Yeah, nice and big.
And let me tell you, I've got 1.5 for my scrappy hexie, and they're brilliant. But I love the print of it. It's like an oil painting.
Yes, that was the plan. Yeah, so it's instead of having a picture up on your wall, because I'm a massive fan of hanging my quilts on the walls. I've got them in my flat now from ages ago, and I can't, and sometimes I change them.
I think it's lovely.
I like to make wall hangings or small quilts.
And I guess it's easier as well, isn't it? You just got the tabs and you take it off.
So it's got tabs at the top, and then you do
get these are all the pieces, and then on this side we've got labels,
some little cute hexes, and basically the picture, but
so that's really useful for referring to when you sew it together.
Yep. So this one. So in the actual one, you've got an extra layer of alternate pink, green hexes, just to make the size up, and just because it looked really nice like that.
And then you get these labels that you can sew on it if you wanted to. Felt like you had to give it away.
Exactly.
You just put your own name on it, but it's beautiful. So, and also in the kit, you get the instructions.
Yeah.
So in the instructions, everything you need to know. And I like the fact you've put in a picture in.
Yes.
Oh, we've got a text about the flower. It's an echinacea.
Thank
you very much, Michelle, because Jenny and I are both rubbish at flowers. The flower's an echinacea from Maddie. Thank you. See, we've learned something today.
We are.
Both of us like don't know.
Thank you. This is going to be every time I bring a new one out for each season. Like, can you just let me know what tree that is?
I like the fact you've got a photo, a picture.
Yes.
So that's really useful for piecing it together.
That if you forget to take a photo before you cut it up, you've got it in this one. I do them in most of the animal ones as well. So this is step by step adding to the
real step by step. This is really is for beginners. How to
make the hanging tabs.
Make the hanging tabs. So you do need for this
1 metre.
A metre of white fabric.
Yeah, or a colour to match the front if you want to add it. But a metre will do the backing. It will do the hanging tabs and it will do the binding.
We do have that.
Yes.
Can we put that one in? If you need to buy a metre
of white, and that will do the back, the binding, and the tabs. You can get loads out of a metre. It's perfect. And you get the templates. Yep. So you get 55 templates in the packet.
In the bag, they're all in there.
Yeah, but we worked it out. So don't open it.
Oh, but I want to show them.
I've got some. I've got some. We'll show
I want to show because I have these and they are so lovely.
Yes, I have got some. Yeah, don't open it
because they're all sealed and lovely.
There we go. These have been used loads of times.
They are because I can used personally attest how brilliant these are. They're stiff, but they're not too stiff.
Yes, and you can reuse them like 8-10 times.
And the glue peels off nicely.
Beautifully.
And they're perfectly cut.
They are.
So I love them. Anyway, you get a packet which I haven't opened.
Yes, you get 55. We worked it out so you could reuse them. So you can baste as much as you can, sew those together, take all the ones out that have been sewn around, which I'll show you how to do in when I start my demo, and then baste some more.
Okay.
And sew like that. It worked out better to do that. Or like the more paper pieces I add to a project, the more expensive
and you
it
don't
gets.
need
and you don't need to
them.
because you can reuse them. So we thought that would be best.
And it's great. So you've got the instructions, you've got the panel, you've got the paper pieces. So and this really, if you've not done EPP before, this is perfect.
Oh yeah, hexes are the way forward.
Okay.
And
so where
you can't even tell when you look at it.
No,
that's the other thing I love about it. It looks like a piece of fabric, but when you get up close, you can
see it. It's beautiful, isn't it?
A hexes.
What a lovely gift.
So yeah, I can't wait to make the autumn one already.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm excited. I think that's going to be in September's show, probably.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I actually don't think I'm going to need the iron now, so I'm actually going to turn it off. Okay. I can smell it. No, just imagine my dress like wafting onto it.
Yeah, no, don't. Not your new dress.
Don't burn my new dress. Right, so I've started it.
Oh, that's lovely.
So I wanted to show you how to add shapes as you go.
So you do the same basting-y thing that we did with the other one?
Yeah, you do.
What have you lost?
That thread's gone again. It's because I keep moving stuff. That panel's flapped around everywhere. It's all right, I've got plenty with me.
Oh, it's it. No, look. Hang on.
Oh, it's attached to my foot. Is it?
Luckily the floor is black, so you can actually see it.
Yes, what I'll do is, I don't know, would people like to see how to baste it again?
Definitely, because
this is my next row, and as you can see, I've clipped it in the order.
Number one on top.
So, number one on top. So I know what I'm doing, but I will show you. I just love this fabric that the panels are made out of. It's so nice to hand sew with.
It's right for EPP, isn't it? Because it's nice and light.
Yeah, exactly. And it comes off really nicely. Oh, I've got a bit crease. Maybe I do need the iron now. I might
it'll still be hot.
I might actually need to just iron that slightly because that's going to. Sorry, Bex.
It's all right.
That needle's going again. Thank you. Definitely didn't fold that well when it shoved it in me bag there. Oh, how do you do this?
Oh, we'll just put it down. Right then, put your hand on it.
Yeah.
Oh no, you turned it off.
Oh.
It won't work if you turn it off. Right.
Oh,
I'm so excited.
Oh no, it's gone up again.
Oh no, we've got to keep your hand on it.
What do I do?
Yeah, just keep your hand on it, it'll go down.
Oh wow, this is a bit posh, isn't it? You can
I
tell
know, mine arrived this morning because I ordered mine last week and it arrived this morning. I just can't wait. I was driving into work this morning thinking, oh, my iron's going to be here. So.
Oh, I like it.
It's great, isn't it? And you don't need to put it on its end.
I know, but that's going to be habit though, isn't it? That's going to be a habit you're going to have to break.
Yeah, I know. It's going to take a while.
Yeah. Oh, it's very posh.
And then I'll use another iron and I'll be into that habit.
Oh, wow.
But it is so beautiful to use.
I will turn it off now.
Can't wait to get mine.
I definitely don't need it again for this hour. Right. Oh, trying to get that back in there. Right, fantastic. Oh, look, I creased the one that I'm about to do. Brilliant. Right, so I'm just going to cut it off. So you don't want any white. What I tended to do, is that right?
Yes.
What I tend to do? Yeah, I will cut out on the outside of the black line on this panel.
Okay.
Just along the black line, but towards the outer of it, not so you can see it on the back of the, like on the actual shape that you're cutting out.
So the black line is still intact.
So if you're going to do that, do it on all of them, because that means your seam allowance is going to be the same on them all. But if you cut some so you can see the black and some without, then you're losing that tiny little few millimetres of fabric there. So you want to be consistent with the way that you cut them. Oh no, oh good. Just cut through some fabric, didn't I? I thought I cut through my head.
Oh, I've done that so many times, and then you just like your heart sinks. Thinking,
I think there might be someone at home, my mum, more than happy to finish off this demo piece. They never get wasted, my demos.
No, but I mean it is, and it just feels so achievable, doesn't it? That you cut them out. And
and I don't want to just fold this up and leave it at home. My mum is more than happy to finish them off.
Finish it off, I know.
Yeah, so I'm going to pop this out the way now, so then we can see.
Well, you make it look so easy.
It is easy, that's why. We even got Jan Hill doing it.
Yeah, well.
After many years
who said
of trying
she never would.
Never ever. She signed up to my subscription box as well.
Fantastic.
So she is EPPing now, and I'm so very proud of her. There we go. So as you can see, you just place it in the middle of the shape and you've got your seam allowance there. I always start on the same.
Do you stick yours to the shape on the inside at all?
Eh?
Do you stick the paper piece to the shape?
No, I
fabric?
don't, but you can do a little dot. My mum does a little dot onto the fabric so it doesn't move. I tend to start basting a shape in the exact same place each time so that then I know which way up it's going to be. Because this is quite abstracty. Obviously the photo that you take before, I referenced mine a few times because I was putting it down, picking it up. So I know, because of where I started, that this one right here that I'm doing is the top of the hexie.
Okay.
Just because I started there, so I knew.
So the one that's got folds on both?
No, it's actually this one. It's just the way that I've done it.
Oh, okay, and then you get...
I got into a habit of doing that. So I know that's the top.
Right.
So I will keep that there, and then I'll do the others.
Okay.
And I'll add them underneath the pile, and then clip them. So again, that's as easy as sorting a shape out. And then here are my pre-basted shapes. Oh, just need to knot my cotton. Oh, it's so relaxing.
So when you start, you put a knot in the end?
I do a double knot, just so that it's not going to pop through the fabric.
Just normal, nothing.
Just a normal knot, yeah.
One knot on top of the other.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I know some people knot it by wrapping it around the needle and pulling it down the thread. I can't do that. It would end up with the knot finishing here and a big dangly bit of thread. Some people have just got the skills.
So this is just one knot on top of the other?
Yep. Right, so it's right sides together, starting here. All my patterns, you'll start from the left-hand side of a row.
Okay.
But if you find it more comfortable to start from the right side of the row, it's going to do the same thing. You're just going to work, but you want to start with your bottom of your pile and go that way. So whatever's comfortable for you. Got my trusty little clip. Am I in the right place? I'm going to move over a bit before I end up in the writing there. Right, so you're just going to start in the bottom here and go through. Don't go through the cardboard, like I said before. You're just taking a little bit of the fabric from the edge, and you don't need to do your stitches really, really close together. Again, you don't want them to be too far apart. So I'm actually doing them right now how I would if I was sewing at home. But I will make them larger soon, just so we can get across the shape quicker.
Lovely.
It's so relaxing. So what you need to do with your hexies, now that you've undone them all, is This is a challenge from me to you.
Okay,
Everyone on Scrappy Hexy Fun, expect some photos from her. Put them in a bag and shake the bag up.
And just go
And then when with your eyes closed, pick 7, because that makes a hexy flower, and just sew them together. And don't you dare put them back in the bag.
But I feel like I need to get all of them tacked and basted before I start.
So baste them all.
Yeah,
and then shove them in a bag.
Yeah.
Close your eyes, pick 7, sew them into a flower. Then repeat for the next flower, then sew those 2 flowers together.
Whatever. Yeah, see, and I was going to do that when I'd basted like a few of them, and I thought, no, because then they won't be random enough. I need to baste the whole quilt.
So baste loads and loads. I haven't basted a whole quilt at all.
No, I've
but I have basted a good 100 at a time.
And I worked out how many I needed as well for this quilt.
But do that, because I honestly, prior to setting up this group, I never went scrappy, really. I would have different fabrics from the same collection all mashed all over the place. But this is, I'm using all different fabrics.
I decided I'd use lots of fabric collections, but I would baste each collection into one sort of flower.
That's what you said you were going to do.
And then when I did that, I then sewed about 4 of these flowers together, and I thought it still looks planned. So I undid it all.
Yeah, undo it all and literally do what I said.
It took ages to undo it all, and I put them all back.
But don't look and do it. And that's what I've done. And
what's the name of your EPP Facebook page called, please?
Oh, Scrappy Hexy Fun. That's the group. And it is definitely
I will. Put
it's the first time I've ever gone scrappy, and that's how I did it.
Well, I'll put a picture in of where I am so far.
And the amount of times I wanted to cheat and put one back, but I didn't.
Just home from hospital and you keep me going. Retail therapy might assist. I think retail therapy is severely underrated by some people.
So do I.
And I think you need to get yourself one of these kits, because how many hours is it? $24.99. How many? You know, it's less than £1 an hour, isn't it?
Exactly. Way less, because it'll take you hours.
Yeah.
So
trying to work up the courage to do Jenny's subscription EPP that I signed to me. She makes it look so easy. I've added them all hanging to my list. Andrea, honestly, it is easy.
It is easy.
I've done loads of it and then haven't done any for a while, and then I've sort of got back into it from watching Jenny. And I've picked up lots of tips. Like I never did the not end thing and the not beginning, and it's those little things that makes a difference. And using a glue pen.
Yeah, that's the game changer.
Revolutionary.
I know, I need shares.
Because
in
I
that
tacked.
company.
Idiot.
It just takes so long.
I know people love tacking.
I know, it's up to you. I just don't have time.
Even if you've done EPP, you have so many great tips.
Yeah.
It's got me right back into it.
So I'm going to add the next shape, because I want to show you how to remove the card as well. So I'm not going to knot off my cotton here, because I'm just going to go up this side here. So it's right sides together for this one.
When you get to the end, do you ever track back, or do you always finish off a thread?
I'll finish off a thread.
See, sometimes I tack back.
Yeah. No, I always finish off my thread. Okay. And then you literally just carry on going where you left off, but on adding the next 2 shapes. Then I'll go back and finish off the... You'll see when I've done this one, because I will literally just keep adding the shapes now along this row, and then I'll go back and sew down the sides of the shapes after.
Oh, so you go all along?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then I'll go back. That's just because then I do have to knot my thread off less. I can just keep going.
Well, also I guess you know they're all in order then.
Yeah, that's true. Right, so I want to do this row and the next row, so then I can remove a card piece, because I'll have a card that's got all the shapes, all the sides sewn around. So I'm just going to do slightly larger stitches now, purely just to get across the shape. And also, I always remove my card as I go. As soon as a shape has all sides sewn around, I remove it.
Do you? So why is that then?
Because it makes the whole thing easier to manipulate and hold, and you're less likely to bend all your cards then, which means they'll last even longer. Because the less you bend them,
yes, that's
the longer they last. So this one, after I've sewn the next line, I'll remove this one, which means when I'm sewing down there, I've not got to bend that card at all.
Right, okay. To reuse, yeah.
And it does just make it easier to hold, especially if you're making a large EPP.
And you don't use a thimble at all. I just end up with ragged fingers.
I've got ragged fingers.
Oh.
You should have seen it when I was writing the book. I was
but I bet you don't prick yours as much though.
I don't know. I do occasionally, and it really, really hurts. But I think I might actually just be used to that pain now of pricking my finger. Because when I did the book,
really,
I made absolutely everything in there because I was, you know, designing it as I went. So now I've just folded this side, right sides together, because I'm going to sew along the next side, and I'm just going to carry on. Yeah, I was just sewing and sewing and sewing and panicking and sewing and panicking.
I'm never going to get it finished. Well, you've got 18 projects in there.
Yeah, exactly, and especially when I was like, I definitely want a few full-sized quilts.
Oh, they are gorgeous. Absolutely.
My favourite quilt is Spinning Spectrum in it. There we go. So we're just going along this line. I hope you can see well. One day I will remember to bring a completely wrong coloured thread in with me so that people can see the stitches easier when I'm demoing it.
Yes, yeah, like you should have had a bright yellow.
Yeah, or a bright red or something, just so people can see.
And the thing is, the point of EPP is you're supposed to be able to see the stitching.
Yes.
It's not supposed to be invisible.
They're not supposed to be invisible because it's handmade, therefore you want to see that it's handmade. And you don't want to use a bright red thread because that will look weird.
No.
You do want to use like a neutral thread, or like if you're sewing loads of pinks together, a shade of pink. But you do see the stitches because people always say, how do you hide your stitches? I'm like, I'm not hiding my stitches, you can see them. And also, sometimes you can see the stitches too much. That's when you're sewing too close together. Because I've seen people doing it and they're literally not leaving a gap between their stitches at all. It's just over and over and over and over like that. That's going to bulk it up and it is going to show through.
So that's good.
Right, so I've just got to the end of this row so I can show you how easy it is to remove the card.
And so when you finish off, you wrap the thread
around my needle a few times. I'm not going to get rid of that
and then
because I've still
stitch.
got... Yes, I've still got another, I can still carry on adding, so I'm not going to get rid of that yet. There we go. So if you haven't got nails, you can just use your needle just to lift it a little bit, but as you can see, it comes off really well. If you've kept it in there for years, just pop an iron on it and it will still lift it.
Look at that.
There you go, and you can see the card. I've used this card at least 5-6 times now.
And you haven't stitched into it at all?
No, it's absolutely fine. That's got a lot of life left into it. There you go. So then I would just, then, as you can see, I want to sew up this line next. There you go.
Oh, so a lot easier.
So then you're not folding that card at all.
Yeah.
And it just makes it lighter and easier to...
And it's quite satisfying.
It really is. I love removing them. Unless I've got like hundreds to remove. I had Dylan removing foundation paper piece the other day. Yeah, I was like, oh, yeah. He was like, can I have something to eat? I was like, yes, but first. I would just help me remove these.
We've got a message from Carol. I would just like to say Jenny's Cushions panels are top quality. I was very impressed and would recommend everyone to buy them. Love, Carol.
Thank you, Carol.
They are top quality panels. They're beautiful.
They are so fun.
And you have to have all of them, really.
Yeah, yeah. I know what's coming up next month, and then I think I know what's coming up the month after that. Staying with this theme to start for now, before I move on to another theme. And like I said, because obviously there's only so many cushions you want, but I had a lady who's made, I can't remember, I think it might be the giraffe, and she said she's not sure she's going to make it into a cushion yet. Because they would look really nice as bag fronts as well.
No, I'm thinking quilt.
Yeah, I mean, you could save them all together. And if what you would need to do if you wanted to make a quilt is when you finish the block, you would have to square it off. Just remember, you are going to lose 1/4 inch in the seam, but just be careful with them. I would not cut them until you're ready to sew them, so your hand stitching doesn't come undone.
Yeah, so keep them all intact.
Keep them all intact, and then when you're ready,
they would make a beautiful quilt.
They would make some sashing in the middle.
Bit of free motion quilting.
Oh, now I want to do that.
Well, you're going to have to remake all of them. It's all right, you've got one koala.
Yeah.
Another one, haven't you?
Yes. Yeah.
It would make a beautiful quilt.
I've got my sloth there.
Yeah, just
that's
keep
nearly
them all.
done. Oh, they would look really cute, or as a tote bag front as well.
Yeah, that's it. Well, they don't have to be cushions, do they? But
it's nice to just design them as cushions, because then you get a decent back size, two pieces. Because I've done them envelopes, so you get two decent back sizes.
So you've got that. But
so then you've got that, and yeah, but you don't have to do them all as cushions.
Fab. Right, let me just quickly.
It's already time.
Let me just quickly run through. So if you want the wall hanging kit, remember, in the kit you get the full massive panel, which has all the pieces of the butterfly on the echinacea. We knew that, really. All the pieces there, very, very easy. Jenny's explained how you label them and number them. And there's even a picture of the finished one there that you can use in your own makes afterwards. You've got full instructions, and it's been written from a beginner's point of view, and you've got all the paper pieces for that. All the other cushions, we have got the Sloth was the cushion that we had this morning, and all the other cushions, so £24.99. All the others are extremely limited, so if you want any others, yes, when everyone checks out their baskets, we are getting very close to the out of stock territory. So if you want these, you need to get them checked out. And it's not too late to start. If you want to start the collection, you think, oh, well, I'll just start on one and see how I go. Don't forget Jenny's book, which is brilliant if you love EPP and you want some ideas, or just, you know, if you just want the reference book that explains it in absolute detail. It really is written from somebody who has never EPP'd before. It's all in there. Just £13.99 for 18 projects and all the technical detail. So Jenny, we will see you back here in an hour.
Yes.
For some FPP.
Yes.
FPP.
Yes.
It's lovely, isn't
FPP.
it?
It's one of my, apart from EPP, I love demonstrating FPP because I love everyone's light bulb moment when they eventually get the technique
and go, wow,
that's how you do it.
Brilliant. So if you've always been fascinated by FPP but scared of it and want to know how to do it, Jenny's a fantastic teacher. She'll be back with us in an hour.
See you in a bit.
I will be back with you in a couple of minutes' time just to say the return of the comic boards. Now, these were massively popular when we first had them on air with me and Ben. We sold them out in minutes, but we've got them back in stock. Very exciting. They've just been delivered hot from the van, from the warehouse. They're here. They are for storing your fabric in the most beautiful way so that you can see it and you can protect it as well. After the break, I'm going to show you exactly how. So I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
Hello, my name is Fiona Hesford, also known as Sew Girl. I'm based in Worthing on the south coast of England, and I work in my lovely garden studio, which is where I am right now. So my sewing journey began as a child. My mother used to surround the house with Laura Ashley fabrics and wallpapers, and I used to patch together some of the scraps and make little quilts for myself and dolls' clothes and things like that. So one of my top tips in dressmaking would be to definitely make a toile before you start. Sometimes if you're using expensive fabric, it's a good idea to make the garments in a sheet or a cheap fabric, just so that you're absolutely sure of the fit. An interesting fact about me is that I used to be a knitwear designer back in the 80s, and once I made a jumper for the singer Sade, which was really exciting. I worked in Paris for 6 years, and when I came back I fell back in love with fabric again, and I started working with magazines and books and writing projects for them, and that led eventually on to me designing my own collection of dressmaking patterns. My philosophy is that I love comfortable clothing, everyday things that are easy to make, easy to wear. I like modelling my clothes myself, and I wear pretty much everything that I design. So I always think that if I feel good in them, then other people will. I've been working for Sewing Street almost since it began, and I love it there. We're like one big family, and I'm on the show about every two months, and so I look forward to seeing you on the next show soon. Bye.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
No, I'm not. That was magic, wasn't it? I think it was on the wrong desk. Well, I'd put all the things here. Was I on the wrong desk? No. Oh, no, okay. So, as I promised, this hour is all about needles and threads. Love needles, love threads. But we've got the comic board, so we're kind of having a little takeover of the needle and thread hours, because when we put these on air, they sold out so fast. So you're probably thinking, well, if you missed out last time, you'll know. But if you didn't, what is that? Why are we selling comics? We're not selling comics, I promise. This is all to do with fabric. So in the pack, you get 100 boards. I'm going to open them up. I love the description. Very attractive white board. Anyway, the point of using these is that they were invented for people who buy comics, all those sort of really, they collect comics from years old and they want to store them. Now, you need to store them acid-free with acid-free board, otherwise the acid from the board will discolour them. So someone discovered, actually, this is fantastic for fabric storage, and they're great because you get 100 in them. They are all acid-free and they are really nice, thick, like this. Not as thick as mount board, but thick enough. And they are fantastic for storing fabric. So, you know when you've got your fabric, and well, like I do at home, I have mine folded on a shelf, but they're all folded to slightly different sizes. So at some point, there's always an avalanche and they all fall off. I've got fabric that goes years back and I'm not really sure how to fold it, and it would be lovely to be able to see it. So I've pinched some fabric to show you how to do it. I have promised Becky faithfully to put it back where it belongs. So here's a pack of, oh, this is a nice one. This is a K Fat Quarter. I'd quite like this one. So you take your fabric. Now it's fine if you've got it already in fat quarters, but maybe you've got it all in other pieces or irregular shaped pieces, and you want to be able to store it. So you take your fat quarter. Now what I would say is that these boards are fantastic for storing fat quarters and above. Anything less than that, keep it in your scrap bin. But when you're going fat quarters and above and you want to be able to see it without having that great avalanche, and have it on a shelf, or you can store it this way in plastic or cardboard boxes and you can easily see it. All you do is you take your fat quarter and you roll it. See, the fat quarter folded in half is absolutely ideal for this. You roll it round and you and you fold it in half, and there's one. So now you can see that one. So let's do another one. Now don't forget, the whole point of this board is that it's acid free. So this board means that your fabric will stay crease free. You can see it whether it's on a shelf or whether it's stored in a box, and it protects it because it won't discolour the acid from the board. And once you start getting, you need to get a few of them to see the effect. Then you start piling them up. You can then see, and I think often we don't use our fabric stash because we forget what we did. Not yesterday, last Sunday, I spent the whole day sorting out all my fabric in my sewing room because it was an absolute mess, and I am quite a messy person, but it was even driving me mad. And the fabric I found that I hadn't realised was fantastic. Oh, is this on YouTube? Okay, so if you go onto YouTube, there was loads of people who show you and talk about using it. So I watched it all last time. It's amazing. So now look. Oh, there's another. So there they are. Oh, there you can see them in the video there. Look, all stacked up. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? It just looks gorgeous. So you'd end up looking. So now I've just done 3. Now I can see my fabric really easily. I can put it all onto a shelf. A lot of people then store them upright like this. And some people use, you know, the little plastic clips you get when you buy underwear, and they just slip in, and you can clip them together if you want to. But once you've held them they're together, you can store them all in boxes. You can then easily see them. Also, what you can do is you can label them. So if in pencil you want to write the name of the fabric, or you want to put how much is there, fat quarter, ½ metre, you can. I mean, I would say don't use scraps, but what I have done before is when you roll it around that, if you've got maybe a small piece of this, you've got like a few little bits, because you've maybe cut into a ½ metre, put the scraps of fabric there that you've got so that you can keep them, and then you can just roll the rest round. When you then come to use it, all the little pieces that you might otherwise put into a scrap bin or throw out, you've got those small pieces. So when you come and think, oh, I just want a little bit of that for a plique, you've got the small pieces. Now, say we were going to use a ½ metre. Here's another one I've stolen. I think this is this, oh, was this last week? Love this one. Love this fabric. This is a Moda one. Gorgeous. So let's take ½ metre and see how that works. So we've got it folded in half, ½ metre, folded in half. I mean, you'll work out your own way to fold it. It's just I've sat, because we've done this before, and worked it out. So fold it in half, fold it in half again. Now when you put it on there, you think, that's a bit too big, because you want to have it sticking out a bit. So what I prefer to do is to fold it into thirds. Then put your board on. Actually, mine's not quite, I haven't done that very well, have I? That's better. There we go. And then start folding it. Now if you've got a metre, so as long as you fold them all the same width, it doesn't matter then the length. And there we go, there's another one. So now you start putting them all together. So you can now store your fabric, you'll be able to see it, you can see what you've got, you can write the name on it, you can put you know, the name of the collection, you could even put what you've used it before. I mean, even if maybe you're doing I've just bought a load of fabric for this quilt that I am going to make one day, and you know, that's all sat now just in a plastic bag. It would be better if I took it all out, folded it. I could write the name of the fabric, because you know what it's like, once you've cut the selvage off, then you can't remember. Or you could even cut the selvage off and pin that to the top of each board. or write the name of it, because otherwise you use it and you think, I wish I remembered what that one was. And you get, this is what you get in it, hundreds. So they are all, yeah, I love this, 170 by 266 mils approx. That's not a very approximate measurement, is it? 266 mils. That's the size of them. They're 400 grams, basically. That works out as 14 pence each. And they are really lovely because for fabric, they're just they are the right weight. You can easily wrap it round it. And it does make quite a big difference to be able to put it. When I did them all last time, I've rolled up loads of them and had them all on a shelf. They look lovely. But I have seen them where people put them into sort of big plastic storage buckets. But what a great way to store it, because I know with the fabric I have at home, it's just all in like big pieces and small pieces, and it doesn't really matter. I would, as I said, it's probably don't store less than a fat quarter unless you've got little piece of it. Like I said, pop it inside. And also if you do clip them up, if you do clip them as well, you can move them around. Really nice to be able to choose. So if you've got loads in your power, maybe you've got, say, 15 different red prints and you don't know which, you can get all your red prints out, lay them all out, you've got them all folded, particularly if you clip them round with little plastic clips. Some people use those bendy hair grips as well. That's quite good for it. Then you can lay them all out. It's much easier to see when you're trying to match colours and prints. If you've got this sort of square size, to be able to choose, pop all the others back, you will have less wastage, and it just keeps your fabric collection more in order. And then you know what you're missing. So when you look, maybe you keep them in order of either colours or you keep plains, rather than buying extra plains and then discovering, like I did, you've actually got loads of that. You know what you've got and what you haven't got, and therefore what you need. You could always update it. So every time you cut a bit off, you could write on here what you've actually got left. So it's so much more economical way of storing things. So £14.99 for the whole pack of 100. I can't think when we did them. It was more than a month ago. It was well, and it's taken us this long. It was one of your first shows actually, Ben. So when was that? That's got to be a couple of months ago, if not more. And it's taken us that long to get them back in stock. So they did sell out like that. We have got loads. We have sold loads, and loads in baskets as well. So if you want these, you need to get you in your basket and check out. We've got them back by popular demand, because obviously when we bring out new products, we never know, are you going to love them? We think you will, but these have obviously they have been made for comics, but there's loads of you out there. Just have a look on YouTube. Absolute fans of fabric storage for these. They're brilliant. So please do pop them in your basket. Any questions, just let me know. But Google on YouTube. I'll put these to one side for a minute. And I promise to put all my fabric back. So let's do needles and threads. You know how much I love needles, a bit of a fan of needles. Now we've got, should we start with hand needles? Got hand and sewing machine. We'll start with hand. First of all, I just want to bring the kit, because, so first of all, if you want to store your needles, we'll start with this and then we'll move on to the needles. I made my own one of these needle cases years and years ago, and then I decided we should have it as a kit. So this is what you get to make. In the kit, you get the fabric panel, which I will unpack for you in a minute, and you get the instructions. In the kit, you get to make the hand sewing needle case and the sewing machine needle case. So the hand sewing needle case, if I just open it up, because I always like to use the right needle for the job. Don't just buy a packet of needles and think that needle will do everything, because it won't. You need to use the right needle for the jobs, and they are so inexpensive, it's worth it. But then don't mix them up, otherwise you don't know which one to use. So in here we've got beading, chenille, and all of the pages are printed, so you can put the right needles in: darning, embroidery, leather, milliners, quilting, sharps, tapestry, and then spares, because you might have some extras or you might have forgotten which is which. It's nice. I put a couple of safety pins in mine that I use for threading elastic things through. And then there's the cover. And then in the sewing machine needle case, these all comes on the same panel, both. That's why they match. Sewing machine needle case, it opens up. Now this one has a flap on it so that the machine needles don't fall out. You open it up, and then in here you've got, these again are labelled, ballpoint embroidery, jeans leather, quilting sharps, stretch, top stitch, universal, specials, spares, and in the machine. And the point of this one is if you've got the jeans needles and you've popped one in your machine, just put that packet in there, because you know what it's like. You come back the next day or the next week and you think, oh, I can't remember which is, because you can't read the labels. I don't even know if they might have numbers stamped on them. So you know immediately, oh, there's the code for it, $14.99 for the kit. You know immediately which is in. So when you finish with your needle, and you move on, if maybe you're then going to go back to a universal, take it out, put it back, and then you can put it back in its pocket, and then whichever one you use next, so maybe you're going to use quilting in your machine next, put the machine in your needle and pop that in there, and then you remember. So the panel for this is the Busy Bee version, contains all the pieces that you need to make it. So it's got all the pages with everything printed on it already. There's the cover, the back cover. Here's the section for the sewing machine, so you can see they're all printed on there for you already. And then all the little pieces. So this one, you know, that's the cover of the sewing, which looks a bit odd, doesn't it? But this is the cover of the sewing machine needle case, and it's worked so that you can see that has to lay like that so that it fits. And also on here also are some applique pieces. So if you want to applique the bees on, you can embroider on top of them. With this one, like you've got an applique piece here, I sewed that piece on top, or you just make it as it is. That's entirely up to you. It doesn't need to be done. Right. So if everyone who's got this in their basket checks out, we've only got 3 or 4 left. So if you want this one, you need to check out. And also, obviously, you get full instructions in here that explains exactly how to make it. Now, let's do needles, because obviously you now need the needles to put in your needle case. But that's, if you're a big fan of needles like I am, it's really good to have them stored away. So let's take, now I'm going to start off with the hand sewing machine, the hand sewing needle collection. This one is JC6679. So these are all the needles you need. Now I'm going to go through them briefly, but this will fill your needle case. But even if you don't have the needle case, there are other sewing needles are available, but for me these are the main one. There's 9 in the pack because there's 9 spaces in there. So let's start at the beginning. Beading, very long, very fine, with a very small eye. These needles are also available individually if you have a look on the website. So I'm going to go through all of them, but you do save by buying them all together. But if you want just one packet, if you go onto the website, you will see them listed individually. Beading, very long, very narrow, perfect for sewing on seed beads. I'm going to go in alphabetical order. So chenille next. Now this is used for embroidery. It's the same as a tapestry needle, but it has a sharp point. They have large eyes and quite wide shafts, so they're really good for embroidery when you're using thicker thread that you need to get through the eye. So if you're doing chenille embroidery, or if you're using a lot of strands, or you're using thicker thread, or even if you're using fine wool, they are embroidery using thicker thread or more strands. Embroidery needles, also called crewel needles, these are perfect for embroidery, perfect for stranded cotton when you're using, say, 2 to 4 strands, not as easy to get 6 strands in. By the way, all of these packets are mixed sizes. So you haven't got just one size, because this will cover things. So this is numbers 5 to 10, so you've got 5 different lengths of needles. The higher the number, the finer the needle. So these are perfect for embroidery. They have nice oval eyes so that you get more thread through them, but they've got beautifully sharp points. Next we'll move on to milliners and straw. These, right, this is sold out if everyone checks out. Remember, I'll still keep going through them because these are also available individually on the website, but we just did a special offer. If you've bought the needle case, this will fill it up. The milliner's straw, originally used for making straw hats, milliners, but they're very long needles and they find they are brilliant for doing things like bullion knots and French knots. They're also used greatly. Jenny Jackson uses these for her EPP in a size 11, not in this size, but they are really good for that because they're lovely long and they're fine needles. I use them a lot for just general hand sewing, but they are really nice. Betweens quilting, obviously used for quilting because you've got to pick up lots of stitches on your needles. They've got very small eyes because quilting thread is fine. You tend to only use one strand, but they've got nice, thick, strong shafts so that when you try and get 5 or 6 or 7 running stitches on your needle when you're hand quilting, you can get them on. But they're also really good for tiny embroidery stitches as well because some of them are really short. Sharps, this is your general purpose needle. This is really good for hemming, general hand sewing, sewing on buttons. They are very sharp and they've got very small eyes. So you just get one, when you're just threading on a length of sewing cotton, they are perfect because they're very accurate. But these are in a nice size 5 to 10. So you've got the 10s that are lovely and fine and the 5s that are a little bit thicker. Long darners. Right, this is about to sell out. If you've got it in your basket, you need to check out. Long darners, obviously brilliant for darning. They're really nice long needles, but they're also really good when you're sewing eyes on toys and things like that, or you're putting arms on things because they're really lovely long needles. So maybe you're sewing a button through a cushion or a pin cushion, or you're sewing doll arms on. They're nice and long, but obviously they are used originally for darning because you can go in and out through the warp and the weft of the fabric. Leather needles, love these. These are for sewing leather, but also any non-woven fabric like PU, vinyl, oilcloth, because the points of them are like little chisels. Can you see? Ooh, wrong way. There we go. They've got little chisel-y points, so they actually cut a hole in the fabric. So, absolutely ideal for any of those things. You just get 3 in the pack. But they will, if you're trying to sew things, maybe you're sewing straps onto a PU bag by hand, get a packet of these needles. And then the final ones are tapestry needles. They have a blunt point and a large eye. They're really good for sewing anything with wool. We use them a lot for sewing ends in for darning, but obviously for cross stitch as well. Size 18 to 24. 24 is ideal for if you're using 14 HPI Ada. 18 is a lot smaller, so that's for much finer things like using a 28 even weave. Anyway, that's the whole pack, but it's pretty much gone. But if you want any of them individually, or if you've missed out and you want to buy them, then they go on to watch live on sewingstreet.com and you can buy them all individually. So I'm not going to go through them again. So have we got any? Those are all listed. So let's do the sewing machine needle bundle. Yes. So if you've bought the needle case, these are the needles that will fit in the sewing machine section of it. Oh, this is right. So the needle case has sold out now. Let's get some more of those. But these needles are brilliant. Again, when you buy your machine, it comes normally with a packet of universal needles. And then if, like me, you never know about all these different needles until one day you discover them. That's what you use for everything. But in the same way as the hand sewing needles, they are fairly inexpensive for what you get. It's worth using the right needle for the job. This pack, $19.99, you've got 9 packs in here. So we've got the universal. This is the one, this is the needle that you use for most things that will work with pretty much all things. What I hadn't realised before is universal needles actually don't have a super sharp point. They have a slightly rounded point. That's why they're universal, because they can be used for cotton fabric, but also used for stretch fabric, because they have that slightly. So they're really good general purpose needle, but there are needles that are more specific that will do the job better. So we use this most of the time, but if you've got a specific fabric, then consider getting these. These are also available, I think, are they all separate as well? Or are they only in the bundle? I think some of them might be separate. Some of them, but not all of them. So let me go through all of the others. Ballpoint. So obviously, remember, these have got different sizes, 70 to 90, so this covers your lightweight to your medium weight. A ballpoint needle obviously has a rounded point. When you're working with stretch fabrics like jerseys, if you use a sharp needle and it pierces the fabric thread, which it probably will, you'll get a ladder like in your tights. Use a ballpoint, because what happens with the ballpoint is it pushes the fabric threads apart and goes between them. So absolutely perfect for any jersey fabrics. Jeans, if you're going to have any other one needle, get a jeans needle. They have extra thick shafts, so they're really strong. They come in size 90 to 100, so they're for your kind of your denim weight fabric. If you're using a universal needle and you're hemming something and it breaks, it's probably because your needle's not strong enough, it's not thick enough. So, all right, the hand sewing needle bundle has sold out. So the jeans needle is nice and strong. The needles have different parts of the anatomy. They have the top section, which goes into your machine, which is coloured. They have the shaft, which is the central section, and that comes in different thicknesses. And then they have this scarf, and the scarf is the piece that sits behind the eye. It's a slight groove that's behind the eye of the needle, and the depth of the scarf is different on each needle depending on the thread you're going to use. And then you've got the point. So all of these needles differ in the width of the shaft, the size of the eye, the depth of the scarf, and the point. So the jeans needle has a very thick shaft and a nice sharp point, but it's much stronger, so it won't break so easily. Then you've got love the quilting needle. So this often quilting thread is a little bit thicker than normal thread. So this has a slightly deeper scarf so that the thread can sit behind it. Now these are only in size 80, which is what your cotton weight. If I'm doing machine quilting, I will always swap to a quilting needle. It goes through the fabric better because of the 80. It's got that slightly deeper scarf so that the thread will sit behind it, and it's got a beautifully sharp point, which is fab. Then we've got sharps. Again, I use that. I tend to use this more than a universal. When I'm doing patchwork and quilting, I'm using cotton fabric. Comes in sizes 60 to 80, so that covers kind of your cotton lawn all up to your quilting weight cotton. But they have got really narrow shafts, so they don't leave so much hole on the fabric, and they are super sharp. So they really slide through the fabric better. I mean, a universal is absolutely fine, but if you're working on patchwork and quilting, you will get a better result with the sharps. And when people say, oh, my needle's skipping stitches, my machine's skipping stitches, there's problems with it, the first thing I'd say is change your needle, use the right one. And often, because you should change your needle after every 8 hours of stitching with it, but often it's not using the right needle. So the sharps is brilliant. Stretch needles, again, they have a slightly ball point. Really good for any sort of stretch jersey knit fabrics, particularly the slightly thicker ones like the Pontiromas, really good for that. Top stitch needle, this has a deep scarf so that the thread, obviously, which is thicker with the top stitch, can sit behind the scarf, which is behind the eye. That means that the needle can go through the fabric and out again without it catching because of the thread being thicker. So if you're top stitching and you find that your stitches aren't nice and neat and even and rows, try a top stitch needle. These are all size 80, so these are really designed for using on cotton medium weight, like quilting weight fabric. Leather, again, these are the same as the leather hand stitcher needles. They have a slightly chiseled point. So if you are stitching with cork, PU, vinyl, clear vinyl, oilcloth, PVC peat backing, you know, when you get the waterproof backing, use the leather needle. They come in sizes 90 to 100, which is like a denim weight, canvas weight and above. And the reason for that is often these non-woven fabrics are a bit thicker. And they have the nice chisel points, so they will cut a lovely hole and you'll get a better finish of them. And finally in the pack is embroidery needles. These are great, particularly if you are working with metallic threads, because again, they have a slightly deeper scarf so that the thread will sit behind them better. And they are nice and sharp. They come some sizes 75 to 90. So this will cover you from a lighter weight poplin up to a denim canvas. Anyway, that's all of them, all 9 packets, £19.99. Right, so we have 3 times as many people who want this in baskets as we've got. So if you want this machine bundle, you need to check out very quickly. Because remember, it's not yours till you check out. So the needle bundle, well, that's because the needles are so inexpensive for the job that they do. And you get so many in each packet as well. And every time you run, when you finish, buy another one. Because it's really annoying. I mean, sometimes if it makes such a difference. Oh, right, the Genomi bundle has sold out, so we can't have that one. Then should we just quickly do the Shashko bundle, and then we can move on to thread. So this is, if you love Shashko, you need the Shashko needle bubbles. So these are the Clover Shashko needles. So if you do Shashko stitching, it's really important to use the right needle. They're very long. So these are the long, well, there's the long type and the short type. They're really good for both of them. Because you're doing a lot of running stitches, by having this needle, you can, it's lovely and long. It can pick up lots of threads, but also you can see it's got quite a good sized eye. And the eyes are gold plated, which means that they don't tarnish as quickly. And the reason for the size of the eye is because Shashko threads are obviously a little bit thicker than your normal threads. They're thicker than 2 strands of stranded cotton. So in this packet, you get 0.8 for, you get 4 different sizes, and you get 2 of each of them. And then in this one, you're getting 1 each of 3 different sizes. But they have also very sharp points because it's quite tightly woven cotton fabric and you really need to get through all the fabric. So they are brilliant for that. So if you do any Shashko or hand running stitching, it's really worth getting the right needles. So you're getting 11 needles in the bundle, but these are beautiful quality because they won't tarnish on the tips. Well, on the eyes, actually, those are the tips. It's only the tops that are done. Right, should we do thread? It's thread o'clock. So if you have a look on the website, I know that we do have some that are individual, like we've got the machine sharps. So we've got lots of different needles that are available individually. So just do have a look there. There's, you know, we've got some sharps needles in machine and hand. But they're all very low, so if you want them, you need to get checked out on them. And lots have sold out. Have a look on the website. Just go on to sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, scroll down, and you'll be able to see what we've got and what we haven't got. But if you have something in your basket, then you need to check out. Right, this bundle, can we put this one on? XY6675. Right. I love this bundle because extra strong sewing thread is perfect. And you get 4 reels in this bundle. So you get 100 metres in each reel. Let me move my other things out of the way. 100 metres in each reel, extra strong thread. So great, you know when you need to gather something and it says use 2 lengths of thread, or you gather something by hand by doing some running stitches and the thread breaks, so irritating. It won't with this. Sewing on buttons, you know, you get a shirt, half the buttons are falling off, you sew them back on, sew them on with the extra strong polyester thread. Anything that you do need that strength for, where you may be sewing on bag handles, you know, in the if you were watching at 8 o'clock, we had some bag handles where you had to sew them on by hand because they had punched holes in. Use this for it. In this bundle, only £7.96, you get a reel of white, a reel of beige, grey and black. So that pretty much covers all of the basic sewing. You know, if there's, when you've, particularly for mending, I use this where you think, oh, you know, I really don't want this to come undone again, because it is extra strong. It's ideal for that. I mean, it says on the back you could use it for shoes, leather, accessories, denim, or sewing on buttons. Yeah, but I'm thinking bags as well. It is 100% polyester, which makes it super strong. So, but I would use them for, it is for hand sewing, so I would use them for jeans or decorative stitching even if you wanted to do maybe some running decorative stitching on something. It is lovely because it is extra strong. It's got that thickness to it. So I think it's £7.96 for all four, because normally, because this is thicker thread, this is normally more expensive than normal thread. To get all four for £7.96. And don't sew your buttons on with normal thread. Don't use a double thread, particularly things like gathering if you're doing running stitches and you pull it all through and then it breaks. Very annoying. So get your extra strong polyester thread. Right, loads of threads. Ooh, now I love, yeah, this is Ben. Ben put this out together. This is Ben. He's chief needle thread person now. This is one of my favourite. We've got lots of Gutermann thread collections here. We've got several different ones. Now, what I love with all of these, I'm going to go through them in a minute, is that they all come with a gift. We love a gift, which is my favourite gift. This one, I'm going to go with this one. Well, it's not a gift as in it's totally free, but it comes with an extra. Now, what's fab about this one? So in here, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 reels, 100 metres. Let me just check, it is 100 metres, isn't it? Yes, 100 metres on each reel. It's your beautiful quality Gutermann polyester thread. It's really lovely to use. You've got all the colours you need. You've got white, black, and then all the colours of the rainbow in between. But you get a packet of Schmetz Universal needles, which are brilliant quality. And you get a packet of Prim assorted hand sewing needles. So, you want some extra needles, you thinking of a gift for somebody, white, black and all the colours of the rainbow, hand sewing needles, machine needles, perfect. For only £19.99. It is a great stocking, but lovely for yourself, because I like the fact that they come with the extra gift. It's not a gift, I think, you know, it's not totally free, but it's an extra little extra, and it all comes in together. So that's that one, £19.99. There's 100 metres, so you've got 1,000 metres of thread there. And this polyester thread is beautiful quality. The next one that's with the free gift, again, you've got 10 reels, but this is all floral colours. Kind of looks roses, doesn't it? Pastel. Now, these little clips, I'm going to open it up and show you what it, because I want the free gift, and I'm going to show what it does. Yes. So what you do is, once you've got your reel of thread and you've wound the bobbin with it, and then you don't need that anymore and you want to keep the bobbin, you slide the bobbin onto here and then you pop that. You should do it in the other end, but I'm not going to break that. Put it in the other end, then, well, it shows you can see in the picture there. The bobbin with the matches the thread sits in there. So you're getting all these beautiful 10 reels of these lovely sort of pastel floral colours and 10 bobbin clips, so that when you've threaded them, you keep that bobbin and you've always got the right bobbin with the right thread. That's fab, isn't it? I think those are genius. Love them. Next free gift. Again, these are like spring florals, very pretty pastel. You've got a seam gauge. So you've got little gaps with all the the seam allowance is 1.5 centimetres, 2.5 centimetres. You've got a little, so really, really little handy ruler for doing your seam guides as you go. You've got your nice bias 45 degree angle there. Yes. And 10 reels, again, 1,000 metres of pastel colours. £17.99. No, that's not the right one. You got the wrong one. That's the next one. This is XLZW37. Oh, Ben was nearly there. That's it, £13.99 with the seam gauge. That's great, isn't it? I love the colours of the thread. Right. And then the one that you did, you can put this one now in. This one comes with a tape measure with measuring tape. So this one is lovely. You've got the black and the white. Again, you've got 1,000 metres and bright rainbow colours. So that covers everything you need. But you've got a really nice measuring tape as well. It's imperial on one side and metric on the other. It's like one of those really old-fashioned ones where it's coloured in, where each 10 centimetres is coloured in different colours. £17.99, 1,000 metres of polyester sewing thread, and it's beautiful quality. This is my sort of go-to basic thread when I'm not using Aurifil. Right, and then we've got 2 Gutermann packs of basic threads. Again, these are your 100 metre polyester thread. Blues and greens. So we've got, oh, do you want the code for this one? OAZW. Yeah. I'm going to read them out to you next time. OAZW. Brilliant. So it's blues and greens. So you've got pale blue all the way up to navy. And then you've got 3 sort of green greens and then 2 like teal greens. £14.99. So that works out as £1.49 a reel. Now normally I would expect to pay about £1.80 for these. So that is actually a really, really good price. If you use a lot of blue and green, you have got all the shades you're going to need there. It's just a really nice thing. Pop it in your basket, you've got it in your stash. Maybe you're sewing a blue quilt at the moment or some blue bags, and then you can put it in. NXZW74 is same thread, but in autumn. Is it called autumn? Should be called autumn, shouldn't it? Should be called. Got it? There it is. It's not called autumn. Natural. It should be called autumn. So we've got like ivory and yellows and oranges and tangerine and red, and then you've got beiges, and then 5 different colours of browns. It is very autumn, isn't it? So, you know, if you like blues and greens or you like the autumn colours, again, works out at £1.49 a reel. This is great quality polyester sewing thread. Right, oh, and then I've got another one. We're going to go through all of these colours. This one, right, let me give you the code, ELZWA3. This one is cotton. So if you prefer to use cotton, and some people do, you've got a mixture of blues and greens here. Some people prefer to use cotton, say, for hand sewing. Some people say, well, if you're using cotton fabric, use cotton thread. Obviously, it isn't as strong as polyester thread, but if you want to use cotton because of the way that you sew, or a lot of people think, well, then they wear at the same time. It depends how you feel about it, but cotton obviously has a different look. It doesn't have quite the same sheen. It reacts differently, but a lot of people prefer cotton. It's the same price. Again, you want £1.49 a reel, but this is your cotton thread. Yeah, that's that one. Shall we move on? Shall we move on to Aurifil? There's a couple of metallics we haven't done. Let's do. Do you think John will mind if I do his Aurifil collection? Look at that. So Aurifil thread is the king of threads, in my opinion. I have to say that. I think Aurifil thread, it's made from Egyptian long staple cotton. So it's beautiful. It flows beautifully. It doesn't bobble in your needle. although it's the same thickness as normal sewing thread, it always appears slightly finer. Have we got one open of this before I open this? The John Scott collection. John has worked with Orifil to select them. That one. No. And they're pastel colours, so we've got white, cream, pale pink, blue, green and yellow in there. So they're all the beautiful pastel collection that are selected by him because he feels that these are the threads, they will go really well with the fabrics that you've got. On each, they are 50 weight cotton, which is your normal weight. All the Gutman threads I've just shown you is a normal weight. You get 1,300 metres on each spool. That's a lot of thread. So it's £52.99, but you're getting 6 reels with 1,300 metres. That's 7,800 metres in total. I tend to save my Orifil thread for doing top stitching or special stitching, or if I'm making something extra special. So if I was making something bigger, a nice quilt or something, I really wanted the thread to just have the colour on but not sit too proud of it, that's when I use my Orifil thread. If you've not tried it before, you will love it, I promise you. It was a long time before I tried it, and now I do save it for special things, but what I love about it is you can just get one reel. That will go through a project in the same way, you know, when you're using 100 metre spools, you have to get through quite a few of them, but Orifil thread is lovely, and these are specially selected by John. So the colours are gorgeous. Shall we? Oh, necessities. Now these are great. Oh, that's the studio sample. These are great if you haven't used Orifil before and you want to have a go, because these are the basic colours. Or if you love Orifil and you want to use it and you want to have all the basic colours, these are great. Now this one I can open so I can show you. This will be the studio sample that I can't. Oh, there we go. That I can get out. Right. So, again, these are 1,300 metres per reel, 50 weight cotton. So you get a white, a dark cream, light beige, a silvery grey and a black. So those are your essential necessities. And if you've not tried Orifil before, it is lovely. I mean, and I have to say, I own various brands and I pick and choose depending what I'm doing. So if I'm working on a finer weight cotton and it is only white I need, I will use my Orifil because I don't want it to, it flows through the fabric better, I find, and it sits within it better. And I think you get a better finish. But if you've not tried it, treat yourself, and I think you'll be surprised when you have to constantly rethread your sewing machine needle because it gets those bubbles of fluff. You just don't get that with the Orifil because of the length of the staples in the cotton, because it's long staple cotton. And Orifil's an Italian company, beautiful. So that's your necessities collection. They're not going back in very well, are they? Oh, have we got time to do some metallics? Because I was looking for some. I was actually spending some time at the weekend doing some Christmas projects because we've got Christmas coming up on Sewing Street. Metallic thread, and I thought, I didn't have all the colours I needed, and I love metallic thread. Don't forget to get the embroidery needles if you're using metallic thread. But these you put in your sewing machine. Oh, the code is ZGZ. Yeah. So you use these in your sewing machine. Now what you do is try, if you've got an embroidery needle, great. You can use a universal needle, embroidery one would be better. Use just a plain cotton in your bobbin that sort of matches it, and then sew. So if you're doing some top stitch or even quilting, I was doing some quilting on something and I wanted a little bit of metallic here and there, and I was using a red. I used a plain red in the back, but I mean, look at the colours in here. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? I love that pinky glimmer. So you've got green. you've got that silver, copper, gold, gorgeous purple, and I love that it's like a cerise fuchsia colour, and then you've got a pale pink. So if you want to do some metallic stitching, you know, even if you're hemming your jeans, why not hem them with a little bit of a silver metallic? Because it is lovely. I mean, practice with it first. What I would say is practice on your on the fabric first, because it can break if you don't get the right stitch setting or if you're going too fast. So do have a practice first, but other than that, it works in exactly the same way as normal sewing cotton, but it just adds a little bit of shimmer to your work. So in there, you're getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and there are 50 metres of thread on each one. But remember, you use a plain normal sewing thread in the bobbin, so that's quite good. So you're using less of it, but it is lovely to work with. Very limited stock on this one if everyone checks out. But if you fancy a bit of metallic, but not all metallic, this is a really good collection. So this is a machine embroidery thread. Look at the shimmer on it. In here you'll get 6 rayon spools and 2 metallic, and a bobbin thread as well. Oh, I think we need to open this one. Yes, ETZW70. No, 70. Well, I'm going to open this because I like this collection. So if you like machine embroidery, you're going to love this collection, because look at the shimmer on them. Let me take the orange out. I think it's the shimmeriest. Look at that, look at the shine and the shimmer. Now, I know it says it's machine embroidery thread. Well, yes, it is. It may do beautiful machine embroidery, but you don't just have to use that. Use that for your top stitching. You know, maybe you just like top stitching down the edges of your bag straps. Bit of shimmer, lovely. So you've got all of these shimmery threads. Then you've also got a bobbin thread, which I quite like the fact that it's labelled with the bobbin on there, so you know which one. That's a slightly finer thread, so you can use that in your bobbin when you're using your metallic. So you've got all of these shimmery, the rayon threads, so 16 of those. Even the, that one's just the polyester thread. I'm just checking which of them. And then, look, so all of those shimmery threads, even the black one is a shimmery one. Then you get in here as well 2 metallics. So you get a gold metallic and a silver metallic, and you can use your bobbin threads for that. So you get, I've realised now, you get a black bobbin thread and a white bobbin thread. So those are fab because you're not wasting your lovely threads in your bobbin. And now you've got all of those lovely, so you've got black and white, even in a shimmer, all the way through to all the colours of the rainbow. You've got 2 blues, purples, greens, you've got some beiges, 2 metallics, a gold and a silver, and 2 reels of bobbin thread, so you're not wasting those lovely metallics. $44.99. They are gorgeous. So brilliant for machine embroidery, but don't just use them for that. Use them to zhuzh up your normal stitching. Right, so that's all the needles and threads, all the needles and threads. There are more threads that I haven't had time to do, some stranded cotton and things. They're on the website. Thank you for joining me for this hour. I'm going to be back with you in a couple of minutes' time with Jenny, who is going to do FPP with me, this beautiful quilt design. If you've never done FPP, she's a brilliant teacher. She will explain to you from scratch exactly how to do it. So I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. God, we've done so much today. We've done bags, we've done EPP, we've done needles and threads, and now we're doing FPP. Yes. It's like the whole learning day today. So Jenny obviously is the queen of EPP, but she is the princess of FPP.
Brilliant.
So why do you love FPP?
Oh, I just love it because you get really good points for quilting, and I just find it therapeutic as well. You get into the rhythm of doing it. Yeah, okay. A bit like EPP really. And I just don't like having to worry about my points meeting up. I know they'll meet up.
So well, maybe that's what they have in common, because it kind of, you don't have to match seams or anything, it just sort of works.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That's what I like.
So you have designed this quilt.
Yes.
And tell me about the design process. What did you have in mind?
Well,
what was the theory?
Geometric shapes, just like EPP. I just am obsessed with geometric design. It is for beginners.
Right.
My plan is to do a few beginners quilts. I did one last month.
Okay.
And I'm going to do another one next month. And it's just to get people into FPP, because people find it quite like, when there's like A1, A2, B3, B4 and all of that. So I'm starting with just numbers.
Well, it's even what does it mean?
Foundation paper piecing.
Because you go FPP?
FPP?
What is that?
Foundation paper piecing is sewing onto paper using a machine.
Okay. It's a bit like H640. What's that?
Oh no, those are all like this.
I always use H640, FPP, EPP, and it's like this weird language.
All of the different waddings and stabilisers, I'm just like, do you know what I do if I need something specific? I text Lisa Lamb. I'm like, I want to make this and I need it to be like this, like to stand up like this. Which one is it that I need again?
Really? I've got her number. I'm going to do the same.
Yeah, just ask her. She knows.
Quite often like that. I wanted to do this.
What you need.
Yeah, I'm going to text her too.
When things need to have some kind of 3D look.
Don't worry, Lisa. We won't give your number up, but I shall be texting you because actually I have often the same questions.
Yeah, Lisa.
So it is for beginners. So if you have not done FPP before and you think, I'd really like to learn but no idea what it's talking about, or if you do FPP and you love it, you'll think this is great. So it comes in 2 colours.
It does.
So the kit, the one that you've made behind us, this beautiful pastel version.
Yes.
I'm calling it pastel.
It's nice and springy, isn't it?
It's very springy. It's really pretty, isn't it? We have a complete kit for that. In the kit, you get full instructions. So it's called the Windmill Quilt.
They reminded me of the sails on it. Are they sails on the windmill that go round? Yeah. Yeah. Honestly,
they probably have a technical name. I have no idea.
We're going for sails today.
A bit like the flowers. If anyone knows what those things on a windmill that go round are called.
Do you know what? Just naming things, I struggle so much. So you should have seen me trying to name the things in my book. I was just like, I don't know. Cushion 1, cushion 2. It's really hard sometimes to name things when you're constantly having to do it.
No, I love naming things.
Do you? Well, I'm going to text you next time.
Text me for names.
Finish this. I'm going to send you a photo of it. What shall I name it?
No, I love naming things.
Oh, fab.
That's it. But no, you're right. They do look like the sails or whatever they're called of a windmill. So that you get the full instructions.
You do. You also get 5 pre-printed ready-to-use templates. So the actual instructions are on my nice quality
so let's have a look through.
that I use.
So introduction, you will need...
just step-by-step instructions.
Yeah, just step-by-step. I'm going to hold them up.
A lot of FPP patterns
you get. So all the instructions.
A lot of FPP patterns
I'm going to hold them up in a minute.
Full-on instructions.
So there's all the full instructions, everything you need.
A colouring page.
Oh, I love a little bit of colouring.
Yeah, that's for if you're using your own.
So if you want to use your own fabrics, because also remember, once you've got this pattern, it's yours forever. You can then use all the fabrics in the kit and then make it again. So there's the colouring in if you want to do it. But this is what Jenny was talking about.
So that one's the one to photocopy on the back of the quality paper.
Otherwise, you lose your colouring diagram.
And then I've just printed 5 out on copier paper, so you can get going straight away without having to photocopy any straight away.
Ready to use. So this is your normal.
This is copier paper, the stuff that I use.
They're all there.
Yeah.
Ready to use, 5 of them. Brilliant. That's really useful.
I just think it's saves you having to go out and then you can photocopy.
Because you don't see the instructions are printed on really nice, thicker quality paper, but you don't want that for your FPP.
No.
So this is much better. And then in your kit, you get all of these fabrics.
Oh, you get plenty.
So you've got a metre all of these?
Yeah, because the thing I'm doing at the moment with the beginners quilts is I'm telling people not to cut their fabrics too short, because that's when it gets stressful.
Yes.
When you might fold it over and you've cut something a bit short. So I'm making sure there's plenty of fabric. You will easily get the binding out of that. You could possibly piece a backing out of that fabric if you cut how I've cut. I just want people to not be scared that they're going to run out of the fabric while they're beginning.
No, because you need to know that you've got enough.
Yeah, like as I go on to intermediate patterns, if people have gone along with me, then we'll start getting a bit tighter with the seams and the shapes that we're cutting around what we're going to foundation paper piece. But for now, I'm trying to keep it stress-free and easy for everyone.
But you will have fabric left over. You've got a metre of this lovely yellow check. and then 1 metre of this one with it's like an ivory background.
I am obsessed with this print.
That's so lovely, isn't it?
I feel like
it's
it
rainbow.
reminds me of a dress I had when I was a little girl.
It's rainbow, but it's hearts and stars.
Yeah.
What's the collection called? Love Lily. Life is tough, my darling, but so are you.
It's a Moda one, I think.
Yeah.
It's so lovely.
That's gorgeous, isn't it? All Moda. I love the quote. Life is tough. I have to cut that selvage off
and use it for something.
And use that for something. And then you get this lovely. It's like a peppermint green.
Yeah, it's really pretty.
You could have called it a peppermint windmill.
I could have. I'm definitely coming to you next time.
Like a peppermint green, and then so this is all Moda fabric. So you're getting 4 metres of. My plaster's got wet. I cut myself on a cheese grater.
Oh no.
So annoying, and now I've just washed my hands, my plaster's got wet. I need to put another one on. That's so annoying. That's like almost a week ago.
And is it on your knuckles? Every time you bend,
and
it opens up. Yeah.
It keeps open, but it was a cheese grater, and now my plaster's wet.
All the things.
And then you've got the pink check as well. So that's all the fabric you need and more besides. And the full instructions with, remember, the pre-printed FPP templates all ready to go.
Yeah, you have enough to go bigger. So you could add more blocks to it.
Yeah, so you could easily go bigger.
Yeah, you could go down at least another row, I would say.
Oh, okay.
I haven't worked it out, but yeah, and if not, piece backing, add to your scrap box.
Fantastic, and that is gorgeous.
Oh, you can make a cushion to match.
You could. Yes, you could make it. It's gorgeous, isn't it? And you know that you're going to get that. It's going to be perfect as well. Right, and then it comes in another colourway, and Jenny's going to be demonstrating with this one. Oh, this is nice. Is this little William Morris that I see here? So again, you're getting same instructions. Same, you've got full of instructions, and you've got all the templates that we talked about in the other one. So this is Free Spirit William Morris. So we get 1 metre of this one. This is lovely.
Nice, isn't it?
And Jenny's going to be demonstrating. She's made a couple of blocks already, so you'll be able to see how this one works. That's gorgeous. And this lovely vine one. Remember, you're getting a whole metre of these.
I don't often use brown.
Oh, but it works.
I completely gravitated to that one to pick it because I really like it, and it works really, really well because it's got the pink tone.
Well, it works because it's William Morris.
It's got the pink tone, yeah. But
yeah, it's not brown, is it?
No, yeah. Well, the brown background, but the leaves are like a pinky tone, and I just really, really like it.
Then we get 1 metre of this one. That's gorgeous. You get all this wool. I wonder, has that one got a name on it? I bet it's got a really nice name. Just, Pink and Rose. Oh, I thought it was going to be called Twining Clematis or something. Not that that might not be that, but I thought it'd have a really lovely name.
If anyone knows what flower that is.
Yeah, no, we're not very, yes, with Jenny and I have always established, if you're with us at 9 o'clock, we know nothing about flowers. That's a lovely one. That's the kind of acanthus leafy thing, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's the same print as the brown one, but just different colour.
And that one is called Willow Boughs. There we go.
Oh, maybe they're willow leaves then.
Yes, we know a lot about sewing, but we know nothing about flowers. So you get 4 whole metres of fabric, William Morris fabric in this, and then and the pattern. So how do we do it? Oh, sorry, last thing, instructions on their own. If you only want the instructions and you want to provide your own fabric, $11.99, remember that's the instructions and the printed templates as well. $11.99 if you want to use your own fabric for just instructions on their own. Okay, right.
Fab. Right. So
show us how to do it.
Yeah, we're going from the very beginning, but I just wanted to show you 4 blocks sewn together in the William Morris, so you can see how it works. Because sometimes it's quite hard to see when you just see the plain pieces of fabric.
That's gorgeous.
But I really, really like these together.
They do go really well.
Yeah, because once you've added this, it's going to carry on.
Oh, that's lovely.
Right?
Absolutely gorgeous. That's kind of heirloom, isn't it?
Yeah. Proper traditional, but using
so it's
quite
nice
a modern
you've got a
pattern.
Beautiful pastel modern.
This is what I wanted to do, have a modern and a more traditional.
That's
because it's still such a modern quilt, but once you change the fabric, it just changes the whole look
completely,
of it.
Isn't it?
You wouldn't even know that it's a foundation paper piecing.
Okay.
Right, so before I forget, the key to foundation paper piecing is you want to sew on a really short stitch length. So I suggest 1.2 when you're foundation paper piecing. This is so you can tear your the paper off the back at the end. Right, so this is the template I cut out just beyond the dash line. This is so I know if the fabric's covering all of this, then I know it's absolutely fine. I'm not going to trim it off and realise I've not got quite enough fabric over one of the shapes.
Right.
So I fold along. I'm going to show you the same block twice, because sometimes I find that if you see the same thing more than once, it clicks more.
Yes, 25 is usually good.
Yeah. I don't have
to remember it forever.
Yeah. So I fold along all the lines within the block. This just makes it easier as you go along. Just need to get my pins out. I always forget that. There we go. So we've got the first one. I have, in the pattern, it says how many to cut of each fabric and each, and all the sizes. So I've pre-cut a bunch, way too many, because that's just who I am. And you're going to start on number 1. So last time I demoed it, I was demoing in solids. So I was saying if it was printed, you want right sides together, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, I can show you this time because it's all printed fabric. So you're going to take the fabric you're using that you want to cover number 1 as such, but you are going to pin it with your letters up so you can see them. Numbers up, it's not letters, is it? And your fabric wrong side down on your surface. So as you can see, this is what I mean by leaving plenty of fabric to play with. That's why I asked for the kit to be slightly larger.
So
in
do the instructions
quantity.
tell you what size fabric to...
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly what size fabrics to cut and how many. But again, like I said, you could definitely cut more if you wanted to. Right, so I tend to pin my first piece of fabric to the paper. This is just to keep it where it is. I'm gonna have to air pin that though. There we go. Here you go. So you've got the wrong side of the fabric touching the back of the paper, and then you're going to fold along the line between 1 and 2. You're going to fold it back, but I've already pre-folded these lines so they fold really nicely. There we go. Then I'm going to use my add a 1/4 inch ruler. So as you can see on add a 1/4 inch rulers, they have this little nip here, which works perfect for foundation paper piecing, because you're just gonna, you can see where it hits the fold in the paper, and then you're just gonna cut off that little excess fabric there. Right, so then open it out, have your fabric up facing you, just remembering which fabric I used for what. So now what I want, I'm going to be working on number 2, so it needs to cover this bit here. See that? But you want to put your fabrics right side together. So again, this is why I'm using larger rectangles, so we've got plenty of room to work with, because as you can see, to cover that, that covers fine once you've sewn it. Is that making sense? I don't feel like I'm making as much sense as I usually do. I'm not sure why.
No, it's making absolute sense.
Right, so
you make sure the fabric covers the area.
where you're gonna, where it's gonna be once you've sewn and folded it back. So you can either pin this together so it doesn't move. I'm just gonna hold it. So just gonna flip it over, and now I want to sew between 1 and 2, but you want to start further before the line and carry on sewing past the line. So I've done in my pattern, I've actually got pictures of every single one of the steps, because it's for beginners. I want it to be that obvious. Often when you buy foundation patterns, it literally just says sew A1, A2, A3 together.
Yeah, no, this has got
but this is
thing.
actually
it's all
the
on
whole
there.
stages for now. So right, I've moved that slightly, but it's fine because I've got loads of fabric. So we're going to start sewing beyond the line of 1, in between 1 and 2, and go past the drawn line. So you're sewing on the line at a 1.2 stitch length. I'm going to cut that off. There you go. So I've sewn beyond that point. There we go. So now we're going to flip it over. It is just the same thing over and over again. You just have to remember each stage. So I flipped it over and flipped my, so it's sewn like that, flip my fabric over, and this is where the trusty seam roller comes in. I can't do FPP without it just because I can't be bothered to go to the iron every 5 minutes. I have to get up for that. And these seam rollers work perfectly for it. So as you can see, that's seamed. So again, it's the same technique for next time. You flip it over. Next, you want to work between 2 and 3. So you're going to fold that line over like this. Get your 1/4 inch ruler and just trim off that excess fabric. And then you know you want to cover number 3, which is here. So you're going to get the next piece of fabric and line that up with the raw edge of the last piece of fabric. And you can see that's going to cover it easily. Hold it in place and sew between 2 and 3, again starting before the line that you're going to follow and finishing after the line you followed.
So there's no seam allowances, no nothing, you're just sewing along lines?
You're just sewing, you're cutting 1/4 inch beyond the line you're sewing when you do this stage.
It's quite nice to sew along a line.
Oh, it is. That's what I mean by perfect points. Because as long as you're sewing along the lines, you're going to get those perfect points. Right, so we're going to fold the fabric back we've just sewn on and seam roll it.
Oh, and now the add a 1/4 rulers we have in stock. So can we put that one on, Ben? NFYV 30. Thank you. So this one, you get both rulers. Yep. You get the 6-inch one and the 12-inch one together, which is fab, isn't it?
Oh, very handy for the little smaller projects, smaller FPP
when you're
projects.
only doing tiny things, because you don't always need the big one.
The more advanced you go, the smaller and fiddlier FPP gets.
Yeah, so beginners. So they, again, like Jenny said, they have that little lip, which is brilliant, isn't it?
It's so handy.
Not even just for FPP, but when you're trimming off
everything.
1/4 inch.
Yeah.
So that's the pack, $24.99. That's got the 12 and the 6-inch. We've also got just the 6-inch on its own. If you just want that one. JUYV61. Just the 6-inch on its own, $12.99. But they are great. I mean, they obviously are mainly used for FPP, but they are really good for
I use them sometimes if I'm not using a panel for EPP, I will place my card on there and use them to draw my 1/4 inch around my EPP shapes.
So that you know, particularly if you're fussy cutting.
Yeah, or if you want to fit them on really well into a piece, because you can rotate your shape and you can fit more on if you do it like that.
Or cutting seam allowances down.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Anyway, those are the two. They're on the website if you go on to watch live if you want to get them at the end, but we do have the add a 1/4 rulers. They are fab.
Right, so I haven't gone ahead.
I know,
I wanted to show you.
I didn't want you to get that far.
That's why I decided I wanted to wait. I didn't want to go ahead of everyone.
No.
So I've just seam rolled the last piece that we added, and again it's flip over, and now we're working between 3 and 4. So we're going to fold that over. Use the ruler again to just cut off that excess, so you've just got 1/4 inch. Flip that piece back. Take your next piece of fabric that you want to cover number 4, so you will line it up with the raw edge of the last piece of fabric you added. Fold it over. As you can see, we've got plenty of fabric in this. And then take it to the machine again. And again, it's always sewing before the line and finishing after the line. It's so relaxing. You can get like a little, like a work station going. You do this,
a little production line.
That's the one I was looking for. Jan Hill's been making the one that I had on the show last month, and she's making a cave version, and it's looking gorgeous.
Nice.
There we go. So I have...
Well, once you've got the pattern, you see.
Exactly.
You can make it in anything.
Exactly. So I've done these 1, 2, 3, 4. So now we're going to add number 5. So what we're going to do is we're going to fold on that line. So as you can see, I've gone beyond my lines here, but that's why you use a little stitch length, because you just rip the paper back and it's fine. So you want to cut off that excess fabric. So line it up with your fold of your paper as usual. Trim that off. Flip back. You're going to take your last piece of fabric for the block, line it up across all those fabrics there. Take it to the machine. Oh, I find it so relaxing. I've just moved it slightly there. And we're going to sew along that line. Flip that fabric forward again and seam roll where you've just sewn. And that is a block done.
That's the block.
That's how easy it is. So I'm just going to get rid of that and I'll show you how to trim it down, and then I'm going to make another one so you can follow along again.
Yeah, no, it's great, because
and then
the thing is, you know, when you watch things on YouTube, you have to keep rewinding.
Yeah,
I didn't get that,
exactly.
I didn't get that.
And then I'll show you how to put 2 blocks together, because there's plenty of time. So I line up my 1/4 of an inch with the actual solid line, but the dotted line is 1/4 of an inch away from the solid line. But you know, just in case, I like to always do it from the solid line. And then you're just going to trim it away. So I have 2 rotary cutters. I have one dedicated to FPP.
Oh, okay.
Because you cut through paper. And then I have one that's just fabrics, just so that this one obviously will blunt a lot quicker than the other one, even though it just keeps on going. Just keeps going. So
I seem to have a large collection of rotary cutters and I have no idea why.
I have so many.
And I don't know why. I mean, I don't even have them for separate things.
I have so many,
Just
I
seem
don't
to
know
have
why.
many.
They're everywhere.
But I like a rotary cutter.
Same here.
And mine are often blunt as well, because I tend to go over pins. And I don't know why. I've got a really big cutting mat. That's not my fault.
There we go. So that is the block all trimmed off. Easy peasy.
So it is worth having a separate rotary cutter.
I like to. You don't have to at all, but I like to, because I'm cutting yardage with my other one.
Yeah, and you want it super short.
Yeah.
Super sharp, I mean.
Super sharp. And then this one, it doesn't matter. So, just going to show you how to, I hope it's not boring, you guys, but I'm just going to show you how to make another block.
This is the whole point of this, is you've designed this for beginners, or for people who've tried it and went, don't get it.
Don't get it. I've done quite a lot of workshops. And do you remember when it was Sewing Quarter, we had a massive stage at Festival of Quilt that year. I did the live shows, but I did the workshops as well, and I did FPP, and I loved it, because so many people were like, oh, now I get it. Now I get it. And they just went.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm going to show you again. So, wrong side of fabric against the wrong side of the paper to cover number 1. Where is my pin? I'll probably put it back up there. And like I said, I like to pin the first piece. You can pin all of it each time when you're taking it from here to the sewing machine, but I usually just hold it in place. And we're going to fold along between line 1 and 2. And wrong ruler. You can use a normal ruler, but it is quicker to use one of these, because you don't even have to line up your 1/4 inch, it just hits it. So it's just, you don't have to measure it at all. Right, so then we're going to work on fabric number 2. So right sides together, you can see the lines there, so it does only need to be 1/4 of an inch over this line, and then it needs to cover the whole thing. So it's always an idea just to check. Right sides together and to the sewing machine. Again, always starting before the line and finishing after. I never ever backstitch on FPP. The stitches are so small
that it doesn't.
Oh, that didn't cut it. Yeah, they're not going to come undone. Right, so fold your fabric over that you've just sewn and roll away. And then flip back over. Now it's between 2 and 3. Fold it. So this is like the reason why I pre-fold my paper is so that when I'm folding throughout, it's already got that fold there. So it's just easy.
Yeah, I've
easily
never tried
folds.
That. That's a good idea. I guess also it makes it easier to be able to see from the right side,
yes,
whether your fabric fits.
Exactly. So we're on fabric number 3. So we're going to line that up with the raw edge of the last fabric. Check that it's going to fit. I'm only checking that it fits in case when I've been cutting my rectangles out, you know when you do something, you think you've got the sizing in your head because you've cut loads, and you cut some and then you think, what have I done? And I've cut something at 7 inches instead of 7 1/4.
Oh, okay.
So when you get cocky and you think, yeah, I know what I'm doing.
Oh, we've got a message. Drilled demo. I've recently bought an FP pattern and couldn't understand the instructions at all. You have explained everything so clearly. Thanks, from Sue.
Oh,
I know.
Glad
but it's important, Sue, isn't it, that she keeps repeating it as well, because that's how it works. It's the watching it and watching it again and again.
Yeah,
without having to rewind. Hi everyone, great show. I've just ordered this quilt. It's fab. Just for your information, I don't use my cheese grater anymore. I put it in the food processor. Easy.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Donna, good idea. Well, yes, but you know what? The reason I use it is because it takes so long to. Well, it's just a faff. I've got to get the food processor out the cupboard, and then
Yeah.
And I've got to put it, and then I've got to wash it all up. But I'm not using a cheese grater again. Good idea though. Good morning. So nice to see some people wanting to have a go.
Oh, so FPP
I've been wanting to have a go from Janet in Hampshire. I know, I think we often assume that everyone knows how to do things.
Yeah.
And FPP's really...
And people assume that it is hard.
Yes.
Yeah. But often that's because, like
Love
I said...
you girls. From Bryony.
Oh, hi Bryony.
Is that Bryony?
Did you get the sloth?
Yeah. Is that Bryony your hashtag so?
My helper on the Scrappy Hexy Fun group.
Oh yes, Scrappy Hexy Fun. We'll have even more people now.
We did. When I came off air, there was 50 requests.
Hey! It's a brilliant group.
Right, I'm going to fold that fabric over that I've just sewn, and we are going to go ahead and roll it again. And flip back over. And we want to add number 4, so we're going to fold between 3 and 4 and get rid of that excess fabric. Then it's back to the fabric I'm using to cover number 4. Line it up with the raw edge of fabric here. Back over. Yeah, I've not seen a huge amount of FPP for beginners patterns.
Well, I think the problem with FPP is that often it's assumed if you're doing it, you can do it.
Yeah.
So all that's for sale are the charts.
The charts with the
numbers.
Instructions, so this to this, this
A
to this.
is red
but
and
not
B.
the actual technique as
No,
such.
it's normally make the following sections and then sew them in together in the following order, which is fine.
Like, yeah, because they are harder patterns.
If you've done a lot of FPP.
Yeah.
But it took me about 5 FPP projects of watching that same video over and over again before...
to get it. Yeah. Right, so we're going to fold that fabric over now.
And I guess once you've got it, it's not difficult.
Well, that's the thing. You get into a routine and then you're like, that's the one.
It's the getting it.
Yep. The light bulb moment. Right, so we're going to add the last fabric now, which is number 5. So we're just going to fold along that line there. Cut off those extra bits. And get this fabric, line it up against all those raw edges.
So satisfying.
It really is.
I like the bit where you cut off all the bits
Yes, when you pull the paper out.
Or when you when you cut off like you just did. And
Oh,
you
trim
have all
off
those
the, yeah.
jagged edges and you chop them off
get
to
rid
sew
of
another
them.
piece and you think,
So it's like a perfect 1/4 inch again. Oh, it's not cutting the top thread.
oh.
There we go. So we're going to roll that. Oh, it's hot in here now. Are you hot now? I'm hot now.
No, I'm okay. I'm okay. I've actually still got cold hands. But I'm actually fine.
Oh, maybe it's because I've got a long
Yeah, have you been in
sleeved.
the gallery with the Charlie and Ben? It's boiling in there.
No, I haven't. Well, I popped in. Popped my phone on charge.
Put your phone on charge.
Right, now I'm just going to trim off those edges again, lining up with the solid outer edge.
Yeah, that's a nice bit as well.
It is, it's satisfying, isn't it?
But what I like about FPP is that once you've learned the technique, you can move from this to really, well, you think of complex ones.
Yeah.
Ones with many pieces quite quickly. You don't need to.
So next month is one, it's again for beginners, but there's just more fabric added to each block.
But it's not any harder. So once you've understood this, you can. Have you ever seen this? One I saw once when I first saw FPP, and it was a nativity scene. It must have had hundreds and hundreds of pieces.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Have you know the one? And I thought, oh, I'll never be able to do it. But once you've
Actually,
learned
once you know
this,
that,
it is no harder.
Yeah, yeah. Once you get your head round at once, it's got A1, A2, and then you sew those together. So that's probably going to be not next month, the following month.
Okay.
So I'm really trying to take it slow with people to get them into it.
To really,
yeah. So that's 2 blocks. And I will show you how to sew these 2 blocks together and then into 4 blocks.
Okay.
So, I know that we want these 2 meeting, the layouts in the pattern. So you're going to put these 2 blocks right sides together and just line them up. That's why you've still got the card in there. Now this time you're going to sew from the very beginning all the way off the paper. There we go, straight off. Keeping your seam, your stitch length tiny at 1.2. Right, so I'm going to remove only the paper in the seam allowance that I have just sewn, sewing those 2 blocks together. I'm not going to remove any more because it keeps it stable.
Okay.
Especially when you've cut on different biases and stuff. It's
Right,
really
so
nice.
just the
It stops
seam
you from
allowance.
stretching any. So just the seam allowance, because this is where I'm going to press the seam open. If you don't remove the paper within the seam allowance, once you sew another seam to it, you'll have little bits of paper which are quite hard to get, and there's no need to keep that in. I like to, I use a smaller one. You can. I like to actually use a little iron to press the seams together once I've started sewing blocks together instead of the seam roller.
Right.
I don't know why I find that.
Just because they're little seam allowances?
Yeah, I find it more effective because it's a bit chunkier there because you've got where 2 bits are meeting.
Oh, okay.
And I just like to press it. But what I would do is I would make tons of these blocks before I do this.
Oh, okay.
I would sew loads of 2s together and then I would take the seam allowances and press all those.
Right, okay.
Because then you only need them in 2s before you're going to sew them into 4s.
Yes, that's
so I
true.
like to do it like that, so then I can just have a little ironing session.
And do it all, yes.
And do it like that. Right.
Loving the demo, I've ordered the pattern. I remember Jenny doing the New York Beauties quilt, which I am working towards. Oh, that is
Do you remember that
yes,
one?
I do.
From Sewing Quarter.
It was amazing.
It was the grey and fire and water one, wasn't it? That went like that.
Absolutely stunning.
That was one of my favourites to
It looked like a
make.
dragon
That's from that book,
almost,
wasn't it?
didn't
Yes,
it?
it did. Like water and
from that book.
air and fire.
Do remember
yeah,
it.
I love that book. I've still got it.
Could this FPP be made from a jelly roll?
Just trying to think of the measurements.
Is there anything that's more than 2.5 inches?
So those, actually it'll be easier to measure that, won't it? These ones would.
I can't remember what book that New York Beauty was from.
The triangles would be tight. You would have to be very careful with the way you cut those, because obviously you would need to cut those into triangles. So I don't think because this point to this point is.
But what you could do is
it would need to be 1/4 of an inch over that seam.
But you can join fabric together.
You can. So it would just need just over 2.5 inches for these. So it might be tight. So.
But just join 2 bits of jelly roll together and sew them as one. Morning all, Eureka, I get it. The FPP demo is brilliant and I can't wait to get started with my stash from Stephanie in Norfolk.
Brilliant.
There you go, see? I told you she was a brilliant teacher. She's the princess of FPP.
So this is the 2 blocks we've just made today. This is 2 I made. So the next stage, I'm just checking I have pressed all my seams. Yeah, would be to just sew these 2 together.
I like the way they come together to make a square.
I know. Keeping it easy for everyone. So you're just going to line these up.
With the FPP pattern only, not the kit section, if everyone checks out, it's got it in their basket, we've sold out. So if you want the pattern only, you need to check out.
Here we go. So for this seam that I'm going to sew here, you want to start from the very end and go off the end of the paper.
So do you do anything to match the centre seam, or does it just...
No, well, the card does it. The paper does it for you. This way you keep the paper in, it keeps it solid. I do check that the centre seam is matched, but the paper is, you've cut the paper down.
Yeah, it's funny, that's like a mindset thing, because you'd never check that on paper if you stuck 2 pieces of paper.
Yeah, but because you've got fabric on it, you're going to check, aren't you? Yep.
It's been naughty.
Yeah,
exactly. It just is.
So yeah, because you've cut using the solid line.
Yeah, then you know it's going to be right.
Yeah. So what I do is, because I want to keep those seam allowances open, once I've gone over the little bump in the sewing machine, I check that none of the seam allowances have flipped.
Yes.
You know, when you go over the bump, sometimes they don't get happy.
There are only 6 left of the William Morris kit, which is this gorgeous, the one that 4 actually, the one that Jenny's demonstrating with, so you get full instructions and 4.5 metres. Oh, no, 4 metres? I lied. 4 metres. I'm used to being half metres. That's so
it,
much.
Isn't it?
That's
what I mean. You've got plenty to do. The binding, if you don't want to make. I know, I love that.
Is that your favourite one?
I do love that.
I know you like the brown.
I do. I like them all.
I think the brown goes beautifully with it, but I love that one.
Yeah, so like I said, you've definitely got enough for binding. You could add extra blocks to the bottom. You could make a cushion to match. So it's just nice to have that, not have that worry when you're going for something new technique that you're not gonna...
Or you put in a couple of planes from your stash.
And it goes even further.
And it goes even further.
Exactly that. So I'm just taking away the paper from the seam allowance I just sewed. So here is the example. This is why I took the paper out of this seam allowance, because you would have sewn it in, and then you would have had an annoying bit of paper stuck in there that you then have to pick out.
Which I do all the time, because I don't do that. There you go. I've learned that one now. So I never take them off the seam allowances, because I didn't know that, and then you can't get them out ever.
No, because then it will start tearing as you try.
Well, you know how when you take them all off, you get really keen to do it all properly, and then you get to the end, you go, no, there's some bits left.
Whatever. Yeah.
There we are.
Right, so I'm going to press that seam open. So what I do is I make them in blocks of 4, and then I sew them in rows of 3 larger blocks. So I'll sew 2 larger blocks together and show you.
So, and do you always press seams open?
Only with FPP.
Joining? Yeah.
Yeah, when I'm joining with FPP, or it could get really bulky, not so much on these beginners patterns, but when you're using 6 million little pieces, you've got to press them open or it just gets chunky, and then you'll find that your points don't look as great because the fabric's pulling.
Oh yeah, that's
when you're trying to sew A1, all the A's to the B's, you can be going through quite a big thickness, and it will start going off because your machine, you'll be sewing, but your machine will veer off slightly because it's too bulky.
Okay. So with this way, you haven't got sections, but
nope, it's just keeping it simple.
Press seams open.
Yeah.
It looks like floor tiles. doesn't it? In some kind of...
Well, the thing with this pattern as well, if you, depending on what colour fabrics, where you place the fabrics, it could look completely different.
Oh, yes, I see what you mean. Yes.
So you could, where I've done 2 and 3, the same fabric, if you switch them over every alternate block, then they would kind of match and you would get more of a cross.
Well, that's what the colouring page is for.
Exactly. So photocopy
I'd suggest photocopying that as well, because you might change your mind.
Right, so we've got two blocks of 4 here, and the next stage would be just to sew these 2 blocks together. Paper's starting to flip out now because it's travelled, doesn't it? You fold it to stick it in your bag.
Oh, and it's yes, a bit like your EPP. Once it travels.
Yep. This one, the paper will
I know,
just come
it's
out.
mad, isn't it? You think it'll be fine. It's fine, even though I'm in a car.
Just going to line those up and sew again from the top to the bottom. Remember, the whole time you're doing this, keep your stitch length at 1.2. Write a little note on something, because if you go off and you turn your machine off and then come back, it's going to have reset itself, and then you're going to start sewing at like 2.6. You're going to have to unpick
so what
that.
do you do?
1.2.
1.2, right.
Teeny tiny stitches. That is so that the paper will come away.
This one is about to sell out, the William Morris. Very close. If you've got it in your basket, please check out. The William Morris has officially sold out.
It has sold, yes. William Morris.
Yes, but don't worry, we still have some of the Moda one left, and the pattern only is in single figures.
Right, so we're taking off that seam allowance now. As you can see, it comes away so easily. I try to take my time when I'm ripping it so that I don't get loads of bits that get stuck in the seam, but then I'll lose patience. And
I know, I'm the same with anything.
And then I'll get annoyed with myself for losing patience, because then it's going to take even longer in the long run, because I'm going to have to go back and get rid of all the little bits.
I always think maybe I should just wash it afterwards. This was my theory once, and all the paper will dissolve. I thought that's really lazy.
And then you clog up your washing machine.
No, that's really lazy, because I couldn't be bothered.
Right, so we're going to press the seam open.
And it's so satisfyingly accurate.
It really is. You just don't have to stress about those points. You know, when you're making half square triangles in general, and you're having to make sure that everything matches. But it does make it much better to press these seams open, even though it's probably quicker just to press them to one side.
Right,
I wouldn't.
Take the time, okay.
And what I tend to do after I've removed all the papers is I might give it a quick best press.
Oh, before?
No, after I've removed the paper. Because
oh, okay.
Did I think something ran out. It's not sewn there. It stopped sewing.
Oh. Did it run out of thread?
No. It's missed loads. Right, let me just... I'm going to have to wing it now, because I've taken out that paper.
My machine did that yesterday. I went to press all these seams open and it had missed bits.
Yeah.
And I thought, why has it done that? And I couldn't work out whether it missed the beginning or the end of the seam.
I know, and I've removed the paper now, so I'm actually just sewing along that line.
Oh, but it's got holes in it. That's really weird. Mine did exactly the same.
Maybe, I think my bobbin might not have been threaded, like wound as well as it could have been, to be honest.
Oh, do you think that's
it? So it could be, it's looking a bit not as tight as it should be.
Because mine missed, and it just missed a whole section and then started sewing.
Sometimes, you know, when you're winding your bobbin, if you've not quite got it in the tension bit well, you'll find parts of the bobbin might be looser than other parts.
And because I did wonder, how can it must have been about 2 inches of no sewing, and then it started sewing.
Because I can see, if you look down into my bobbin right now, Actually, I'll get the bobbin out because I don't need it again.
I'm going to have a look.
Can you see?
Yes, some of it's
so
a bit...
it's gone a bit skew-whiff, so I must have missed putting it in the tension there. That's got to be why it missed those stitches.
Yes, I was thinking I can understand it, but not that it would not sew and then start sewing. You think of it the other way around.
No, that's why I missed those stitches. It's definitely just the bobbin thread
I just thought, I thought maybe I was sewing too fast.
Yeah, I sometimes think that when I'm going on a speedy thing.
That's interesting.
Yeah, no, I can tell that bobbin looks like awfully wound. So that's 100% the reason why. Right, so there's 2 blocks. So that's what the William Morris one will look like as it goes. Oh, you know what you could make? You could make a table runner to match.
Yeah, I know, that's a beautiful table runner, isn't it?
You've got enough fabric to then make. Yeah. You could do, instead of making the like quilt wall hanging, it's like a lap size quilt. Yeah. Nice for like wheelchair users, actually, that size, I always think.
Yeah, because it doesn't get caught in everything.
Yeah, nice size.
And babies as well.
Babies, yeah, that would make a lovely little baby one, wouldn't it?
It would, lovely. It's a nice gift for somebody,
but yeah,
wouldn't it?
That's see, this is the size that I have hanging on my walls in my house.
Oh, and you keep swapping them round?
Yeah, I have this size on my walls because I'm in a rented flat. I can't put nails in to hang pictures, but I use those command strips where you just pull them off.
Yes, yeah.
Come on, it lasts quite a while. Occasionally I'll walk into the living room
and they're all on the floor, but it will hold them.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I put 3.
And then you've got your quilt on the wall.
I have my quilts on my walls, yeah, all the time.
Brilliant.
So once you sew another one on, before you sew the next one on, if you know you're going to sew it at that bottom, say that's going to be the bottom, what you can do is, where's my needle? What you can do is you can start removing some of the papers because this will make it easier. Just to handle when you start.
I guess when you've got a big thing like this and you've got a lot of paper in there.
But I wouldn't remove any of these ones. I would remove those and possibly that one, but I'd leave these ones in to keep it stable. Okay. So actually, usually I'd leave all of those ones in because once you remove that one's going to start going floppy because you've gone. But it's as easy as this just to get.
And because there's no glue, it's just.
Yeah, no, and this is exactly why you use that tiny stitch because it's perforated the paper so much that it just pulls away. And this is the reason why, I was saying when you start sewing between the numbers, you start beyond the line because it's just going to keep it all. Yeah, because you're not going to pull those stitches because they're tiny. But as you can see, I've sewn into the seam allowance there. If you started on the line, the first bit of sewing would be on that seam allowance. So when you sew the next row, if you haven't sewn beyond the line, that makes sense. Could start coming undone once you're washing it. But because you've sewn beyond the seam allowance, that stitching there is going to be trapped when you sew either you're binding on this edge or another end, another block on there. Yeah. So it is really important to sew beyond the line. Okay. Or it will start coming undone. But it's as simple as that, and I've got through that really quickly.
Well, that's fine. We need to talk about the point-to-point quilt instructions.
Fab. So
So the point-to-point. Tell me about this design.
So this was last week.
So this is pattern only though, because it's sold out.
Yes, it did. I brought it back this time.
Have we got a picture of it? I had quite a lot of people
messaging asking for it. There should be a picture of it. It was here somewhere. I didn't take that one home. So this was my first.
He's going to find us a picture.
The first of my beginners.
Okay. Patterns. Is this easier than that one?
No, same level.
Same.
Completely the same. It's just a different. That one's pointier. You get through more fabric with the other one because the shapes are slightly different. Right. I just find it as a picture. So you had meters for that as well. But you don't get as much left over for that one because the shapes are a bit awkward, and I wanted to keep it so you were cutting rectangles instead of, like, as you get more confident, you can start.
There's the picture. There we go.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, it's a nice.
It looks like people holding hands.
I see that. That's
weirdly.
cute.
Doing star jumps and holding hands.
Triangle people. So once you start going beyond beginners, what you would start doing is I would get one of my blocks, printed pieces, and I would have a spare one, and I would cut all around the shapes. So I had a triangle for shape 1, shape 2.
Right,
and then I
okay.
would put that on my fabric and I would cut 1/4 of an inch around it.
Right.
But that's not leaving you with any give if you move it slightly when you go to the machine. I would usually say 1/2 an inch for this anyway. But in these patterns, I'm telling you to cut out rectangles.
Yes, so it's
these I'm telling you to cut out squares and then cut on the diagonal.
Right.
But plenty big enough squares.
Okay, so there's none of that guesswork about it
There's
not
no
being
guesswork.
big.
You know the shapes you're going to cut are definitely going to fit. But then as we move on, not next time, but maybe the time after, I will start showing you those things.
Those things, but
yeah, completely, like which way to put your template on to cut your fabric, because there's certain shapes that you think you've done it, you put it on, once you flipped it over, it's going the opposite way. So it does get a lot more complex, but I'm not doing that yet for everyone, because I like people to not get stressed.
Well, I know, because I think that is the problem, particularly when you sew it on and it's not big enough and you think, I'm sure I've cut it big enough.
Yeah, exactly. The one that you just showed
So
then,
the point-to-point one? That's
the one that Jan's doing, her cave version.
Oh, is it?
So
Jan, send us a picture.
Big dark...
We want to see yours.
I'm trying to think where she's got she's using like a dark grey, and I think that might be where I've got dark blue. I can't remember, but it's really, really nice. I think she's posted it on the Sewing Street fans page.
Okay, send us a picture,
really
Jan.
Nice.
So in this one, you get the same instructions like you did with the other one on the nice paper, and then Jenny also includes the ready-to-use templates.
Yeah, the 5 ready
to go, all on this. I mean, obviously you need to copy yourself more of them, but that just gets you going.
More, but yeah.
So what sort of paper do you copy that on?
Copy paper.
Anything.
You know, the cheap paper.
The really cheap.
My dad calls it copy paper. I call it printer paper, but.
Photocopy paper, I call it.
Yeah.
I don't know. That stuff you buy in the supermarket.
Stuff. Yeah. The own branded ones.
Yeah, the rubbish. Yeah, none of that lovely stuff.
No, the stuff
better.
that I print Dylan's homework out on.
Not what you get these lovely instruction covers with.
Yeah. So you can get that,
and then do you just photocopy them?
Yeah, it's all the correct size, so there's no enlarging, no need for that. But
nice.
I keep wanting to...
Half the stock has gone of this one, if you want some. They sold out last time.
I keep wanting to minimise them and make tiny ones. Like the same pattern.
Yeah,
Drop
easy.
it by 50% and make little diddy ones.
That would be really sweet.
How cute would that look as a cushion, but like the smaller ones one day when I've got
gorgeous. Well, the thing is, like we were saying, is that once you've learnt the technique, it doesn't get any harder to do less pieces.
Yeah, no, not until you add when you're working with the piece A's, piece B's,
with lots
piece
of
C's,
sections.
they've all got to have the extra seam allowance all around the edge to go to the next piece. But as is, once you learn the technique for these,
so you could photocopy these all at 50%.
You could and just make diddy ones.
Make diddy ones, yeah.
I want to do that now.
And that would be really nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and then your fabric will go even further then.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's another thing to use the fabric
But once you've got these templates, then you can do that.
Yeah, of course you can,
You could do them as 70% or 200%.
Oh yeah, you could enlarge them. Then you're going to have that trouble of it not fitting on an A4 piece of paper and having to, it'd be a bit of a pain.
Yeah.
Unless you take them to a photocopy shop that does A3.
True.
Yeah.
So next month, what is it? Beginners again? Complete beginners? Is it same level?
It's a beginners. So it's still beginners, but there's going to be here. I've only got 5 pieces.
Right.
There's going to be more like maybe 12 pieces on it, but it's still only going to be one block.
Right.
Repeated. It's not going to be one block split into loads of others.
Stage.
It's just the next stage up because you're adding more pieces to the one block. So more flipping, more cutting, more seam rolling, but exactly the same level, I would say, just more fun. Okay. And then I've got 2 EPP projects coming up as well.
Wow, so when are you on with us next?
The 7th of August. So I've got the next animal cushion coming and then a completely different project. And then I go on holiday the day after that show. That's going to be tiring.
That's going to be lovely then, if you build up towards it.
I know, Dylan's first holiday since he was 3.
Lovely.
We're going to the Isle of Wight.
That'll be really nice. Yeah. No, it's nice to do that because you kind of finish and then you go straight on holiday.
Exactly, and I didn't want to stress with airports at the moment, so I was like, let's go to the Isle of Wight, because Dylan's like, you still have to get a ferry. Technically, it's not in England.
Technically, it's like abroad.
Exactly.
Should have gone to Wales, that's why I say go to Wales,
Yeah,
it's abroad,
it's abroad.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's a ferry, that's true,
It's a
isn't
ferry.
it?
Yeah, we're taking the car over.
So we will see you back here on the 7th
You
of
will
August. Thank you so
indeed.
much.
Thank
We're looking
you.
forward to finding out what the animal is. I think it's is it a surprise?
It is a surprise
Okay,
for
not
now.
tell him
You'll
then,
get
not
a
tell
sneak
him.
peek a few days before the show.
Okay. It's great. So thank you for joining me with Sewing Street today. We've had such fun. I've learned loads. It's been a brilliant day. But we've got Yarn Lane coming up in a few minutes' time. We've got Sarah Hatton and her brand new collection of women's garments. I can see them all. They're all spread out here. They are gorgeous. There's a brand new yarn colour coming in from West Yorkshire Spinners, and Sarah has designed some beautiful kind of mid-season garments, I'd say. They feel a sort of a bit of spring, autumn. They are gorgeous. So don't go anywhere. You've got time to make a cup of tea, and I'll see you back here in just a few minutes' time.
Hi everyone, my name's Jules Mayouf and I'm really excited to be a guest designer on Sewing Street. It's combining two of my favourite things, which are sewing and designing. I live in London at the moment, but I'm originally from Staffordshire. So I think I've got a combination of two really great things. So London's really diverse and lots of different cultural impacts, and then Staffordshire is very rural, so there's a lot of country influence in what I do. My grandma first taught me to sew when I was in my early teens. She was a dressmaker and she was always sewing and taking in orders from different people. And I think I got my initial love of sewing from her. I started making my clothes because I couldn't find anything that was fashionable, so I created my own fashion. Bit dubious at times probably. I remember once I bought some really lovely, as I thought, heavy brocade material. I created a pencil skirt, thought that was fabulous. It turned out to be curtaining. And I got quite a lot of stick from that. But you know, in my defence, I was a new romantic, and I think I was just fashion forward. I have done a lot of teaching and coaching and mentoring in sewing in my career, and I would think that probably the best tip that I can give to people, because all age groups have various challenges, but the best tip is to be kind and good to yourself, and don't worry about if you make mistakes, because you've always got your seam ripper to hand. I'm really looking forward to my shows with Sewing Street and helping you have some hints and tips and knowledge, so I look forward to seeing you soon.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
And welcome back to Yarn Lane. Welcome, who loves my new cardigan? Oh, honestly, it was meant to be. A, it's freezing cold in this studio, and B, it matches my dress. How lovely is that? So, now look, I confused you. I told you we had Sarah Hatton, who's the designer of this brand new collection, but we haven't. We've got Danielle from West Yorkshire Spinners, even better. Not even better, just as good. Just as good. You know. I've worked with Danielle absolutely loads on Yarn Lane right from the very, very beginning.
Yes,
so it's really
we haven't
nice
seen each other for a while.
Ages. Since
Sandra Rhodes.
Since Sandra Rhodes, yes, when you brought her with you.
Yes.
In cardboard, just saying, not in reality. So we've got a brand new yarn.
Yes.
In this lovely cardigan and a brand new book.
Yes.
So Danielle works. Well, tell me about what your job with West Yorkshire Spinners.
Yeah, kind of involved in a lot of aspects really, kind of dealing with customers one-to-one, kind of making sure their needs are met and kind of helping develop the new yarns and new patterns and new ideas and things.
Because I know the side that I work with you on, but not the whole thing. So this yarn, this new Bo Peep, I'm going to get out a ball.
Yes.
It's called Bo Peep Pure. So the pattern book, we'll start with this, the pattern book. Pure, it features just the pure DK, and it's all the designs that Sarah's designed using this yarn. So if you can put do you need the code for that one? Okay, so we'll start with the yarn then. So what's so special and why is it new and why is it so great?
Yeah, so we've launched this yarn as it's a pure Falkland, so it's 100% Falkland wool.
It's very soft.
It's honestly, the feel of these garments, I literally wish.
It's a bit Blueface Leicester about it, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
But
well, the Falkland wool, I mean, there's so much hype around the Falkland wool at the moment. Everybody is knitting with the Falkland wool.
Why is that then?
It's just the handle of it, it's so soft.
It is really soft. And I'm a really itchy person, I have to say.
Yeah.
And this is not itching.
No, honestly, the feel of this is just absolutely gorgeous. It's so nice to knit with. But yeah, the kind of, you know, the Falkland, the fleece that is produced from the Falkland is a mixture of breeds that are... They've been specifically introduced to the Falkland Islands.
Are they a bit hardy then?
Yeah, they are hardy, but obviously kind of the climate over there is cool, and that means that they don't suffer with kind of parasites and bacteria.
Okay.
So these breeds don't need to be treated in certain ways. They don't need to be dipped. So they're not, this is why they're so pure, because they don't suffer with the same things. And it's a great attribute to the fleece for that, because obviously the kind of stress to the fleece and the sheep with those treatments can be quite traumatic. There's none of that in the Falkland Islands at all. So that's why they're quite renowned for the way...
Right, okay, because it is very, very soft.
It's so soft.
I would have said it was a Blueface Leicester. Yeah, it feels like that.
It's incredibly soft. It's a very pure white fleece. It's known as a white fleece.
Oh, is it?
So it literally in its natural form, it's very white.
Oh, wow.
And that's just so beautiful to work with.
For dyeing?
For dyeing, you get these gorgeous colours.
So, you've brought out this, and how many colours are there?
I think we've just brought out 4 new ones, which have launched today.
Wow.
So we're going to feature those 4 new ones
We've got the launch of the 4 new yarns and the book.
And the book. Yeah, so you're wearing the ginger, which is one of the new ones, and is one of my favourites.
I mean, it was meant to be, wasn't it? I didn't even know. And I said, I'm going to wear that.
Yeah, literally, that kind of came in with me, and it was quickly stolen.
Yeah, I know. Do you think they'll notice they don't have it back? So the book, I'm going to come over to Danielle so we can go through it together, because I want you to be able to see it overhead, because this is where the overhead camera. So Sarah's obviously designed it.
Sarah Hatton, wonderful.
And she's fab. Yes. And you just give her the yarn, and
we know that she'll deliver. We know
some guidelines.
Some guidelines, and she just understands the brief. She knows how to work so well with this yarn, and she's produced a really lovely collection. And I was thinking about this today because I was thinking there's something for every season in this book.
Well, I can't believe it's £12.95 because there's a lot in here.
There's so much in there. Yeah, there's so much variety in there. You've got knits that could be worn this time of year, spring, summer.
Yeah, well, I was saying it feels a bit mid-season.
Yeah, it's very transitional. I think you've got things that could be worn as we transition into autumn, winter, and then you've got things that really give you that kind of winter feel, quite a Scandinavian feel.
We'll go through it. So it's £12.95, and obviously, and as always, you know, all the items in here are knitted with double knit, so it gives you all the colours of the that are in here. Oh, so that's one I've got, ginger. So these are all the colours, and those are the new ones?
Yes, yes. So there's 8 original and 4 new ones.
And then we'll find all of them. So this is the first one, Margot. I love this.
Yeah, it's really nice, isn't it?
I love a tank top. Isn't that fab?
Really wearable. And I love this stitch. It's quite, I'm going to show you how to do this later on, but that is so simple to do and effective. It sort of reminds me of a kind of dogtooth pattern.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
From a distance, it's got that look to it.
It's called a slip-over top, not a tank top. We do have a kit for this, which we'll go through in a minute, but I want to do the book first. So that's Margot. Celine.
Yes.
Should we bring Celine forward?
Yes. Sarah just does these really comfortable knits as well.
Yeah,
really.
That's lovely, isn't it? I like that crossover front.
Yeah, just nice detail. You've got the cable on the back.
Let me show you the back.
Yeah.
Give a little twiddle. That's nice, isn't it?
Yeah. beautiful. Just those interesting features, but then a nice simple knit. So you've got a bit of complex knitting, and then you've got sort of kind of a more easy knit with the front. So you've got a bit for everything. That's a lovely colour, that one. What's that one called? Yeah, that's chalk. That's
chalk.
That's
yes, because it's a real sort of grey purple.
Yeah, it's hard to say what it is, but it kind of, it's such a lovely colour. This is very on trend, this colour at the moment.
That's really lovely.
It's beautiful.
So that's Celine.
Yeah.
And then Estelle. I am Estelle.
Yes, which is my favourite. This is
gorgeous.
Is it? Yeah, I really like this cardigan.
It's quite a nice fit, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I love the fact it's got the cable down the sleeves.
Yeah.
But it just is quite well, I don't know, it just sort of feels like a nice fit, and it's a nice length with the dress.
She's offered 2 lengths, so you can see the green version behind you there is a slightly longer length. So you've got 7 buttons on the longer length as opposed to the 5 that you're wearing. So you've got a choice of 2 lengths there, which I think is nice as well.
Yeah, no, it does work, because I do like this. It's nice to, I mean, I guess you can alter them, can't you?
Of course you can alter it, but it's just nice to have that option. But
it's a nice dress cardigan or jeans.
That's what I was thinking this time of year, you know, when it gets cold of an evening, even though it's been gorgeous in the day.
Cold in this studio.
Yeah, you need a cover up, and that's ideal.
But nice jeans, white t-shirt.
Oh, lovely. Yeah.
This would be jeans, white t-shirt. I'm going to have to knit this now.
I'm going to have to see if that comes home with me or not.
But it's really, I would wear it, it'd look nice with blue jeans, though, this colour, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I do like the green one, because that's quite appley, isn't it? What's that one called?
That one is Rosemary, yes. So,
So then we have Renee. Renee, I keep thinking of, what's the programme? Oh, that Renee was in the French one. It'll come to me in a minute.
I don't know.
You know, when they're in the cafe.
French.
Hello.
Renee. Oh, yes. Yeah, hello.
Renee. So this is Renee.
Yeah, really nice. Top down batwing. Really simple, but again, she uses such nice stitch features.
Well, I like that.
Just for detail.
I'm just going to put that down so you can have a look at it. Because I thought it was just lines. It's actually...
yeah, she's got this little pick-up stitch below.
That's
and it
nice,
just gives a really nice effect. Yeah.
It's like little birds on a wire.
Definitely.
That's lovely. But that's also...
Yeah, in the other colourway, which is the black currant with the mist grey.
Oh, that's nice, isn't it?
They're just gorgeous, aren't they? Just so soft.
And that's it, so you've got a slightly wider...
Yeah, a relaxed fit. You've got that raglan sleeve.
Yeah, and I love that. It's so soft, isn't it? But it's actually got quite a nice stitch definition.
Oh, definitely.
Which you don't always get with really soft yarns, do you?
No, it holds the stitch definition really well. Like, I think that's why she's picked up on these details, because it's just...
Lovely. Right, and who's next?
So that's Renee, and then we've got Sabine. This is beautiful. That's on the mannequin here.
When was it the other day I was on there and I was talking about Home Front? This reminds me of Home Front, one of my favourite TV series, which is set... Have you ever watched Home Front?
Oh, I love
it. It's set like during the war, and it's all the ladies working on the land.
Yeah,
it reminds me...
that type, isn't it? Yeah.
1940s.
Yeah. I think it's got this Scandinavian feel as well for this kind of winter, you know, kind of...
It's just gorgeous.
But this is a new colour, this stronger colour, and I just think this is like such a lovely colour, rose hip.
Right, okay.
Yeah, we've got that in the accessory set to match.
Okay.
So, yeah.
That's lovely. But I like it with this beige.
Yeah, it's mixed with the sand. And it's quite a nice, it's a bit of a softer contrast than the cream.
But this could be a Christmas jumper as well, couldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely.
And then it's in the green as well?
Yes, yeah.
Is that the same, or is it slightly shorter? Or they've just knitted
that's just the same, that's the same design. They've just done it in 2 different colourways. So you've got the duck egg there mixed with the cream.
I love that one.
Yeah.
That's very
really nice.
Very Home Front. I don't think it's been on for ages. And then Elodie is the set.
The set, yes.
So we have in the set the bobble hat.
Yes.
The cowl. Much better than a scarf.
Yeah.
And the hand warmers.
Yes, the small hand warmers, yeah.
Are they called fingerless gloves? What are they called?
Hand warmers, wrist warmers, I guess is the...
Oh, they're nice, aren't they?
term.
I like them.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very Christmassy. That's very subtle Christmas almost, isn't it?
Be a lovely gift, wouldn't it? I think if you're going to start knitting now for Christmas gifts.
Yes.
I think to do that set as a gift.
And we've also got exactly the same one. Oh, this has got gloves, this one.
Yeah, the mittens in that one. The full scarf.
Oh, so in this, oh right, so you get the hat, a proper scarf.
Yeah, so the content of the book is just amazing.
Well,
There's
I
something.
can't believe it's only £12.95.
Yeah.
Well, they're always £12.95, aren't they?
Yeah, it is. It's a great price with the ring bind and everything.
That's very important.
Yeah, because it doesn't flip back closed on you.
I don't think you get that unless you knit.
Yeah, no, I know. It's definitely a knitter's
So you can
trick.
see if we just flick through, and then I'm going to go through the yarn bundles, and then we'll get on with knitting.
Yeah.
Ben's moaning at me.
So much to look at, but they are gorgeous.
Oh, so that's it if you knit it plain.
Yeah, so that's the Margot vest in the plain pink. That's in the blush colourway.
And there's Celine. Oh, that's nice. And I like the fact they was put these close-ups in.
Yeah, it does. It gives you a good idea of the detail. They're so well
did
written.
we do that? What we didn't talk about. So Celine comes. I'm still wearing a glove. Celine comes in a cardigan, as well,
yes.
which is over here.
So there's a lot of content. That's what I say. It's kind of, you can see that it would work for every season.
She's coming.
If you wanted just to cover up, you've got the cardigan version.
So Celine that is in the chalk version can be a cardigan. So there's so much in this one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can see the back there. That's lovely, isn't it? Then Estelle.
Yeah.
Short version, long version.
Yeah.
See, jeans.
See,
white t-shirt.
Yep.
Oh, I hadn't even looked at that.
You're ahead.
I was ahead. And then that's Renee.
Yeah. Just a lovely fit. It's such a nice, relaxed fit on there, as you say.
I quite like the wider neck like that. It's lovely, isn't it?
Very wearable.
And then there's the Sabine.
Yep.
Oh, and so you do duck egg.
Yeah, so you've got an option there. You've got the duck egg mixed with the natural, which is in this set. That's the kind of combination together.
Oh, okay.
Or the rose hip is with the sand beige.
Right, okay.
So there's two colourways for that, Sabine.
And lots of people saying what size. So they all go up. Do they all go up to a 54-inch bust?
Yes. We go up to a bigger size now. The 52, 54-inch is a bigger size. So it's more inclusive. It's just,
yes. So it starts at 28 and then up to 54.
Yeah.
On all of them.
On all of them, yeah.
And then this is the accessories. Yeah. So you've got the hat, the scarf, the gloves.
Yeah, so you've got the pattern for every accessory in Elodie. That is, all of those accessories are available in that
pattern. That's really nice, isn't it?
So there's so much choice.
There's loads. This is an amazing book.
Yeah, nice size as well, to go, compact size book to kind of give you all the details, all the close-ups.
So when did Sarah start working on this?
Oh, I'm not sure, to be honest. She's, it's been a lot of hard work.
How long does it take, from when you have that first conversation?
Well, we obviously work a season ahead all the time, so we're kind of always thinking, it's just crazy, in spring, summer, you're thinking of autumn, winter, and that kind of thing, so it's quite difficult when the sun's shining to be thinking of winter things, but, you need to be ahead, and yeah, she's just
I know,
the ultimate professional.
Did you give her a year? Did you give her 6 months?
No, she's quick. She's kind of, she's so
Can
talented.
You imagine having to do all of that?
It amazes me how quickly they can kind of...
It's scary. So we have got, obviously you need to buy the book, but we've got yarn bundles for some of these, not all of them. So we're going to start with, well, I've got to find the right bag. Luckily, no, I can do the right one. Margot.
Yes, Margot.
So, Margot, so this is the wonderful...
the slip-over top.
Not tank top.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, so you've got this in the dandelion and sand.
Dandelion and sand. So how much do we get in our... Oh, it's still coming. Okay.
Yeah, so you've got 8 of the dandelion and 2 of the sand.
So there is enough to make yarn to make up to the 54-inch bust in the slip-over top.
Yep.
That is loads, isn't it?
This colour combination together, I think, is just gorgeous,
really lovely.
This kind of mustard, you're still seeing it everywhere in clothing.
Well, what I love about mustard, it goes with navy, it goes with black.
Yeah.
You can wear it with all sorts, nice with jeans.
And this is like a really muted mustard. It's quite a
it's not
soft,
it's not too
it's
yellow,
not too vibrant, is it? And I think to mix that then with the sand,
they look gorgeous together.
Just goes so well.
So $64.99, you get 10 balls. Those are 50-gram balls of the pure. It's 100% wool, and there's enough yarn here to make up to the largest size. Obviously, this doesn't include the pattern. You need the pattern book as well, but this is all the yarn that you'll need to make this, and it's pure wool. It's beautiful, isn't it?
The wool is gorgeous. It's just
and it's all
lovely.
double knit, so it's nice to work with, easy. But I think it's nice when you work with the same wool as that the designers used.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because it kind of comes out right, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it's a very true double knit weight. You can kind of get double knits that sometimes go on the lighter side, but you'll find that this is a really true double knit size.
It's lovely.
The gauge is perfect.
Now, we're in single figures for this one, so if you want it, you do need to get checked out, because it is gorgeous. And remember, it's not yours till you've checked out. If it's in your basket, somebody else comes along. So I'm going to move these over here. I'm going to do, oh, was that one of those? No, I took that out of a bag. I'll put that aside.
Yeah.
And then when I'm missing one of those,
we know
give
where
me
that's
a shout. Don't split the kits. Right, I'm going to do my cardigan next. It's now officially my cardigan.
We'll rename it the Rebecca.
Yeah,
shall we?
It would have been a lovely. So in here, we just have balls of ginger.
How lovely is this colour?
It's gorgeous. I was thinking it could be pumpkin.
Yeah, it's just. Oh, it's just such an unusual colour.
It's not really bright orange, is it?
Not at all.
It's a nice soft orange.
This palette together, you can see how the whole range works together. They really think carefully about this colour.
Well, they do, yes. All the colour. I'm trying not to mix them up, but they the colours.
They just work so well.
See, they go don't they? Yeah. They work beautifully together.
Yeah, definitely. I could see a Fair Isle featuring all these kind of colours. Would be so nice.
So you get enough again for the 54 inch.
Yeah.
And so how many balls have we got here? Did we count them? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. We get 14
in total.
So you've got enough for the 54 inch. Or if you want in the short version, and the long version, there's enough if you want to make up to the 50 inch.
Yeah.
But for the 54 inch in the long version, you need another 2 balls. But up to a 50 inch, you've got enough for the long version. It is really lovely, isn't it? Now, if everyone in the basket's checked out, we've only got one left. So you do need to get checked out, and it is lovely.
People can see how nice it looks on you. You've done a very good job of that.
Well, I started off with the tank top because I went, I love a tank top. I put that on, and then I saw the orange cardigan though, and that's mine.
No, that's definitely the one.
And when it's this cold in the street, it's really cold in here.
I just think it's nice with different colouring as well. Kind of, you know, it suits such different tones.
It's funny, isn't it? There are some colours that kind of work with lots of colourings. I think orange is one of them.
Definitely, yeah.
Well, it's not orange. It's ginger.
It's ginger.
It's ginger. So that's so. Do that one. Right, I'm going to put these in a pile because then we can go through them again at the end.
Okay.
But I've got to discover where my missing.
We'll find that mystery.
The mystery one that I took it out of a bag. There was the problem.
Yeah.
I know. I can see Becky frowning at me. She's like, I
think it's for Renee. We'll sort it out.
Up because. Yes, I think we're going to do Renee now.
Okay.
Hello. So the Renee that we have got the kit, the yarn bundle for, is this one.
Yeah.
That features
the sand with just the black currant detail.
The black currant detail.
Yeah.
But that's a lovely neutral colour, isn't it?
It's a lovely neutral because, as you say, kind of when it's a bit, it can be pale and it can kind of look a bit washed out, but it's got a bit of depth to this sand.
Yeah, it is.
And it is a very wearable colour. Again, as you say, this could be teamed with jeans.
Well, it's warm.
Yeah.
And I think for different skin tones, you want warm, don't
Definitely.
you? And then I love the little hint of black currant across the bottom.
Yeah, again, Sarah just knows how to kind of put these things together so well.
And I presume there's enough here for the largest size.
Yeah, I think it should be.
What does it say?
So you've got 13 balls, I think, in total. Is that including your mystery ball?
Well, it could be, because
there's
13.
Yeah, we need 14.
Right.
There we go.
That must be where I stole it from. It's right, Becky. I've got it back now.
Relax.
I know. See, when you're not allowed to start mixing things up, it gets really confusing.
You got overexcited, didn't you? You just got really excited.
I know, but otherwise, imagine Becky comes to pack it on and I've mixed it all up.
We knew we'd find it in the end, but yeah, definitely 14 balls of the sand.
So that's
and the
one.
The one black currant. One lonely black currant.
The one very lonely little black currant on his own. And then final one.
Yep. The accessories.
This is Elodie.
So this is the brand new colour, just launched, duck egg.
Right.
Such a lovely colour. Again, this kind of, oh, it's just lovely. It's such a nice deep sort of turquoise.
Which one do we make with this one?
So this is for the accessories.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're getting the accessory set in this.
Okay, and
so
then
it's the duck egg combination with natural.
So, because there's so many hats and scarves, what do we get to make with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 balls of duck egg and 5 of natural?
5 of the natural. So yeah, I guess you're gonna be able to make the choice between all of those accessory pieces. You've got the hat.
Okay, yeah, you can just mix
You've got
and
enough
match.
for the scarf on,
right.
On its own if you wanted to do the full length scarf.
You could make the mittens.
Yeah, you could
and the hat. So there's a whole mixture there.
You could mix between the two there if you wanted to make the 2 smaller kind of projects, just the wrist warmers, or you, as I say, if you wanted to do the full scarf.
Well, the hat only needs 1 ball of each.
Yeah.
And then the mittens, yeah. So you could mix and match what you did with it.
You could get the set from that, couldn't you, with the little wrist warmers and the hat.
Yeah. That's
definitely
lovely, isn't it? And it's a lovely colour, this duck egg. And even the natural, it's not white, or it's just a very soft.
Yeah, it's really soft, isn't it? It's kind of, yeah, that
like
nice creamy colour.
Yeah.
And it mixes so nice, them two together. Just makes such a gorgeous.
So that makes the hat, that they've written on there, the hat, scarf and the mittens.
Right, yeah.
13 balls of yarn in total. Right, so I think we've covered all of them now. we have. So what are you going to show us?
Just a small little demonstration, kind of looking at the Margot vest top. Sometimes kind of when people are a bit apprehensive if they're new knitters and things, but things are so well, Sarah's so brilliant at explaining everything in her patterns. So yeah, you're kind of just making this, it's a really subtle pattern.
Has it got a name, or is it just a pattern?
Yeah.
Was it invented by Sarah pattern?
No, I think this is a kind of technique that uses, you're going to slip one with the yarn in the back. And that's kind of the abbreviation you're going to follow. So sometimes people are a little bit, what does that mean? You know, kind of not too sure of how that is. So I'm just going to basically show you the 2 rows that will give you...
because it looks very Fair Isle.
Yeah, it's got that effect, hasn't it? But it's so straightforward. You can see here, it's kind of just your knit stitches to the front, your purl stitches at the back. So it's almost your kind of plain stocking stitch, but just with this slight, you give this elongated stitch.
Okay. Which is what's in the... Is that the same thing as in the...
Yeah, it's very similar to what's in that, and she's just kind of brought that 1 stitch below.
Right.
And you get the same sort of effect, whereas this has done it all the way through the row. And like I say, it gives you this kind of dog tooth look, which is really nice. So yeah, I can show you.
Yeah, okay.
Kind of.
Do I need to... So I'm going to move that out of the way.
Yeah, we're we're here.
There we go, as long as you're in the middle, yes.
Yeah, so I've done it here in the duck egg and the natural, just because it's quite nice to be able to see it. So obviously in the Margot sweater, you've got that in dandelion and sand. So yeah, just doing a small swatch. You do your swatch to do your tension.
Right, always, never.
Yeah, with the pattern.
Do you always do one?
I do, actually.
Do you?
I really do, yeah.
So impatient.
Yeah, you do get overexcited. You can see that,
keep my fingers crossed.
Yeah. No, it's just good to kind of make sure, especially when you're working a new pattern. You know, if it's a stitch that you've not done before, you kind of want to just check where your tension's at.
I'm so impatient. I don't like pre-washing fabrics for the same reason.
Yeah, but I mean, you just get such a nice end. You know, you've put so much effort into it. It's such a gorgeous yarn, and you know, these are pieces you're going to keep for a long time.
I think you're right. I think maybe when you're using, it is worth it,
definitely.
isn't it? Not be so impatient.
Yeah. So I'm just going to show you kind of there's just 2 basic rows. The pattern is 7 rows of pattern, but you'll just be knitting and purling in the middle. So there's just mainly 2 rows with the abbreviations that might make people a little bit confused. So as I'm working back across, I've just got some small balls of yarn to show you. So I'm working across here in the cream, and all I'm going to do is, it's in 3s here. So you've got 3 purls. So you start off just doing your 3 purls. Then your next purl, you're going to wrap your yarn around the needle twice.
Right.
So you've gone in as a normal purl, and you're just going to wrap the yarn around the needle twice.
Okay.
And just carry it as a purl. So you're kind of creating this extra stitch.
Yeah.
So that's just the main row, 3 pearls, and wrap it around the pearl twice. And then you'll be able to see on the next row what we do with the slip stitch to give you that elongated stitch. So 3 pearls, and just continue that along. As I say, this is really quite straightforward, and it just gives that lovely effect. So 3 pearls and create that.
And I presume it explains, is it got a name that then, stitch?
I'm not too sure of the actual name of that stitch. I think I have come across it a couple of times, but I'm not sure of the actual name. I know it's just kind of when you see the abbreviation of the slip one with the yarn in the back, you know it's going to create this stitch. So as I'm turning now onto the right side.
So we've got extra stitches.
So we've got extra stitches.
Right.
So we're going to deal with those on the right side. So now I'm going to swap over to the second colourway. So you've got your second colour coming through now, which I'm using this duck egg. So now I'll show you how we're going to do that with the extra stitches. So begin with 3 knit.
Okay.
So you can kind of follow that. That's just your 3 knit where you've done your 3 pearls. So 3 knit there. Now you've come to this one where we've created our extra stitch. And what you're going to do, this is the abbreviation of slip one with the yarn in the back.
Oh, okay. So it's got like...
So it's telling you exactly how to do it there.
Slip one with yib.
So with the yarn in the back means literally with the yarn in the back. Keep the yarn at the back of the work, exactly like you do when you knit. And all you're going to do is slip that first stitch right off the needle and let the second one we created drop with it. And you get this kind of giant stitch.
Oh, I see.
So that's kind of scary to begin with, but you'll see that that creates this elongated
the first time
stitch.
You think, oh,
I've
lost
everything.
Twist.
Yeah, so that's created that extra stitch. So you just do that straightforward, slip it straight off knitwise. Then the next 3 you're going to do knit 1. Then what she explains next is you're going to take your right hand needle into the second stitch below. Loosely pick that stitch up, place it on the left hand needle and knit those 2 together, because obviously we want to even out the stitches that we've got on the needle. So that's the pattern, knit 1. So that is going to be repeated. So you can see I'm back to my slipping. So I'm slip 1 with yarn in the back. So just slip it straight off the needle.
Right.
Knit 1, go into the second row below, pull that up onto the left hand needle, knit those 2 together. In the back, and knit 1. And just repeat. So you can see this is the main body of this pattern. You're just slipping straight off the needle, knit 1, go into the second row below, pick that one up onto your left hand needle, knit those 2 together through the back and knit 1. So really quite simple but effective.
Yeah, I guess you've got to read the pattern probably quite a bit to start with, and then
it's always
you get
the same. You get into a rhythm then, don't you? You kind of pick up that rhythm. So I'm just knitting those last 2 together and knit 1, and I'll be able to show you how that has worked out. So you can see now that that's kind of got that elongated stitch there. So as you come back, you'll be able to then create this elongated stitch, which gives that lovely effect of kind of...
Oh, fab. Could you show us going down, doing it, going back again?
Yeah.
So if everyone who's got this book in their basket checks out, we've got... It's gone. It's gone. If everyone checks out, it's gone. So if you've got it on your basket and you want it, you need to check out. I know you're watching the demo, but I'll get Danielle to do it several times, don't worry. But if everyone checks out, it has sold out. It is a gorgeous book.
Yeah. So I'm just coming across now. The next line is to purl 3 and slip 1. Purl 3 and slip 1. So yeah, it's quite a different levels of skill we'll be able to follow this.
Well, I quite like it because it's not
interesting,
boring, is it?
Yeah, it gives it's quite interesting knit, isn't it? You're kind of keeping your attention on there.
Yeah.
But I mean, even kind of with, some people can be quite intimidated with the colour work. But you've got, this is written with charts and the written instructions.
Right, okay.
So some people like to follow the written instructions, some people like to follow the charts. You've got everything in there. You can work from both. So I'm just working my way back across with the purl and a slip 1 across there. And you can sort of see that long stitch following through there. So yeah.
So the next row?
The next row would just be a straightforward knit on this row. So we're keeping to the change of colour. So now we're just pulling through the...
Oh, so when you get those stitches, you have to knit into the back of them?
Yes, you're going to go through into the back of that one there.
And is that because they're twisted? Or because you want to twist them?
Yeah, you don't want them twisted, really. If you can see there that they just look like an actual knit stitch. You don't want the kind of pearl, the bump of the pearl to be showing, so you'll go into the back of that.
So that kind of untwists it then?
Yeah, yeah, you don't want that, really.
How does she work all that out?
Oh, it's so clever.
I know.
They're just nice little techniques that just give something a bit of detail, aren't
they?
Also,
make it a bit technique that you can use on other things then. So if you've tried this and then you've got a pattern that's just a cardigan or something, you think, well, you can, because it doesn't add any size difference.
No,
you can try it with your own things,
can't you? Yeah, it gives a nice fabric, doesn't it?
It does, it's beautiful.
It gives it a really nice fabric then. It's kind of got that detail, but it's not too, you know, you're not worrying all the time about tension too much. It's quite a loose knit. You're not too concerned about your tension. So you've got a straightforward knit for that row. As I say, it's kind of a 7-row repeat. Okay. But you can see where I've done that cream. Yeah. In the slip one, then that's starting to show, and that'll always show in the row above. So the cream will pop into the duck egg, and the duck egg will pop into the cream.
And then row 4.
So the next one.
And just really nice
to see. Make me work.
No, but it's just nice to see the whole pattern come together and actually see it done, because it makes a difference when you're learning something if you can watch someone.
Yeah. So again, now you'll start back into what we started. So you're going straight back now into the Pearl 3. Okay. So you'll continue it. So you're sort of setting yourself up for the slip stitch now. Right. So you're going to go back into the Pearl 3 and Pearl, wrapping the yarn around twice. What we did in the very beginning. So that's going to set you up to do the slip stitch, and that's the repeat. So it's really quite an easy kind of pattern to follow. Wrapping around the pearl stitch twice, Pearl 3, and wrap around twice. So literally how we started initially. Do you think you could manage that?
Yeah, yeah.
Good.
But it's the repetition, isn't it? You know, when you watch something, you need to see it several times.
Yeah, sure. It's just following that repeat and getting into that rhythm, isn't it? And then you can kind of, and I think it's nice when you can see a pattern. I like patterns that are very visible, because I can always kind of think, yeah, I'm on track.
So you know whether you, you could follow.
You could sort of see where you're up to on that
one, so you'd know, oh, I'm off.
Yeah. If you get distracted with something else, you can kind of go back and think, right, that's where I'm up to. So we know we're there. So we're going to change colours, and we're going to come back up to row 3, which will do our slip, our fancy slip stitch with yarn in the back. So you start with knit 3, then you're back to slipping that extra stitch, slip that, knit 1, go into the second row below, pull that up onto your left hand needle, knit those 2 together, knit those 2 together, knit 1, slip 1 stitch, knit 1, go into the row below, pull that stitch up onto your left hand needle, knit 2 together, knit 1. So yeah, you can see how you're getting that lovely pattern.
Yeah, no, it's great.
Yeah, Sarah's designs are just so lovely.
Well, they're just a bit more interesting, aren't they? Because you've got everything has got something in it. So whether it's got a cable, a bit of Fair Isle, this Fair Isle pattern, the colour work that you've got there, it just makes it more interesting to knit, doesn't it?
And this yarn is just so, it's beautiful to knit with. The way it kind of glides off the needles, because it's
just really soft. So I guess, but I mean, is it used for babies? Because Bo Peep was always baby yarn.
Yeah, so we initially have our baby yarn, which does feature some nylon in there, and then we kind of found people wanted this pure 100% wool, So this Pure range was developed with that in mind, just to be pure 100% Falkland wool. So you've just got that absolute beautiful feel to that yarn. And that's kind of where it came from. And it was produced in these donut balls of 50 grams. And people have, I mean, I would say this palette, you know, it's quite nice for a baby.
It is, yeah. Well, I think more and more people are buying more neutral things. So you'll often see some things, so say like the ginger and the natural and the duck egg. I can see that in a baby one.
Oh yeah, definitely. Kind of young mums now have got these, you know, these ideas of what they want for children's garments, and it's lovely to see. It's lovely to see these nice colours coming through.
They're gorgeous. So maybe I'll take this off for a minute because we need to have a look at this one. So this one is about to sell out. If you've got it in your basket, you really need to check out. So I'll take it off for a little bit, just while we look. So what are the main features of this one? I guess are they the sleeves?
Yeah, it's the cable detail in the sleeves with this. But again, it's quite nice just to have that simplicity of the cardigan itself. So you've just got your stocking stitch there. It's quite a nice shaped neckline.
Like a two-stitch rib.
Yeah, your two-stitch rib. And then obviously you've got this lovely cable detail, which again, it's like it's so straightforward. It's really nice to kind of just do those 2 knit stitches coming up and then your cable.
Oh, I quite like that. Yeah, let me look at that. That's quite nice, isn't it? Because you're swapping.
Yeah, it's like alternate
swapping.
Yeah, alternate as it goes up.
It's quite a nice narrow cable. It's almost like
elongated,
like kind of ivy,
yeah,
twisted round a trunk.
Yeah, it's really nice.
That sounds really poetic, but it makes me think of that because it is like twining, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I've not really seen this kind of cable detail
before.
No,
I don't know where she comes up with her ideas, you know.
Yeah, how can you just keep producing all this body of work?
I guess you just play, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. Just experiment with different things. But as you say, it's nice to see the close-up detail.
Yeah.
In the book there, so you can follow that really easily.
Oh, so this is. I'm looking at the
sleeves.
The rib pattern.
You just got the cable there, so yeah, as you say, it's alternated.
Oh yes, it's a 16 row pattern, which is great because I quite like that when you do things because you do your 16 and then you haven't got to do many repeats of that, do you? Yeah. But you kind of think, well, I'll do 16 before I go to bed.
Yeah, little benchmark.
Yeah, it is, and then it's. But it is like sort of a twining thing, but that's really lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
And then the back is plain, so you can spend all your concentration on the sleeves.
As I say, you kind of, if you're just doing plain knit, then you kind of do get a little bit bored, and you like to have that challenge of something like this in the sleeves.
And then the length difference, is it just?
Yeah, you've got the slightly longer version there.
Okay.
People have different preferences, don't they?
They do. But I guess there's enough yarn to make that, isn't there, though?
Yeah.
To do the slightly longer one. Lovely.
Very nice. I'll keep this to one side so it doesn't disappear with you.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to put it back on though because it's actually really cold. I
can't believe it matched your dress so perfectly.
I didn't even know that. But I've been here since 8 o'clock and it's cold.
Meant to be.
It's really nice. Lovely.
Yeah.
Sorry, I interrupted you there. You were finishing off this pattern.
Yes.
Right, what number, where were we?
So we've just come back up to row 3 to do the slip.
Yeah, we're on Margot.
Yes, we're on Margot. We've just done our slip stitch on row 3. So we're going to come back now. We're using the second colourway in the cream, and we're going to just do purl 3 and slip a stitch. So yeah, just purl in 3, slip a stitch. So it's a 7-row pattern repeat. Just working our way across, and each.
Can we come up close on that, Charlie? Thank you.
Yeah, purl 3 and you just slip in.
Hang on, you need to move this way. Oh, yeah. Bro, thanks.
Slip in that stitch, purl 3 and slip. But yeah, there's so much to choose from in this pattern book. I think you've got something for all year round, something for gifts.
Well, I did say it feels it does feel sort of mid-season, doesn't it? Because the cardigans are quite lightweight. But then I guess the jumpers, they can be real winter, can't they?
Yeah, definitely. You've got you've got the warmth in there with the full long sleeve.
Yeah. I mean, that one's lovely. Love that one.
So that's the yoke, the colourwork yoke.
Yes.
It's knitted bottom up, this one is.
Okay.
On the circular needles.
Nice.
Yeah. And then obviously the Renee is knitted top down. So you start at the neck on Renee and work your way down.
Oh, and we've got, see, I've missed some of these.
Yeah, so that's the Margot vest.
That's the Margot in just one colour.
Yeah, if you just want to do it in the one colour.
So if you, because the bundle has the yarn in 2 colours, but if you want to do it in just one,
yeah,
you could.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you could just do it.
Just do it quite simple if you want to.
Quite simple, yeah. Yeah, I think there's different skill levels all the way through. You know, you can kind of challenge yourself.
Yeah, that's true.
In that sense, and work up towards some of the more complicated colour work and things. But yeah, I mean, it's so well written, definitely. So yeah, we've just done our 4th row there, and now we're just going to do a straightforward knit.
Oh, that's nice. In fact, that's the only. Oh no, row 1 is pure knit. And row,
yeah, that's to set you up. So the first 2 rows will set the pattern up, and then you'll just repeat from 3 through to 10,
right.
3 through to 10. So that sets the kind of colour changing. So yeah, you're just doing a straightforward knit, but as you say, you do go through the back of that one.
Through the back, okay.
Yeah, to give you that, not to twist that stitch.
But all of that's explained in here, and so even where they've got the abbreviations, which I love.
Yeah, there's abbreviations. You can kind of, you can kind of go online for tutorials if you get a bit confused about the abbreviations.
Okay.
There's so much help out there now, isn't there? Really,
well, that's
I think
true.
It's amazing to have this kind of access to all this.
Oh, I love it. You set them so and you get your phone and go, how do you do it?
How do I do this?
How do I do this? And it tells you.
Exactly.
How do you get the top
How
off
did we live before?
Well, I know. I found out the other day how to get the top off of a vinegar bottle. Because they used to be screw top, the Sarsens ones. You could feel them. They're not anymore.
Yeah. I like to look for old wives' tales of like, how do I use, what product do we use for cleaning? That isn't. Yeah, you can use vinegar for lots of natural things, but yeah, I like to look for things like that. So yeah, we've done the plain knit across now. So we're turning again, and then this is going to be our setting up our pattern. So the purl 3 and the wrap, purl 3 and the wrap. So we are still in the cream, still using the cream. So again, like I say, just purl 3, wrap the yarn around twice. So see, it's very simple. I can multitask and talk to you at the same time and still do this pattern, hopefully.
You do really well. I think I'd have to be constant and then go, oh, I've missed one.
Oh dear, yeah. As I say, it's quite scary when you drop that stitch. You think, oh, I've dropped 2 stitches, but that's the way to do it, definitely.
Only 9 left of the book. Only 9. So if you want the book, remember it's £12.95 for so many patterns.
Yeah, it's really good value. Definitely in this book, it's such good value. As I say, kind of looking at and the different variations on each garment, the different colourways. So nice.
And it is lovely yarn.
Yeah, the Falkland wool. I mean, they have a sheep on their Falkland flag, so that tells you how.
Do they?
Vital.
I don't think I would be able to tell you what the Falkland flag was. That's terrible.
Well, it's got a sheep on it,
and
so
it's got
impressive.
a sheep on it. I love it.
Yeah, well, it's a major part of the island. You know, these kind of breeds were introduced. They were chosen specifically to be taken to the island.
Were they?
Yeah. So there's kind of you've got merino in there mixed with the Polworth and stuff. Yeah, so they've really thought about the quality of the fleece. It's a big income for the island and stuff. And as I say, the way they are treated, that they don't need all this harsh, they don't need harsh chemical treatments because they don't suffer with.
So when did they take them all over then? I mean, we're talking like hundreds of years ago.
I think it's kind of like the 1800s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, literally the 1800s.
And they took them over especially.
Yeah. Yes, it's a big part of where they come from, but they're just beautiful breeds, and then they pool the wool together, and that's when you're going to get your Falkland wool. Sense.
So it's all different mixtures.
Yes, yeah, it's really nice. So now you can see there, that's the kind of duck egg
pulled
through.
Lovely.
So it's just pulling it through to the next row above.
So it makes it all, the pattern flow together.
Yeah, it's like a zigzag pattern, isn't it? It kind of looks as though it's coming up and down like that. But yeah, I like it. It's a really nice pattern.
No, it's lovely. I love that one.
It's really effective.
So if you want the Margot, we'll just go through that again. I'm just going to get my wool. I'm allowed to call it wool. No, I can call it wool. I moan at them all the time. Yeah. It's yarn, not wool. But you know what?
It is wool.
If it's wool, I can call it wool. So it's fine.
Yes, it's allowed.
We're going, it's yarn, not wool. Unless it's wool.
Yeah.
So you've got enough here to make up to the 54-inch bust. So it's 28 to 54, which is a really nice size range. So actually, if you're on the smaller size, you can use your book and you can probably make a pair, you can make a hat.
Yes.
Because you only need 2 balls for the hat. So if you've got any left over, knit a matching hat. And that's in the dandelion and sand. So you get in total 8 balls of dandelion and 2 balls of sand to make the Margot jumper. But don't forget, you do need the book as well. Right.
Gorgeous.
And it's very limited, single figures now. The LOD set. LOD, oh, I pinched the book again. So it says on the description that there is enough to knit the, there it is, hat, scarf and mittens. Because we have got, I love this colour. So it's called duck egg. It's kind of, yeah, I wouldn't know how to describe it other than that.
Yeah, definitely.
So are these the new colours?
Yeah, so there's 4 new colours that are literally launched today.
Right.
So you've got a bit of a mix there. So the 4 new shades is the rose hip, the duck egg, the ginger, and the chalk. Chalk,
okay.
We talked about. So you've got, you know, through these kits,
we've got some of them. Yeah. So we've got the duck egg and the ginger that I've got on.
So that's a brand new colourway that is literally just been developed. Yeah. So it is nice. It's kind of, as I say, it's a nice colourway for 2 seasons.
And it's the idea to keep putting new colours in that still go, so you can mix and match them.
Yeah, they fit into the range perfectly. I mean, to blend those with the creams and the sand.
Yeah, really.
They go really well in the range. They definitely.
They do actually, don't they? Yeah, they kind of all go together.
Yeah, so many options. Yeah, lovely.
So we've got enough here to make, I'm just checking this, the hat, scarf and mittens. So the hat uses 1 duck egg and 1 natural. And then the scarf uses 5 duck egg. Oh, it depends on the length you do it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The cowl is 2 and 1. Yeah, so there is enough to do it all. It just depends on whether you want it. So how is this pattern work then for this? Is it like a normal Fair Isle?
Yeah, it's kind of...
Anything special?
Yeah, it's just, you know, it's just the colour work. So again, it's kind of knitted on the circular needles, or you can use the double pointed needles.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
Definitely.
I might put it with the label at the back though.
Very Christmas, very nice.
Goes lovely with my cardigan, doesn't it?
You want them all.
I want them all, yeah, have this one.
That's what you feel like with this
in
collection.
The summer.
You kind of like,
I know.
I like this one, no, I like this one, no, I've changed to this one.
I've got all the gloves on.
Yeah, but this is, yeah, these are just knitted in the round. So you'll cast on.
Okay, are they circular?
Yeah. So you can use the circular needles or the double pointed needles, whatever you're more comfortable with.
Right.
Stitch markers, stitch holders. Obviously, you're going to need maybe a pom-pom maker.
We've got the pom-pom makers.
Yeah.
We have the pack of pom-pom makers.
They're brilliant, aren't they?
They just make... Oh, I love these.
Yeah, they make such good
pom-poms. You know, when you discovered these, you don't have to use cardboard anymore.
Definitely.
It's like a magic moment.
Game changer.
So this is £6.99 and this gives you the 2 sizes. So what does it, this is a 2.5 inch and a 3 3/8. Does it tell you what size pom-pom maker you should have?
8 centimetre pom-pom maker
for the
hat.
Yeah, so the bigger one. So that will give you, if you want to make the pom-pom for that hat, that size, you need this pom-pom maker here. Yeah. If you want to make that.
Yeah, definitely.
All of the other needles are on the website. If you click on Watch Live and scroll down, the needles that you need, including very important things like buttons.
Yeah.
Buttons for cardigans, very handy.
Stitch markers.
Stitch markers.
Yep, definitely. If you're working in the round, you're going to need that.
We've got stitch markers. And we have stitch holders, which you'll need.
Yeah, definitely. If you're kind of working in Renee and you're going to split off, you're going to do some bit of short row shaping and things and move on to doing the sleeves separate to the body, you will need your stitch holders.
And these Knit Pro ones are really good because they've got the 3 different sizes as well.
Yeah, that's great.
So you will need that one. And my favourite scissors.
Oh, lovely.
They're lovely, aren't they?
Very nice. Ball of yarn in the centre.
I know, they're so lovely, aren't they? And they're really sharp. They're actually quite good scissors.
Yeah.
I know they look funny but with the yarn, but they are really, really sharp.
Yeah. Very nice. I like those a lot.
So those are great. So what's your favourite then?
That's a difficult thing. That one, I think.
This one, yeah. It actually would have looked very nice with your outfit.
Well, yes, that was the
orange.
plan.
See, that's the good thing about orange, isn't it?
Yeah.
It goes with
everything,
go with everything.
Doesn't it? Yeah, that's definitely my favourite. I just think it's so wearable.
No, it's just lovely. Well, the book is now sold out. Your work here is done.
Very.
Yeah, so lovely to have you back on air.
Yeah, it's nice
really
to see you.
I haven't seen you for ages.
Yeah, well, you know, we're kind of working away behind the scenes. And spinning yarn in Yorkshire.
Spinning yarn and making beautiful things.
Making beautiful things, and then I come and show everyone what we've done, so it's nice to be here.
Oh, well, thank you so much. I'll just move over to the other side. There we are. I've still got my cardigan on. I'm actually feeling a little bit warm now. You're probably at home thinking, why is she wear? But it is actually really cold in the studio. Thank you so much for joining us today on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. It has been fab. Please do remember to check out if you've got things in your baskets. You know, people don't just watch and buy at this time. If it's still in your basket and people coming back in from work or from home, then you might lose it. So if it's in your basket and you want it, please do check out. Now, don't forget about the special deal of today was the comic board. We love that. That was back in stock. If you missed it earlier, when we had it for sale a few months ago, totally sold out. It is the best way to store your fabric. It's acid-free board. You can fold your fabric around it. $14.99 for 100 sheets. That's my last treat for you today, because last time we sold it, if you've only just tuned in, don't forget the comic board, because you can wrap your fabric round and then you can store it beautifully. So, tomorrow on Sewing Street, we have, who's presenting tomorrow? It's John. John's in tomorrow. So 8 o'clock, it's Fabulous Fabrics, and he has got Catherine right in with him at 9 o'clock, showing you how to make the Craft Project storage bag. 10 o'clock is the Mega Liberty Fabric Art. Loving Liberty, you need to be here tomorrow. 11 o'clock is Prosperity Chickens. That's a very unusual title, but what that means. Look, I'm going to definitely tune in to find out what Prosperity Chickens is at 11 o'clock. And even Danielle is wondering too, what is Prosperity? Anyway, we're all going to be tuning in. And 12 o'clock, it's the Brother Sewing Machines. Do we have the Hobby Maker menu? Yay. So, coming up on Hobby Maker, that's on at 1 o'clock in like just 5 minutes time. We have got brand new Christmas decorative frame dies with Crafter's Companion. At 2 o'clock, it's the macrame homeware launch with Angie Evans. Oh, I love macrame. We'll have to hang around for that one. 3 o'clock, the brand new Gemini left fold alphabet dies with Crafter's Companion. 4 o'clock, even more macrame homeware with Angie Evans. And 5 o'clock, more from Crafter's Companion and the Christmas decorative frame dies. Thank you so much for joining me today. I've had a great time, learnt loads. I will see you back here Sunday. Sunday I'm back here presenting. Have a lovely the rest of your day. Enjoy the sunshine, but please stay in the shade. And I will see you next week.